Hello! How are you? Yeah, let's start this. The clicker. Yeah. Goedemorgen. Did I say it properly? Hopefully, I'm trying my Dutch. Only that word, but I'm trying. So, we are here all together once again in Amsterdam, and this beautiful place, Music Ball. Hopefully, I got it right as well. So, who am I? Really quick, I'm Kaneko, of course. If you see that face is normal, it's called the Kaneko face, so don't bother. I'm not having any sort of seizure or something. It's quite normal. And I'm from Portugal, land of the big Ronaldo. So, Laracon EU, you're all here together. And incredible, we sold out again. So thank you for being here to be part of this year event. We are pretty much over 720 attendees, so props to you, a big clap for you. But I'm wondering, who are you? Who's here? Raise your hands if it's your first time here at Laracon. Well, that's impressive. Shoot. Who are here for the second time? Okay, and maybe this is a little bit stretchy. Who has been here for the very first Laracon EU? Someone? There's a couple. Oh, these are the OGs. So welcome, you. And about Laracon, so this is one, but it's actually, there's a lot more. So we are at Laracon Europe, so it's today and tomorrow. And there's going to happen another Laracon real soon, Laracon India, on 8 and 9 of March. There's Laracon Australia around this November, no official dates, but it's going to be around that month. And Laracon US. Why did you all went quiet? So Laracon US is going to be somewhere. So that I got that redacted. Yeah. But there's also other places. So there's Laravel Live UK. It's going to happen on the 10th and 11th of June. Jonty, the organizer, is around the place, so talk to him. I don't know if you're here. Jonty, if you are, he's there. And it's going to be also Laravel Live Denmark on the... Casper, wait a second. Let me... Okay. On the 21 and 22 of August. So Casper is around the place. I don't know where he is. Casper. So Casper is here as well. So for the ones who say that PHP is dead, they're really mistaken. So there's a lot of PHP, and we just rose up all the language. Sponsors. There's also a good part that helps this come through. So a big thank you to Sentry. They're there. They can help you fix your code. So thanks, Sentry, for the premium sponsor. Thank you for the gold sponsors, Letitul and Vulture. And thank you for the silver sponsors, Adeva, Cassie, Flare, Paddle, Crunchy Data, MongoDB, Vitor Cloud, Spatsy, and JetBrains. Thank you all. It will not be possible without you. Yeah, a big applause for the sponsor. Thank you. So, and the bronze sponsors. Aikido, Agile Drop, Packagist, Elastic, Nord Health, Redberry, and my Beat Group, Dutch Laravel Foundation, and Titan. Thank you all. Speakers. So we have a lot of them. We have 17 speakers for you for the next 2 days. And they are, yeah, don't forget about Jess. They're all over the place around the world, and they are going to look like this. You all are familiar with them. And I wanted to say a big thank you for the first-time speakers. in here in Laracon EU. It's really good to see fresh faces in every Laracon. So thank you all for them to be here for the first time. Some notes before we start. So there's an unconference going. So if you want to have a quick talk or just want to share something, just go to talk to Xander. He will set you up and just give a quick talk and have the feeling of, even if it's your first time giving a talk, this is a good opportunity to do it. So there's a Telegram group for every attendee. And I don't know if you're still in there. If you're not, here's the shortcut. Just go to laraconu.com/chat or just grab the QR code. Join the Telegram group and mingle and ask around where's anyone. Grab a beer, make friends. This year, we also have something fresh, something new. We're going to have what we call it a game break. So during breaks, there's going to happen here on stage a Mario Kart challenge. So these are the rules. So 1 lap per person only. The same track for everyone. There's no warm-up whatsoever. And the best time wins. Pretty simple. And you had to finish. There's no retry, so make the best time of it. And if we end up in a tie situation, don't worry. We'll figure it out. So join here during the breaks, have some fun, play some Mario Kart. Don't forget that also today, later, we are going to have the After Dark, so it's a private party. If you have your ticket, we'll see you there on the After Dark. Who's going to go? Quite a few, yeah. See you there. So it's a big party. Make sure you get there. House rules. So these are the rules for the next 2 days. First rule, most important, don't trash talk anyone. This is really important. Especially don't trash talk other programming languages. Leave it JavaScript. Let it be, okay? Don't worry. We are well known for being a community of good vibes only, so let's just keep it that way. Another rule, take selfies. Because if you not take selfies, you not have the moments to look forward in the future, have some memories from this day. So make sure you have selfies, take selfies with everyone. This one is a big rule. No Vegemite whatsoever. This is a land-free Vegemite zone, so only Marmite is allowed. Hear it, Dorinda? Also, this is something that I call the Pac-Man rule. Make sure you follow the idea. I don't know if you're familiar with Pac-Man. Not this Pac-Man. Not exactly. It's this Pac-Man. Imagine this situation. You have talking on a coffee break, and you are in a group. Think it like Pac-Man. Because some person might just want to step in the conversation. They cannot get into the conversation because the circle is closed. Leave it like a Pac-Man. Leave a space open for the person to join the conversation. So they will be happy, they will start the conversation, but make sure that you always leave the Pac-Man open. Questions. If you have any questions for the speaker during his talk or her talk, just post it on Twitter with the hashtag AskLaracon. I will have the look for that hashtag. We can add the mention of the speaker. If I'm not addressing your question during the Q&A, then the speaker can answer after his talk. Here's a shortcut that you can use to go straight to the Twitter with hashtag. So we just Laracon EU/ask, and you just go directly to Twitter. So day one. Day one, during the morning, we're going to have 2 talks, then a quick break, then we're going to have another 2 talks, then we're going to have lunch. So this is our plan. So with that being said, let's start Laracon. So, my notes. Our first speaker, he traveled 75 kilometers just around the corner, from Apeldoorn. He's a Laravel fashionista. You need to tell me what the heck is fashionista. He's a burpee athlete and a very, very hospitable person. Please welcome Bobby Bauman.
It's an extra special effect, right? Good morning, Amsterdam. Well, good morning, Amsterdam. Are we ready? Laracon, let's go. Well, as Kaneko already mentioned, I'm Bobby Bauman. It's awesome being here. It's actually my 10th time speaking at a Laracon, so I'm very excited about that. And we get some extra smoke today. So good. You won't see me. That's better for the talk. Can you see the screen now, or? Okay, well, we'll just wait. You can see it. It's fine. It's all good now. It's all good. So I work as a product engineer at Hospitable. We build software for vacation rental owners. Our goal is to give them as much time back as possible. And we do this by syncing calendars between platforms like Airbnb and Booking.com. We give them one unified inbox. We use a lot of AI and much more stuff. So, but that's enough about me. Let's talk about pipelines. So as the name suggests, something is being passed along in a pipeline. So you put data in it, it processes it, and then it returns or passes it through to the next pipe, and then eventually it returns something. And as you already see, there's some pizzas here. We're going to do a lot of pizza slides today. There won't be any pizzas until maybe tonight. I don't know. You can probably get hungry. So if we have a pizza here, every step is independent. Every time we add an ingredient, it's a new step. And every step can focus on a specific task. So it doesn't really care about the previous step. Like, it doesn't really matter if you add the vegetables first or the meat first. You can do it in different directions. And eventually, we will end up with a pizza with multiple ingredients. When we translate this into code, it's very much like adding multiple items to an array and returning it at the end. And a pipeline can also be a sequence of actions on a certain object. So, for example, if you have an order, you have a package that's going from the web shop to the warehouse, then being shipped. So we're taking actions on that specific package. This is similar to performing various actions on an object. And in this case, we don't really change the state of the object. We just pass it along. Maybe we give it an update status. So you can either do both. You can change the status of this object and pass it along and take a certain action. So the pipeline pattern is very flexible there. So typically, a design pattern is a common solution to a very common occurring problem. So the goal of the pipeline pattern is to make sure that each step is independent. And it's focused on those specific tasks and does not worry about the other tasks. And what you want to achieve is maintainability, readability, and flexibility. So you want to maintain your code, and you want to make sure that every step is well tested, and especially when it becomes more complex. If you just have to take 1 or 2 actions, then the pipeline pattern might not be for you. But if you have 5 or 6 actions you have to take, it becomes more complicated. And that's where you want to maybe use this pattern, and you can write tests for each individual step. And what a nice thing about it is that you also can reuse certain steps. I will give you examples of that later. I first want to give you a deep dive of the basics, so how the API is defined in Laravel, and then I will give you specific use cases around that. So a pipeline is always separated in 3 different steps. So we first start with a subject. So that's what we use when we call send. We pass in an object or a collection. It can be anything. That's what we call a subject. And for every pipeline that we edit, it can be 1 or many. For every pipeline, it will go through that subject. It will perform something on the subject and then returns it. And eventually, you will have the end result of your object. And Laravel supports multiple ways of passing in a pipeline. So, for example, you can pass in a closure. That's what the documentation, for example, shows you as well, using that. You can just pass in a class string, and Laravel will resolve the class from the container, which is very helpful. Or you can just new up your own class, pass it in as well. So you can just pass in an object, basically. And then finally, you will return it. So if we look at one of these pipe classes, you can see here that we have a basic class. It doesn't extend anything. It has a handle method. The first argument is the subject that it gets, and the second argument is the closure, which is called next. Then we perform our action on our pipe, or in this case, our object. We do something there, and then we return next with the object again. Basically, we're saying here, pass it on to the next pipe. And this approach makes it really easy to swap the order of pipes, because we're just passing to the next pipe, and we don't really care what the next pipe is, because we assume that every pipe can handle whatever the object is and do something with it. So that's the basic setup here. Laravel offers a simple way of changing how this works. So as we saw before here, it's using the handle method, which is the default in Laravel. But if you use the via method, you can set a different method. For example, if you have action classes which have an execute method by default, then you can tell the pipeline, hey, use this method instead. And otherwise, it will by default search for handle, or if you use an invocable class, it will use that instead. And then Laravel has two options. So we have a then method, which will give you a closure with the end result, and you can do something with it. Or you can return the result, so then return. It's a very self-explanatory method name. I personally like to use then return more than then, but yeah, you have two options here, so it's very helpful. And finally, there's an option to dynamically add more pipes to an existing pipeline. So you can just start a pipeline with a few things, and depending on your code, you can add more or less. So this is configurable. And Laravel has this conditional trait that is being used on almost all classes within Laravel. But now it's also used on the pipeline. So with the when method, you can just put in something that returns a Boolean. And then if it's true, it will apply something on the pipeline. So that's very helpful. But you can also do your own if statement and just apply it on the pipeline. It both works. It's just, I guess, preference of syntax in the end. So this is one way of building up a pipeline as well. So I think we have a good understanding of how the API looks in Laravel. You can try this out on your own. You might have already been doing that. But today I want to focus mostly on use cases. When can you use this pattern, and when does it really shine? When is it really helpful? And then you can play around, see it as homework. You can play around with it during the breaks. So Laravel is actually using this pipeline pattern as well inside the code base. Let's have a look at this. So this is the actual kernel class. And you can see here, it creates a new pipeline, it passes in the application. So in this case, the subject is the whole application, and it sends the request. It's the request that's being is the subject. So it sends the whole request through the pipeline, and then the pipeline, the pipes that are in there, are the middlewares. So each middleware that you have defined, wherever that's coming from, it's looping over those middlewares and then passing on next. And you probably have seen it like a lot of times, right? You have a basic middleware class. It has a handle method with a request and a closure. So this is actually the pipeline pattern. It's using it the same way. And that's why you always have to return next request to make it work. Otherwise, the pipeline would stop, and it wouldn't know what to do next. OK, some more examples. At Hospitable, we sync prices between different kind of platforms, like Airbnb and Booking.com. And to do that, we need to make sure that we have the right price in the right currency and with the right markup. And with markup, I mean, for example, you want to have your prices on Airbnb a little bit higher than on Booking.com because the fees on Airbnb are a little bit higher. So you want to have the same revenue from both platforms. So this is where we need to apply a lot of different things on a price. So if we look into this as code, we just start with a value object, we set a base price, and then we apply the pipeline, which will then help us to change the current price to whatever we need at that point in time. So in this case, for example, we start with $100, which is just a float. We turn it into an integer because it's easier to work with. Then we apply the markup, and then we convert it to a different currency. In this case, it might be that it's going from USD to euros, so it's using the actual current exchange rate and translating it to there. So this is where it's really helpful to have a pipeline, because it will just apply the steps. And if we, for example, in the future decide that we have another kind of markup applying, we just add the class there, and it just works. You don't have to change any code. You don't have to change anything in there. So that makes it really powerful. And if we look at one of these pipe classes, you can see here we have the handle method again. In this case, we're extending a base class because we can reuse some things from there. But we start with the value object. We have the back there. We set the current working price. In this case, we're going from floats to integers, so we're setting that value. And what the nice thing is, because you now have a value object or a DTO, we change something in there, but we still have the original price. We just set the current working price, but we still have the initial price set in there. So the next pipe has all this information now. It doesn't have the initial price, but it also has the new working price. So it becomes more valuable to have this object. So you can also be smart about the order of pipes, where you just initialize some data on the object and then start applying things. So that makes it very helpful. And it's very easy to write a test for this specific case. We can just write one test that changes the price, and we can just check against the value object if the actual price is set or not. So that's very helpful. At Hospitable, we also love a lot about AI, and we use it for all kinds of things. But I'm just going to talk about messaging. So whenever we have a message, we have the whole conversation of someone, and to give a correct answer, we need a lot of extra information. And to do that, we use the pipeline pattern to determine that. So this is a little bit of a simplified version of the code, otherwise it wouldn't fit on the screen. But here we build up all the data for the pipeline. So we start with a bag. It's just an empty bag with conditions. So you can use an empty collection or an empty DTO in this case. And we can add all these classes here. So we check, are there any pets involved? Are there any children involved? When is the last message coming in? All that kind of information can be very helpful for generating a message to the host or to the guest. And as you can see, if we just, for example, they're requesting for a parking spot. Well, if we want to add that to one of the messages, we just add one more class, and it just works. The prompt will understand it now. So if we look at one of these classes, it's a very simple class. We just check, are there any number of pets? And if that's the case, then we add the condition to the bag. So we keep track of a list of met conditions. Isn't it annoying that the lid is still stuck to the bottle? Jeez, man. So let's do one more pipe, a little bit more complicated. So you can make these classes as complicated as you like. It can even dispatch a job. It can do an API call. It can do all of those kind of things. So I'm not doing too complicated things, otherwise it wouldn't fit on the screen and you wouldn't be able to read it. But you can go as far as you want with these kind of things. So that makes it very helpful. And what I really like about the pipeline pattern is that you can combine it with other patterns. Like, for example, if you have action classes, it's very easy to inject an action class in a pipe and just call the action and return something from there. So one more thing where the pipeline pattern really shines is if you have to do a lot of operations on a certain set of data. So let's say you have an incoming request that either creates, removes, updates different kind of things on a model. And the model is connected to multiple other relationships. In that case, it's very hard to do everything in your controller because it's just a lot of logic. And then the pipeline can help out there because you can define each step in separated actions, action clauses that do something. So for example, we have this update commission request. So as you can imagine, updating a commission always starts at a certain start date and might have an end date. So there might be, for some cases, it might be that it needs to create certain fees or certain commission rates at a starting point, but that also means that it might delete certain things at some times. So for example, the end or delete fees clause might, depending on the end date, delete some stuff or just set the end date based on that. So we don't really want all of this logic inside our controller. And this is where the pipeline pattern really makes it easy, because you just have input your request class with all the data that you posted. You can even turn it into a DTO if you like that. And then you can just apply all your actions that you need to do on the database to do this. And then if you wrap all of this in a try-catch or a transaction, it's actually pretty safe to do it this way. So collections are very easy to use with pipelines because it's basically just an array on steroids. So you can call a lot of methods on it and just keep passing on the collection to the next pipe. So usually you can start with an empty collection, like we did with the prompt stuff, we just have an empty collection, or we can start with initial data. But since it's Laravel, we can easily create our own custom collections, which makes it very easy to add custom methods, which makes it a lot easier to work with in pipelines. So let's say we have this controller that returns the health checks of our application. In this case, we want to have a pipeline that sends the health checks collection through certain pipes and then returns. And in this case, we're using the config because we want this to be dynamic. Depending on the environment, we want to do certain checks. So this is where you can combine all kinds of features within the pipelines. And then we have this result, which is the health checks collection. We have a method for it, has failures. Because it's a custom collection, we can add these custom methods to make it easier to read the code and to apply the code as well. So that's when we return the code. And then you can use this for external monitoring tools or use it as a health check in your Kubernetes cluster, anything that works for you. So this is the config, for example. We have the health checks list, and there's a list here of the checks that we're doing. But you can also combine this with environment variables or if statements if you want to. So it's very flexible to do it this way. And then finally, we have the custom collection class. You can easily spin up these things, right? You just create a new collection class, extend the base collection, which is Illuminate support collection. You just add your own methods, and it just works. And it's very easy to work with. So yeah, use that. Lots more examples to go. So if you are reading about pipelines or Googling about pipelines, you will probably see one or two tutorials about using the query builder as an object, because basically it's just an object, you're applying new things to it. And usually with the pipeline pattern, you're adding extra data to it. But in this case, we might be filtering down data. So that's where the query builder comes in. But this is very helpful if you either have a post request or a get request. The query builder can help you very easily start with something and then build it down. So how does that work? So let's say we have a payouts model, and we start with a query. So you start with a query builder. That's the subject that we're going to send through. And then we have the pipelines, and those are just filter clauses. So they just apply a certain condition on the query builder. And then finally, then return. So then return returns to query builder. So the nice thing about it is we can just keep chaining on it, because we know we get a query builder back. We can just call paginate on it, and it just works. So it's very clean code. So if you would like to have like a controller that returns a list for a table, this is a very nice way of doing things, and you can easily extend by adding more filters or not. So if we look at one of these classes, you can see here that we use the when method again, the conditional when method. So if we have a certain condition met, in that case, we are applying a certain condition on the query. And since we return the query again, it will be the filtered query will be passed on to the next query builder, and so on. So you can easily build up these kind of queries. But this makes it very flexible, especially when the query becomes more complicated, when you have to do a lot of joins, or if you have to do something with relationships, or if you have to fetch some kind of data to make a where in. This is very helpful to do it this way, and it makes it very readable. Like if you go to the overview here, if you just want to know how the table is filtered, you just see the classes, and they have a very good name, so it's very easy to understand. And if you want to know more about the specific query, you just click on the class, click through them. Okay, so I want to talk about reusing pipes, because I think that's a very nice way of reusing it, because eventually you just have an object that's being passed through a pipeline, and you can do the same one twice if you want to. And I can give you the boring example of doing like a trim on a string. But within Hospitable, one of our key things that we need to take care of is double booking protection, which means that if we are syncing the calendars for AirbnBbooking.com, if a reservation comes in at the same time, we want to notify the host, because they get penalized if they have a reservation on both platforms at the same time. You can only accommodate one guest at the same time. So we need to protect against that. So for example, in this case, whenever we get a new reservation in, we store the reservation, we check against double booking protection, and then we apply certain availability rules. And what this means is that we block the calendar around the reservation. So you might have a setting where you say, I want to have 1 day extra after a reservation for cleaning. Or in that case, we apply those availability rules to block the calendar after a reservation. And then there might be a parent-child setup where different properties are connected to each other. And then we want to do the double booking protection again, just to make sure that we are actually good. Since we are updating the calendar in those pipe classes, we just want to make sure that we actually did a good job. So that's why we do it twice. But it's totally fine, because we're just passing through the reservation every time, and we can apply the same checks again. So it's working very nicely. I love enums. Who is using enums in their code base? Almost all of you. Nice, nice. So I think enums are a life hack to pipelines, or to reusing pipelines. So earlier we talked about the markup rate, where we applied a bunch of pipes. So we also have the reverse, right? We get the money from, or the price of a room rate from Airbnb, and we want to turn it down to the markup rate, or we want to turn it to the base price that we show them, and that we need to sync again to Booking.com, for example. So to do that, we need to apply it both ways. And this is where an enum is very helpful, because we can just start an enum, and we can add a custom method to it, where we define all the pipes that are part of the enum. So we had the class where it goes from a float to an integer. Well, we can apply it on both pipelines in this case, because the starting result, the price back, is everywhere the same. So in this case, the enum creates a great overview of whatever is possible within the pipelines. And you can just click through the classes if you want to know more. So for example, if we have an action class or a place where we handle this, you can see here that we just pass in the enum as the through method, and just call pipes on it, and it just returns the list of actionable pipelines in there. And it's a very nice way of coding. It's very readable. If you want to know more, you just click through. It's a very, very nice way of doing things. So this is the final use case I want to talk to you about, which is called sagas. So one downside of pipelines is that they run after each other, and there is no way to roll them back, because they're just applying things, and then that's it. You can wrap them in a transaction for your database queries to prevent issues with your database. But what if one of your pipelines is doing an API call to the external world? How do you handle that? How do you return from that? There's no way of doing that. So this is where sagas come into play. And I don't want to go too deep into this matter. I'm going to give you homework again. You can just look it up yourself. But I would just want to give you a basic example of how this works, and then you can try it out yourself. So let's say we have a pipeline here. We work with smart locks, for example. So whenever you have a reservation coming in, we generate a code usually based on the phone number of a guest. So the last 4 digits of their phone number, that's being sent to the API of the lock. And then it will set the lock code. So whenever the guest arrives, they are able to check in with the lock code that they received. So depending on the state of the reservation, we might create the code, or we might update the code, or we might even remove it. But this can throw all kinds of exceptions. For example, the code already exists, or there might be other things happening. So this is where the saga comes in. So this is a very, very basic implementation of a saga. So it's just a collection of events that are happening. And we have this method called add compensation. So whenever something goes wrong, or we expect something might go wrong, we add a compensation to it, which is eventually just a callback that handles a certain exception. As you can see on the compensate method, which we will call on the catch, if you compensate, it will just pass in the exception, and every compensation can use its own way of doing things based on the exception. So if we, for example, look at how this works with a pipeline, we have a new value object. We start the pipeline, we send it through the pipelines, and then on the catch, we have this compensate action, where we pass in the exception, and every compensate can decide on its own exception. So there might be a specific API exception that we are looking for to compensate on. There might be another exception we don't care about, and then we don't compensate. So that's very flexible. One important thing here is that the log code also needs the saga inside the object. So if we're going to send a value object through the pipeline, we need to have access to the saga to add a compensation to it. So I usually just create a new value object, add the saga in the value object, and then pass that along. So how does a pipeline of this look like? So here we're doing the external API call. And then whenever something might go wrong, we add a compensation to it. So we queue a job that will delete the code on the log, for example. So this is where we add that compensation. So in this case, when something goes wrong, we compensate. We will go back to the original state. And we can combine this with a transaction for the database part as well. So the pipeline patterns it's all coming down to making it easier to understand your code. The options are endless. I hope you learned something about how you can apply this to your own code base. You get some ideas from this. That's the whole goal of it. And if you have any use cases you want to show me today, I will be walking around in the pink shirt. So finally, no pizza images. This is a stroopwafel, which is a Dutch cookie. Hospitable is sponsoring a fresh stroopwafel truck this year. I think it's in your booklet as well. Make sure you grab a delicious Dutch cookie today. Maybe we can eat one together. And come say hi to us in the pink shirts. Thank you. Oh my God.
I have questions.
You have questions? Okay, let's.
I have questions. So, Juren Divine is asking, can one of the steps invoke an early return of the pipeline without throwing an exception?
I haven't tried. I don't know. I think it will break because it expects to return next always.
Okay.
You could just not do anything in the pipeline and just return next instead.
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way, yeah.
Okay.
It might throw an exception. I don't know. I haven't tried. I don't write breakable code, maybe. I don't know. Like my AI helps me. It just doesn't write those kind of stuff.
That's always the right answer.
Yeah.
Sari is asking how to prevent a pizza pipeline to accept pineapple.
That's a good one. You should add a pipeline at the end that removes any pineapple. Yeah. I think it works. Yeah.
And I'm asking, what's your thoughts about pineapple on pizza?
I don't like it, but my wife eats it, so I have to accept it, that it exists.
Either way, you're getting me tricky. Okay.
But I don't eat it myself, so.
Okay, that's all. A big applause for Bobby.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bobby. So, my slides. Can I have my slides? They're here. So I'm going to call our next speaker before the break. So she traveled around 600 kilometers from Germany. She is, and I'm quoting her, the full stack witch. And I gotta say, she has a pretzel taste for code. Please welcome Diana Scharf.
Hello, Laracon. First talk is done. I hope you're not too hungry after hearing the talk of the pizza overlord himself. I'm, as always, honored to speak at Laracon. And especially today, I'm very happy that I'm this early in the conference, because I know how it is this evening. You will have some dinner with friends, and then a drink, and then another drink, and another. And tomorrow, your brains will be very tired, and your brains will be pretty challenged with the topic. We are going to talk about word embeddings, but before we start, my name is Diana Scharf. As Kaneko mentioned, I'm from Germany. I hail from the land of pretzels, Bavaria. And it might be an unpopular opinion, but beer is not the best thing from Bavaria. Pretzels are. Yes, I am the full-stack code witch at Beyond Code. Some people say a full-stack software developer, but that's boring. And yeah, we do all kinds of great things. For example, Tinkerwell or Laravel Herd, which is great. And yeah, so if you want to know more about me, just at the moment, go to Blue Sky. Who knows which social network will be tomorrow? Or check out my Pinkery links or my website, but that is about me. And before we really start to dive into the rabbit hole of embeddings, because it is a rabbit hole, a little disclaimer. We are going to do low-level word theory here. Low level in the sense that I am not a data scientist. I am not a mathematician. I mean, I do have an engineering degree, technically, but I'm just a developer like all of you. And I am excited about embeddings, and I'm excited about working with them. So I will simplify a lot of things, because you don't have to be a data scientist or an expert or whatever to work with embeddings. Good. With that out of the way, let's get the elephant out of the room and answer the question, what the heck is a word embedding? And each time someone asks me today, yesterday, hey, what you're talking about? Yeah, word embeddings with Laravel. Ha. That's great. You don't know what a word embedding is, right? No. And I'm pretty much sure that a lot of you also don't know what a word embedding is, and that is completely fine because it's very niche. So to answer the question very simply, a word embedding is a vector representation of a word. And that is still pretty abstract. So before we go to why we need word embeddings and what we can actually do with them, let's look what they do on a higher level. You might notice that everything that has to do with AI at the moment, be it ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever, seems extremely intelligent and aware of what we humans want most of the time. But actually, computers don't understand what we want. But what computers understand is math. So embeddings, word embeddings, help computers to work with human semantics. Again, the word semantics. What is semantics? Not everyone might know this. We all know the word syntax, I guess. Syntax is how you have to write your code so it works, at least syntax-wise. And syntax is something that also exists in language, in English, in German, you name it. But semantics is very different from syntax. Semantics is a science that is about finding out what and why a symbol or a character or a bunch of characters, so a word, means that what it means to us. For example, what is a cat? When I think of cat, I think of something like that. A fluffy black ball, thinking about world domination. So the English word is cat. Since I'm from Germany, the first thing I might think is Katze, which is German for cat. But someone who was raised in Japan might think neko, and think of the kanji instead of a bunch of characters. So semantics is exactly that. We say katze, cat, neko, but we all mean the simple black fluffy ball. That is semantics of a cat. Good. Usage of embeddings. So when we teach computers to understand human semantics with math, what can they do for us? Bunch of things. We can do semantic search. We can do content moderation. Because if I'm writing a comment like, you are a potato, the computer might not think that it is offensive, but in human context, mostly it is offensive calling someone a potato. We can do text classification and clustering and text similarities. They all play kind of into the same thing, which is like finding similarities between texts and inside of texts. But I bet 99% of you, except Bert, where's Bert? Except this guy, is triggering an embedding each day. Every time you type something into ChatGPT and ask why your code isn't working, it will use embeddings, along with a lot of other things, of course, to find out what you actually want from it. So embeddings are more in your world than you might think. Good. A word embedding is a vector representation of a word. We now know what it is, kind of, and we know what we can do with it. So what is a vector? You might remember something from school, something like that. But also, that is a vector, not the podium, my arm. My arm is a vector in this case, because it has a magnitude, so kind of a length, and a direction to the podium. And vectors can exist, so a vector is a quantity with magnitude and direction in an n-dimensional space. A quantity is something we can measure. And we as humans can imagine vectors with 2 and 3 dimensions pretty well, but since vectors are mathematical entities, they can exist in any number of dimensions, and that is pretty important for later. So, how do we go from cats to something like that? For that, we need an embedding model. And there are a lot of embedding models out there. For example, OpenAI has 1, no, 3. And to create an embedding model, we will not go into detail because we are at Laracon. This is not a data science conference. You basically feed a finite amount of text, that is important, a finite amount of text into an algorithm. And one thing that the algorithm can do is measure the distance from one word to all the other words in the text. And with that, the model kind of learns the context of each word. There are a lot of ways on how to exactly do that, but like I mentioned, we will leave that fun to the Python people. But you will see Python just in a minute, just a warning. Good, but just to give you an example how an embedding model, really much simplified, can be created. We will look at flying objects, so everything that moves in the air. And we will feed a finite and hypothetical body of text into an embedding model, and this embedding model will look at the context of these flying objects in the terms of wings, engine, and altitude. First word is a helicopter. According to our base text and the embedding model, the helicopter does not appear in the context of wings. Why? Helicopter has rotors and not wings. It, however, does appear in the context of engine and altitude. 0 to 3. 0 to 3. Yep, that is a vector. A few more examples. More flying things. A bird has wings. No engine, but it still flies. An airplane is pretty similar to a helicopter, but it has wings. And a bumblebee, well, a bumblebee justifies gravity and physics and everything else. It has wings, certainly no motor, and it flies. So, we have a lot of numbers here. If we take these numbers, these vectors, and plot them out into a Cartesian coordinate system with 3 dimensions, we can actually see the relations between the objects. You might notice that helicopter and airplane are on the same plane, you might see. And a bird and a bee are pretty similar to each other as well, down here, and not very similar to a rocket up there. And like I mentioned, we can actually see in this visualization with our own eyes the relations between the objects. But a computer does not see this. A computer only has the vectors. And since vectors are mathematical entities, we can calculate with them. And therefore, a computer can do this for us. And we don't make calculations with vectors to find out how similar and close and angles and whatever they are. We let the computers do the work of sinus and cosine and tangents and all the horrible things from math class and just use the results to work with them. Good. Word vectors in the real world have more than 3 dimensions, because human context is a difficult thing. And this map, I will zoom in just a second, shows the context and relations of animals in 300 dimensions. So you cannot plot this in a coordinate system anymore. And if I zoom in here a bit, you see that in this corner is the word pet. Here's dog, pretty close to pet, but because a dog is the pet. Evolution did the dog for us humans. And it is also close to home. But cats, however, it's closer to Fluffy than to pet. So the question is, are cats pets? Because maybe there might be a hidden node in this graph which says world domination, who knows? And yeah, if I go up there, top left corner now of the thing, you see that a hamster is also kind of in the middle, down to pet, but also close to mouse. Because in some cultures, it might be that a hamster is more like, yeah, a rodent, or not really a pet. And you see, For example, an elephant is very far away from a pet. Who has an elephant as a pet? I do have PHP elephants, but that's not the topic here. And yeah, so you see, cats maybe are pets, maybe they are not. And like I mentioned, we can calculate with vectors. Therefore, we can't calculate with words. And there is a very famous example in this whole space. So if you know the result of the equation, please don't ruin it for all the others. We take the word king. We subtract the word man, so male human being, and add the word woman. Any ideas? Sorry? Perfect. Smart people. Yes, that's a queen. Think a minute about it. It will make a lot of sense. But still, a lot of theory, a lot of math. We're PHP developers. We already have function in PHP to compare texts and words. Why don't we use these? Going to show you. But before we start, we need to be on the same page. We need to agree that a cat and a dog have more in common than a cat and a car. Okay? Good. So, switching screens, I can do this. Wrong screen, fine. Perfect. Good. So, sip of tea. Here in Tinkerbell, I have one example of a function in PHP comparing words or strings. And the Liebenstein function implements the Liebenstein distance. Liebenstein distance is a minimum operation of minimum number of operations you have to do to replace, insert, or delete to transform one string into another. So the higher the value here, the less similar the words are. And if I run this for cat and dog, I get the value 3, and for cat and car, I get the value 1. So according to the Liebenstein distance, a cat and a car have more in common than a cat and a dog. But PHP literally has a similar text function. And again, it returns the number of matching characters in both strings, and you see cat and car don't share any character, but a cat and a car share 2. The Liebenstein distance is great for different things, for example, finding typos or something, but comparing characters, when it comes to comparing semantic of words and things, doesn't make any sense. And for that, of course, you might have guessed it, we are going to use embeddings. And we will use the embeddings endpoint of OpenAI later. But before we do that, I fell into a rabbit hole, like I mentioned. And during my research, I saw some things. So we are going to do a very short detour into Python land and work with a real embedding model. Everyone's fine seeing the code? Yes, good. So this very first cell in this Google Colab notebook is downloading an implementation of the GLOVE model. GLOVE stands for Global Vector, and this was an open source project from the University of Stanford around 10, 11 years ago, so embeddings have been around for quite some time. And even if it's not that recent, this model was trained on the Wikipedia text of 2014 and Gigaword, so that's basically Twitter and some news feeds. It is a very good starting point to play around with embeddings. I already executed the first cell because you need to download the model, and that can take some time. And this model has a similarity function, and takes 2 arguments. And with that, we can compare a cat to a dog. And this function will return a value between 0 and 1. 0, not similar at all. 1, basically the same thing. Any guesses? I don't hear a thing. 7 what? 0.9. So according to the GLOVE implementation, a cat and a dog are pretty similar. So just to make it complete, a cat and a car. More guesses? 42. Have you ever seen a cat? 0.36. I mean, I guess a cat and a car, yes, they exist on planet Earth, both together. At least for the car. About cats, I'm not sure if they have expanded in the universe and haven't told us about it. Yeah, but you see, it makes a lot of more sense to use embeddings to actually compare semantics of words. And the cool thing about the model is it comes with the most similar cosmil function. Cosmil is short for cosine multiplication. I'm not going into detail. And this function takes positives and negative. Positive is king and woman, because these were the things that are adding in the function, in the equation, sorry. And negative is man. And this function will return a list of words along with the similarity value that are closest to the result of this vector calculation. You might have guessed it. The very first entry is queen with 0.9. So this is a real calculation with words and vectors. Good. Back to that. So, how can we use embeddings with Laravel? Because this is what you want to know. Like I mentioned, we are going to use the embeddings endpoint of OpenAI. Just a short note, you need an API subscription for that, so only ChatGPT will not be enough, as far as I know. And currently, OpenAI offers 3 embedding models in version 3, small and large version, as well as the ADA version, the ADA model in version 2. And these models differ in price per 1 million of tokens that are processed, and of course in their performance. Performance for these models is measured in MTEB. MTEB is Massive Text Embedding Benchmark, and it does all kinds of things like measuring the performance of these models in terms of text similarity and clustering of text. And while 60%-ish of performance might not seem very high, it is pretty good. You can use the large model for tasks with a high accuracy, but it is pretty expensive. And the ADA model is, according to OpenAI, and they're very detailed write-up on their website about these models, the best compromise to get started with the 3. And with that, congratulations, you have finally met ADA. Not only this model, but also before the whole renaming thing happened, the embeddings endpoint was named after Ada Lovelace, this inspiring, amazing woman living in the 19th century who told herself, with the help of a teacher, math, which was not accepted by society at the time for women. And next to that, she just casually wrote the very first computer algorithm ever without even having a computer, because all that existed at that time was the theoretical model of her friend Charles Babbage. I guess women in tech, we're always kind of the crazy good people. Good crazy, of course. So, with that, back to more endpoints. You cannot send thousands of pages of text to these endpoints. There's a limit. And per request, that limit is 8,191 tokens. And a token is not a character, and you might have heard of the term token usage whenever you have to figure out how much you have to pay OpenAI each month. And a token is a sequence of characters converted into a numerical format. OpenAI's tokenizer is called TickToken. It's, of course, written in Python. But there is a port for PHP as well, which we will look at now. Good. So, this is a resource list for this tokenizer. And you see it's basically a very long string of words and word parts with numbers. So for example, you see the word, I don't know, the word part OOK, like in webhook, for example, but also common words like very. Oh, sorry. Believe me, very is somewhere in there. And with this tokenizer, we can tokenize an example string. Hello, Laracon EU will result in these 5 tokens. Hello, very common word, so it has its own entry in the list. EU as well, abbreviation for Europe, you name it. And of course, exclamation mark as well. Laracon, however, for normal people, it's not a word, not a common word, so it is made up of 2 word parts. Ignore the funny G's, that's just an encoding thing. However, when we work with embeddings or tokens in general, we are not interested in an exact number in the list, which token is which one. We just want to know the number. So we can, of course, call the count method as well and pass the embedding model that we are going to use, because tokenization differentiates between different models, and we get as well 5 tokens. But no one is going to embed the string hello Laracon EU. So let's look at the longer text. Laravel documentation, collections. Who has ever read through the whole collections page? Some time ago, but yes. So this wonderful document, it's a markdown that I downloaded, has around 12,000 words, which results, according to the tokenizer of OpenAI, in 30,000 tokens. So you definitely have to split up this page if you want to embed it. And all in all, it's still the cost, US dollars, 0.0029-ish. Not very much, because embedding models are very cheap. And as soon as we send something to the OpenAI endpoint, this will be the response. That is a vector. So basically, a very long list of numbers, 1,536 in this case, to be exact. So now we have a vector. What are we going to do with the vector? Storing it would be a great idea, I guess. As Laravel developers, our easiest way to store a vector is by using a Postgres database that comes with the PG vector extension. And this is integrated in Laravel Herd as well. Not that I had my hand in adding the PG vector extension. And it's pretty easy to set up. You can start right away. It comes with a few handy functions that I will just show you. Technically, you can store vectors in other databases as well, MySQL, SQLite, and do the vector calculations in PHP, but that gets very slow very fast. So we better stick with Postgres. And like I mentioned, this PG vector function extension comes with a lot of very handy math functions in the database, directly in the database, that can help us to work with vectors. And it also extends Postgres by a vector data type, exactly for this use case. And of course, we can add an index to this vector column, and that is another topic which I will not cover today because that is a lot of fine-tuning included. So, I did, after some research, and when I just looked out of the rabbit hole, something that every excited developer does. I created a package. It's far from done, it's far from perfect. But, you know, exciting developers doing exciting things. The Ada Laravel package lets you get started with embeddings right away in your Laravel app, and you can create embeddings for your models simply by using a trait on the model, the has embeddings trait. And with this has embeddings trait comes a method that lets you embed content about your model. So I'm having papers here because we are going to look at a demo website just in a second. And we simply call the embed method on this paper model, give it a key for our reference, so what are we embedding about this model, and then, of course, the content that we want to embed. And like I mentioned, our demo website is this little website of the Ada Lovelace Institute for Digital Wildlife. And this website contains papers about, for example, the PHP elephant. It's very fascinating. And each paper, of course, has a title and some content and nothing more, because we just need some example text to work with. And like I mentioned, we can use the embed method to embed the content of a paper. Tokenization can take some time, which is why I did this beforehand for all the papers on this website. And instead, I'm going to show you what this method does under the hood. So here's the trade and the embed function. Key and content are coming in as parameters. And the first thing that this method does is pulling an index class from the app container. And this is because this package is not specified for OpenAI. If you want, you can implement your own index for, let's say, OneEdge.ai and use their embeddings endpoint. And the index implementation is an abstract class, and it contains everything that you need to work with a certain type of embedding provider. So, for example, of course, the API methods to actually call their endpoints, as well as tokenization is also different for each model, and splitting the text into parts to send them to their endpoint. And after we did that, the index will, with help of the tokenizer, split up our context into embeddable chunks. So 8,191 tokens-ish maximum. And this will return an array of embedding Laravel models. It's important, so I don't lose you. This is not an embedding model, it's a Laravel model that is coming with the package embedding. And we're just creating the reference to the Laravel model that we called the method on, because this is a morphable relationship in the database, so for the type and the ID, and then we just save it with the content and dispatch a job. And this job will simply call the embed function on the index, and this is basically doing the request to OpenAI, hey, give me my vector for my text. And like I mentioned, I already did that for pretty much every paper on this website. So for example, the very first one, paper relation, ID, the key, what are we embedding, the text of the embedding, and yes, here's a vector again. So that's nice and all, but what do we do with that? Long list of numbers, I cannot read that. But what I can do is ask a question on this website, because this is a semantic search. I want to know, where does PHP elephant live, so I can get some more. Oh, a PHP elephant thrives in silicon forests, rich in data streams. Its diet includes mineral-rich plants like conductive bamboos. So you have to believe me that if I would cross-check that with the paper, it is not a one-to-one copy. But it's right. It just is an answer to my question based on the embedding of this paper. And this is not a wide-like search. This is using embeddings. So here is, first in Thinkover, so you can see what we're actually doing. Here are two ways to use the semantic search. I called the method for the semantic search lookup to not get in the way with Laravel Scout and the search method. And because it is more than just a search, it is like looking up information in a library. And this method takes just the query if you want, but you can further customize your search by passing a custom prompt, which we will get in a second. Or you can just limit the search, the vector search, to a certain type of models by passing a callback. So if you want to, for example, only look for embeddings related to the paper class. And at first, also, this method pulls an index, because we, again, need to embed something. We need to embed the query. So where does the PHP elephant live? What is the context and the semantics of this question? And we will get back a vector. And with this vector, we can perform a nearest neighbor search on the database. And that is here. Okay. And this nearest neighbor search, basically, it's running in Postgres, so it's very fast. It looks which vectors are most similar in terms of angle to the vector of our query. We're using the cosine distance here. Not going into any detail, because OpenAI says it's the best when working with their models. So I'm doing that. And we get a list of vectors, of course, that are closest to our query vector, and we take the first one. And with that result, we don't only have the vector, we have the content as well. And with that content, we can create a prompt, and you might have seen a prompt like this before. You are a chatbot that helps answering questions based on context. And that is the easiest task for each ChatGPT endpoint, because we're going to send this prompt, replace the placeholder with the context from the database, of course, and we're going to send it to GPT 3.5 Turbo. Yes, this old thing. And this will exactly return the result that you just saw on the website. Good. Play, please. Perfect. And this is everything. That's a basic flow of implementing a semantic search into your Laravel app. It's that easy. Of course, you have to start by embed the query or question, and then you perform the nearest neighbor search. You could stop there. You could just show the most relevant papers for the question and let the user find the answer by themselves. But of course, you could send it to a generative endpoint as well. Like I mentioned, this talk only scratched the surface of what you can do with embeddings. There is a lot more to talk about in terms of fine-tuning the vector depth and which model to use and which distance to use. But it's a very exciting topic. There is a lot of excitement going on in our space about how intelligent AI is and what you can do with ChatGPT. And that is true. It's exciting and sometimes morally gray, but it is great technology-wise. But embeddings are a different kind of intelligent. Embeddings allow you to make your app intelligent in your very own app's context. You can build better content moderation. You can just try to understand your users better. And every time I talk about embeddings, I get goosebumps because I'm very excited. But thank you. Happy embedding. Talk resources here.
I have questions.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So first question. First question comes from Lucas. He is asking, how does word embeddings handle words with multiple meanings? For example,
Again.
come closer. So how word embeddings handle words with multiple meanings? For example, bat, as
Yes.
being a bat,
Yes.
or bat?
Yeah, like a baseball bat.
Yeah.
So basically, that is exactly the thing. It's depending on the context of the initial text. So if you, for example, feed the embedding model a text that is only like about animals and wildlife and whatever, and not about sports, so a bat is always that, a bat. If you like feed it a whole library where everything is in it, animals and sports and whatever, it might create either two vectors for bat, that depends on how exactly the model is working, or it will then, that is a fine-tuning thing, and you will have to use the right vector distance to get the right result. So that is very depending on the model and the fine-tuning.
So it depends.
It depends. I can talk like 2 hours, it's fine.
I'm used to that excuse, like, it depends. Depends. So this question is from our friend, the anonymous user.
Yes, my best friend, yes.
So the anonymous user is asking, from the word similarity, is pretzel a cookie? Can we check it?
Okay.
Or you have the answer right away?
I don't know, I did not check. I have no idea. So according to glove model, we can see if it works. I don't know if it knows what a pretzel is, because you might remember it's 10 years old.
Can we have Diana's screen, please?
See, similarity.
One sec.
Pretzel and cookie. We could, yeah, maybe just check it.
Just mirror.
Oh yeah, mirroring.
Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. Ooh. Maybe
Almost.
not that much.
Almost. Thank you for your talk. Please, a big thank you for Diana. Thank you. My screen, please. Yeah. So this was Diana. So we're going to do a quick break. We'll see each other here back in 30 minutes. Okay? See you soon. good? Good. And we're back. Is everybody in? Everybody here? Who's missing? All good? All good. So, are you enjoying? No, apparently no. There's more, I like that better. Yeah. So let's continue our program. Our next speaker, he traveled 117 kilometers all the way from Belgium. He's a content creator on YouTube, and he's a certified drone pilot. A triathlete devotee. Please welcome Bert.
All right, can you hear me in the back? All right, I must say, this is really happening. I must be honest, I'm very, very nervous for this. This is my first time speaking, so please be kind. Thank you. All right, so helping out frustrated Bob. I'm here to tell you a little story. And yeah, it's actually based on a true story. So in every true story, I change the names, the locations, and everything for privacy of the client. And it's a story about Bob. And I've been getting a lot of questions. Yeah, who is that Bob guy over on Twitter? Well, are you ready to meet Bob? Yes. All right. This is Bob. Just a normal guy. But Bob is a manager. And well, his task is to assign other tasks to his coworkers. And he does a following up of those tasks. And afterwards, he does the reviews of those tasks as well. In the end, he does the reporting towards the clients with the bills, of course, of the hours that are being spent for that tasks. But as you can see, Bob, well, Bob is not happy. He has a lot of frustration. And, well, we can fix that, and I will show you that in a bit, where we fixed a few little things with some easy things that we implemented in his project. But by the way, I am Bert, actually Bert, but my name is Bert on the internet, and I'm a founder developer at Vulpo, and there's a digital studio based in Wetteren in Belgium, and we mainly do custom stuff, mainly use Laravel for that, and we do a lot of white label work as well. We help other dev teams as well with their projects to help them build their web projects with confidence. So if you ever need any assistance, give me a call, give me a tweet, or just bump into me. And I also have this thing called the YouTube channel. And for you guys, very important is that little button over there. So if you would be kind to just press that. Thank you. All right. I also love to be offline. And being offline, I play a lot of dog frisbee with my dog, so you can spot me in a park or whatever, but she's retired now, so we're taking it easy. And I also compete in triathlons, so I love to push myself to the limit. And I love to spend a lot of time with these guys, my 2 kids and my lovely wife. And by the way, her name is Caroline, and she's doing an amazing job as a mother, and it's because of her that I can do what I do. I can travel the world, see conferences, also compete in triathlons thanks to her. And I want to take the opportunity here to thank her for that. So where I live, normally in Dutch we say dank u wel for thank you. But in Ghent we say a lot of merci, which is the French word for thank you. And her name is Caroline. And well, you can split that in Car-o-line or a car-o-line. And I want to ask your assistance for this one. We're going to say merci Caroline in you could repeat it on the count of 3, right? So 1, 2, 3. All right, great. Well, what I want to do, I want to record that and send that to her. Is that fine for you guys? All right. Whew. All right. Okay, are you guys ready? Yes. 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. I hope she loves that. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. But I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about helping out frustrated Bob. Well, Bob had a web application which grew over time, And eventually, like every application that grows over time, it became a real mess. And eventually, it all went to bits and pieces, and the thing just crashed. We wrote the whole thing in Laravel and Livewire, and that's basically the end of the talk, but thanks, bye. No, just kidding. I created a little demo app to show you a few things that we did. I'm just going to switch back to the laptop here to show what we did. So I have, if you can see my screen, great. I'm just going to refresh here. All right, so Bob at Bob's Company. A lot of eyes on me, and typing is not working. And a very secure password of password. All right, so I recreated this little demo application. We have a list of tasks, we have a detail page, we have a dashboard overview, so you can just get the feel of what this, there we go, of what this application does. All right, but after a few months after the rebuild, we received an email saying, hey, the pages are taking some time to load, it's also flickering, like there's a page in between. There are two things here we need to fix, the loading time and the flickering. And, well, we did some measuring, and we found out that the client actually had a lot more users, being a lot more data, and a lot more problems. Like Biggie would have said, a lot more data, a lot more problems. All right, so we introduced Livewire Navigate, which is giving the spa feeling to the client. And I'm not talking about these kind of spa, but I'm talking about an SPA, which is the single-page application. I know what I did there with the animation. The A should have been in front, not in the middle, but OK. All right, cool, but how does that actually work? Well, Livewire basically is going to prevent the browser to visit the new page. It will request it in the background, and will replace the body, title, and URL along with the fly. All right, but there's more. We are actually having a prefetch of that page during the click. So whenever you start clicking, it's already prefetching. By the time you release your click, the page is already there. And we can also do that on hover. And in our case, we did that. So we're actually having the user hover the link, and when it's already requested in the background by doing so. And when the user decides to click the link, it's instantly replaced. Well, let's do the thing. OK, so I have the code over here, and I want to do this in the navigation. Whoops, that's not right. In the navigation blade. And this will work because I have Livewire components. Whoa, this is too small for you guys, right? Let's do this. All right. So because we have Livewire components on the page, we have the Alpine thingy loaded as well. And we are able to do here like wire navigate.hover. And I want to do this not only here, but also here. That's not the right one. Sorry. There we go. And I need to do this wherever I have a nav link. So I also need to put it in here and in here. And you already saw the task list. I also want that to be happening on the list links as well. So we're opening up the task list. And in here, I have an href somewhere. Here we go. All right. Let's actually see how that looks. Let's open up the DevTools here and the Network tab. And I also have the fetch XHR already ready for us. So whenever I will hover, you see it's already loaded. And if I decide to click, it's instantly replaced. Also the same thing with the task titles, the task links. They're already loaded in. And if I decide to click, it's instantly replaced. Well, I think that is kind of cool. Well, we fixed the flickering thing. We gave the spa feeling towards our client. And we had some smooth transitions, no more pages in between. But we received another email just a few weeks after. Hey, we should be able to search the content of the description and maybe the assigned colleague as well. So we need to do the things he requests. We need to update the search scope. And we have Eloquent, of course. So Eloquent to the rescue. We have some amazing things in there. So let's dive in again. This is really nerve-wracking. Okay, let's close this up. And we're in, let me see, which one is it? Task model. All right, so I have a relation assignee, which belongs to a user, and I have the search scope where and things like that. I could actually just write another or where in there, and that'd be the end of it. But we have, of course, Eloquent, and since Laravel 11, I just did this in a tiny little snippet because I don't like typing in front of you guys. So since Laravel 11, we have the opportunity to use the where any, which takes in an array of all the things we need to search on, like the value. And there's another thing. Instead of having a where has relation and a query in there, we could just easily do or where relation assignee name, like the value we're looking for. And I need to add a semicolon at the end. And let's test that out, right? So let's head over to Google Chrome here. And for example, I want to search Bob. The only task Bob is doing, we can search the assignee. If I remove this again, and I want to, like, this sentence over here, query the sentence, I get that single task that we're looking for. Cool. Let's head back to the slides. All right. Cool. So we use the where any, which is kind of a cool function in Eloquent, in my opinion. We use the where relation, and this one is one of my favorites, to be honest. And we improved the developer experience, which will benefit in the long run for the client as well, because code is breathing, code is more readable, so we're implementing things faster. But of course, the client sends us another email. And this is a boatload of text, but I have a summarization for that. So they're losing a lot of time. They need to refresh the pages to see the current situation of tasks. And also, one employee didn't notice she had a task, or he had a task, I don't want to tell anyone, until she or he refreshed the page, which kind of is a cache burner. All right, so let's actually fix that with polling. All right, cool, very cool. But how does that work? Imagine you have a server and a client. Well, the client will send a request out to the server, hey, do you have an update for me? The server will check the database and eventually respond with 99% of the time, nope, I have nothing for you. And that goes on and on again until one time the database is updated and the response of the request is, hey, yes, I have an update, here is the update. And that happens by default in Livewire every 2.5 seconds. Let's quickly implement that. All right. So in every page that we have data that we want to refresh every now and then, we can write wire poll, and I want it every 10 seconds because 2.5 is just too fast to demo this. All right, so this is the task list. I also have the dashboard component view, and in here, and I also want it for the employee because I have 2 role sets here. Not here, there we go. And if I now refresh here, get rid of this, put it on the side, and open a new window right there, and I have another colleague, of course, Jess, at bobscompany.com with a very, very secure password of password. And it was wrong, all right. I can't even type passwords. Okay, so whenever, let me quickly refresh this because, you know, all right, so a task to Jess is assigned, and if I change the state to doing, well, we can wait up until 10 seconds, and normally it should be getting in right there, all right, it changed. Well, that was it. That was as easy as updating wire poll to our pages, of course. But very easy, right? But it's very resource intensive. Imagine you have more than 100 users pulling the backend every 2.5 seconds. Well, that could be disastrous. And in Bob's company, he had more than 150 users, not concurrent users, but just imagine they're polling constantly. we can do better. All right. What if we could update or send an update only if there is an update to our tasks? Well, I know what you're thinking. Reverb. All right. Cool. Reverb is one of the coolest things in Laravel, in my opinion, because it's implemented with WebSockets. And WebSockets is, well, I use WebSockets for the last decade in IoT devices that I do. So how does that work, right? We need to install Reverb, which in our project is already done. We need to install Echo, we need to do some configuration, and then we need to run a socket server. Luckily for us, the most work is running this little command, PHP artisan install broadcasting. This will install Echo for us and do the configuration for us. All right, but how does that work in the end? Imagine, again, server client. Client requests a server with a handshake negotiation. The backend will process that and respond with OK or no OK whenever it suits the negotiation that was requested. And eventually, the HTTP request gets upgraded to a WebSocket. So let's recap that. So the request from the client with a handshake negotiation, the server will respond, and eventually the HTTP request gets upgraded to a WebSocket. And from that point on, we can communicate in both directions without any single HTTP request in between. I think that is pretty cool. All right, let's do that. And this is the most stressful part, so please be kind. OK, let's first of all get rid of all the things we've done until now, because the polling will interfere with everything we want to do here. Let's close that up. And I have warp over here. And it's already suggesting, because it knows what I'm doing, PHP artisan install broadcasting. And I have internet, so yes, I want to install the node dependencies as well, otherwise this little thing won't work. OK, it's already suggesting that I would make an event, because I already did this pre-run like a million times. PHP artisan make event, test task event. All right, let's create that. That creates an event in the app events directory for us. So let's get back to the VS Code. And let's open up that task event. OK, great. Now, we want this task event to be broadcasted. So we need to actually implement broadcasting as well. So implements should broadcast, but for now, I'm going to use broadcast now because I don't want to set up queues. This would take us way too far for this demonstration. And I also want not a private channel, but just a regular, whoops, there we go, a regular channel. And let's name it Laracon. All right, let's save that. Cool. So whenever something changes in our application to one of those tasks, I want to broadcast this event. So we need to dispatch this event on every action we do with a task. But it's easily forgotten to adjust one little detail. So we need to do that in create, update, and assign, and whatever. But I only want to do that in the task model itself. And in here, what I like to do, I have a snippet for that, because otherwise I would be doing some crazy stuff. All right, let's import that as well. OK, that's normal. There we go. So what I'm doing here, I'm hooking in the protected static function booted. And every time a task is created, assigned, so updated, eventually that is a saved action, because it's saved to the database. Whenever that happens, I'm hooking into that, and I'm dispatching on the saved static event that is normal in Laravel. All right, so we're now dispatching. We still need to listen for it. Let's open up the, not here, the dashboard component. In the dashboard component, and I also have this in the snippet. Thank you, Freek, for telling me how to do this. There we go. And I also need to import the on attribute. All right, so we have a public function, listen for event, which is telling this dispatch towards the front end, hey, you need to refresh this little component here. And we're doing that using an on attribute of Livewire on the, with Echo on the Laracon channel for a test event. I'm just going to quickly show you how you can mess this up. If you do this with a capital E, it won't work. If you put a space in between, also won't work. That ruined like 2 days of my life. All right. Okay, so I'm not only doing this in the component, but I'm also doing this in the task list component. There we go. The same one, the snippet number 4, and I need to import the on attribute. There we go. And all there's left is start the reverb server, and I hope, please pray with me. Mr. Joe Dixon, pray with me, thank you. I'm going to refresh here and refresh here, so I am clearly on the new connection with Reverb WebSockets in there, and if I now assign this to doing, it's instantly broadcasted and refreshed on the other end. Whew, that worked, great. Let's head back to the slides. So, WebSockets are very, very powerful, and I love working with them. And at Vulpo, we tend to use them quite often nowadays. So yeah, but I know this example, we could optimize further using private channels and only dispatch towards those users that are impacted by the change of their tasks and not all the tasks. But yeah, but eventually, we went from Sad Bob to Happy Bob. And I know what you're thinking. He did not even get older, but, well, Dolly took my money. I'm very sorry about that. But what I'm trying to say here with this talk is we have so many amazing things out there. We have all this awesome, eloquent stuff. We have Reverb. We have things like Filament PHP. We have Splade. We have everything out there. Just use it and build awesome stuff with it. So yeah, before I leave you, I see you have a little time on the clock. I'm from a city called Ghent. And who does know Ghent? All right, great. We have the Gentse Feesten, which is like a street festival for 10 days, and I kid you not, we have people starting the first day, coming back home on the 10th, which is kind of brutal. But we also have this thing, Devs Ghent. It's actually a meetup group that I'm hosting together with a guy called Freek van der Herten. You might know him. And together with Elian, we are organizing every 2 months on the last Wednesday of the month. We have beer, pizza, speakers. And if you ever are in Ghent, be sure to attend or even speak. We're always looking for speakers. And by the end of this talk, I still have this thing. That button is still over there. I even made it easier for you guys. I put it in a little QR code, which takes you directly to the channel. And thank you so much.
Now it's all on. Great talk, buddy.
Thanks.
I get questions.
Questions?
Ooh. Yeah. So Vlad is asking, what was the biggest challenge so far using Reverb?
Getting it running in a Plesk environment.
And what?
In a Plesk environment. So we ended up using Forge because it wasn't running elsewhere. So,
was easier?
Yeah, just to click on a button. So yeah, Forge. Thank you.
Woohoo. So the anonymous user.
Ooh. That one.
Is asking, what was the biggest triathlon that you ever had?
Oh, the biggest, I only do half
most
distance.
challenging.
Yeah, the half distances. The most challenging one, they're all challenging in one way, but the most brutal one was Gerardsbergen, which is, not a flat one, but a hilly part. And we had to climb a lot and run also uphill. So that was really...
It hurt.
It hurt. Yeah.
Thank you once again. Big applause for Bert. So, moving on. Our next speaker before lunch. He traveled around 300 kilometers all the way from the United Kingdom. He's a full stacker by day, by night. I'm quoting him. An unconventional Laravel blogger. And I'm mad at him because of this. He's still not a Marmite fan. Please welcome Ryan Chandler.
Can you all hear me? Yeah, loud and clear. Cool. Right. Perfect. All right, hello. Welcome to Laracon EU, and welcome to my talk, From Zero to Static Analysis Hero. Let's start off with a little bit about me, in case you don't know who I am. My name is Ryan. I'm a software engineer and recently joined the Laravel team, where I'm working on Forge, Vapor, Envoy. I think this is my 3rd week full-time in the role, so it's all still very fresh. I'm from Essex in the UK. I don't expect you all to know where that is, so I typically just say it's right outside of London. If you want to follow me on Twitter/X or Blue Sky, you can find me using that handle. Or if you want to do some light reading while you eat lunch, you can visit my website where I publish blog posts and write about programming stuff. So, static analysis. Put your hands up. I can hardly see you, but put your hands up if you think you know what static analysis is. Okay, mixed bag. We've got a few aficionados here getting ready to fact check me. No pressure. So for those of you who don't know what it is already, I've come prepared with this wonderful statement from Wikipedia that says, static analysis is the analysis of computer programs performed without executing them. Or to put it into simpler words, static analysis tells you things about code but doesn't actually run it. Now, when we say the words static analysis, most of us tend to think about PHP stan or SAM, but it's actually a generic term that covers quite a wide range of tools. And I actually like to describe the different types of tools with a scale, one that focuses on spice levels. Do we have any fans of spicy food? Anyone? Again, yeah, mixed bag, cool. So on one end of the spectrum, you've got your mild, sort of plainish levels of spice, things like syntax checkers. They make sure your PHP code is actually valid PHP code. Tools that count the number of lines of code in a project, or even documentation generators for your APIs or even your code. They're just looking at your code and figuring out what's what from doc blocks. These tools don't really get in the way. They don't make you sweat or panic. They do a really simple job, and they normally do it quite well. And then you move up the scales a little bit, and you get to your medium spice levels. You have things like linters. They do their job. They do slightly more than a regular syntax checker, telling you about the casing of method names or the placement of your braces, tabs versus spaces, like silly things that nobody ever argues about. And then you've got your code formatters that take some of that information and basically fix it for you. And they're good. They typically stay out of the way. And then you have your traditional static analyzers like PHP stan or SAM running in easy mode. They're not doing a lot, just the basics. But all of these types of tools are still relatively simple. There's a bit more to it when it comes to configuring them, a little bit of bike shedding with your team about whether variables should be snake-cased or camel-cased. But you talk about it, come to a decision, and then forget about it until someone new joins the team and questions everything. But for the most part, they put in a good shift, and you never really have to worry about them unless there's something wrong. And then the very end of the scale is where you find the hot, spicy, and for most people, hard to manage category of tools. So these are things like PHP stan or SAM, but running at really high or max levels. Every single opinion or feature that the tool has will be enforced on your code. And you'll either really enjoy it, like you spice lovers, and have a great time looking at infinite type errors, or it will slowly drive you insane and you'll start to suffer. And then you get humans, us, because we are just biological static analyzers. You know, we write code, but we spend more time reading it and figuring out what it does. And we're also incredibly opinionated for the most part, just like PHP stan or SAM when it comes to programming, whether we've got our own ideas of what code should look like or ideas that we've picked up from others. Now, I'm not a psychology professional. This isn't a psychology presentation, so we'll take humans out for now. But it's a good thing to keep in mind as you listen to this talk, because you'll notice that a lot of the stuff that static analyzers are capable of will actually negate the human part of the question. So we've got our 3 spice levels, and I think most people can relate to the emojis. Your mild spice tools like syntax checkers, they're easily manageable, no struggles, they stay out of the way. Then the medium spice tools, you're still pretty happy, you're comfortable, you're not fidgeting at the dinner table, but in some cases you might think it's a little bit too much. And then the spicy ones, where the majority of people would rather avoid them because they tend to inflict pain. You're constantly battling error messages, trying your hardest to suppress them, but they get a second wind and they come back to bite you. So I've only got like 25 minutes for this talk, so I want to narrow down the context a little bit, because I could be up here for hours talking about this, and focus on static analysis that falls into the medium spicy range, since I think that's where most developers will see the gains and benefits. Specifically, I want to talk to you about conformance. Now, everything I talk about is going to be focused around PHP Stan, since I'm pretty sure this is the most popular static analyzer in the ecosystem, and some of you are probably already using it. So what do I mean by conformance? Well, as your code executes, the PHP engine is basically going through a long list of things that need to be checked, a bit like SpongeBob's list here. And this is what we call runtime or dynamic analysis. So these runtime checks are designed to prevent these sort of things. So using a class that doesn't exist, or calling a method that doesn't exist. Could be something simple, like a spelling error. We can have a method or function where we've given the wrong number of arguments, or even the wrong type of argument. And these errors can actually have a huge impact on your project or product if they make it all the way to production. Your users are going to see 500 server error when they try to do anything, which normally leads to more support requests, which could ultimately end up with a loss of income because your users aren't going to be too happy with you. But the exact checks that PHP performs at runtime are the exact same checks that a static analyzer like PHP Stan performs, but the only difference is PHP Stan does it before and without running your code. So some of you might be saying, well, PHP Storm does that, or VS Code does that, and you're not wrong. Those tools can do some of, or most of those checks, but you're assuming that all IDEs are created equally. Think of the poor developers who can't figure out how to quit Vim, Sorry, Vim users, if there are any. I'm sure you would have said something. But different IDEs and developers use different configs. And it's quite hard to get those different editors to behave exactly the same when they're built fundamentally different. You could force everyone on your team to use the same editor to combat that, but then you've got the opinionated humans in the equation again. Everyone has their own personal preference. Another group of you might also be thinking, well, I've got tests that can catch these problems. And tests are great, but they normally are written to prove correctness rather than incorrectness. So making sure that a method returns the right value when given the right arguments, that sort of thing. For your tests to actually act like a static analyzer, you need 100% test coverage, which the majority of projects won't have and shouldn't have. Writing tests to cover every single scenario or code pathway is a huge time investment, and honestly, 99% of the time, it's not worth it. What's most important to us is that our code is doing what we expect to happen, what most of us will call the happy path. So a tool like PHP Stan should work in addition to your IDE and tests. It does the same checks that PHP does, just without running your code. It's capable of inspecting and analyzing your entire code base all at once. You could do this yourself, but you'd have to go through every file and every dependency and remember those details as you go along. And I mentioned that not all IDEs are created equally. If you have a separate, dedicated static analyzer, like PHP Stan, you only need one config file, and that same config is used by all developers on your team, regardless of their editor or IDE. But more importantly, a static analyzer doesn't need to be executed manually. You can, just like your tests, make it part of your commit hooks or your CI build pipelines. So if it fails and produces an error, you can prevent a problematic PR from being merged in the first place. But static analyzers aren't just about conforming to PHP set rules. They're also about flexibility and being able to customize the tools to follow your own personal rules. Things like making all classes final by default. Anyone do that in here? Oh, yeah, that's a small crowd. Injecting class dependencies instead of using facades. Injection over facades. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Nothing too controversial. The problem with these sort of checks is that unless you're incredibly consistent when you're writing or reviewing code, they often go unnoticed. So by adding PHP Stan or a similar tool to your belt, you can go back to focusing on the more important stuff like architecture or design decisions in the code. The tool essentially becomes a team member. It takes that load off of you and handles it in the background. But Ryan, how do we do these things? Well, I'm glad you asked, thank you. We're going to get a little bit more technical, but hopefully you can follow along and learn something new. So to customize things to our liking, we need to understand how PHP Stan itself performs its analysis, or more specifically, how it processes your code. The first step in the process is taking your code, your PHP files, and sending it through a parser. Now, the parser is the thing that's responsible for taking a string of spaghetti characters that otherwise have no meaning and turning them into something meaningful. In this context, something meaningful is the AST, or abstract syntax tree. So this is a structured representation of your code. So let's imagine a class in our project called foo. Hopefully that's big enough. It's got a deprecated attribute, something that was recently added to PHP, a foo property, a constructor, and a save method. Pretty simple. When that piece of code is sent through the parser, the AST that's produced might look something like this. So we've got a class statement node. That's the top level node in this case. And that node itself forms like a small tree, where each branch in the tree is another node. So you'll have a node for the class name, since it's meaningful. You might have a list of nodes for the properties and methods, and then another node for the attribute list. And this tree-like structure is the entire basis of the AST, abstract syntax tree. Every single thing that is meaningful in your code has a dedicated AST node, and those nodes can be connected. So once you've got that AST, it's been generated, PHP Stan can then start to traverse it. So this is a process where you start from the root node. That could be a class statement, a function statement, or an expression. And you visit each node in the subtree. You work your way down the branches. So going back to the AST for our example foo class, we start at the top with a class statement. You'd see that it has a name child node, so you'd visit that node and process it. You might then process the attribute list. And then you can go through each of the class member nodes too. So the constructor, then the save method, and finally the name property. Now what tools like PHP Stan do during this build process is build up a repository of information so that it can be referenced later on or when actually performing the analysis. Every class, interface, enum, function, method, property, trait, everything in your project will be stored somewhere in this repository. PHP Stan then adds like a reflection API on top so that you can query for certain things, like retrieving a particular class or getting a function so that you can look up its return type, that sort of thing. Then when you configure PHP Stan, you normally define a list of paths that it needs to analyze. So this will be your application code, config, database migrations, everything that's important in your project. And then it repeats those steps and traverses every PHP file found in those paths. The traversal step here is slightly modified. So instead of looking for classes or functions, instead it tries to apply analysis rules to the code. So this is where things like type checking and conformance checks take place. So now that we've got that out of the way, let's actually look at what it takes to write a custom PHP stand rule. Let's write a rule that prevents you from calling the value helper in a Laravel project when you don't really need to. Does anyone know what the value helper is? No? Can I not see hands? That's cheating. If you're not familiar, which most of you aren't apparently, it's a small helper function provided by the framework that returns the value that is passed to it. Or if you provide a closure, it invokes that closure and will return the value that the closure returns. So in this instance, a string is passed through, so the function is just going to return that string. But in this case, we're passing through a closure, so it will call that closure and return the result of 1 plus 2, which is 3. Our custom PHP stand rule is going to tell you off for doing something like this. There's no need to call value here. Since we're not passing through a closure, we could just use the hello string directly. It could be a variable or a function call, but we don't need to call value. I'm going to do this live, so hopefully it all goes to plan. But I think it's nice for you to follow along as I actually write the code, instead of just reading it to you from a slide. So I'm going to need to change my display over quickly. There is a keyboard shortcut for this, but I cannot remember it. Are we mirroring? Perfect. All right. Let's get some notes here just to be safe. Cool. Right, so I've got more or less an empty Laravel project here. I've done 2 things. I've installed PHP stand already because I didn't want to rely on the Wi-Fi. That's when live coding goes wrong. And I've also added a value call. So if we go to composer file, is this big enough for you? Can you see it, or do you want me to make it a bit bigger? Bit bigger. All right, no worries. Better? Bigger? Yeah, that'll do. Right. You'll have to zoom in later and watch it back. So we've got PHP stand here, version 2.1, so pretty much the latest. And we've also got a PHP stand.neon file, which is the configuration file. Now, I've pre-configured this. I've got all of the meaningful Laravel paths here, minus tests. You can put tests in there if you want. And I've set PHP stand to level 5, which is sort of like the mid-level. It does enough to be useful, but it's not too extreme that you're going to go crazy. And then if we head over to the console roots, I've got a command here called Laracon, and I'm echoing out the result of value hello. So we can actually go ahead and run this in the terminal, so PHP artisan Laracon, and we can see hello. So what we want to happen now is PHP stand to find that call to value and tell us that we shouldn't be calling value because it's pointless. It's not really doing anything. The first step there is going to be creating a new class. So I'm going to do this inside of app. We'll do PHP stand/rules, and I'm going to create a file. Let's call it unnecessary value call rule. Cool. So this is a PHP file. So we need to give it a namespace, which is going to be something like this. I've got some form of AI trying to help me out. I'm going to ignore it. We're going to need a class. So we'll call it unnecessary value call rule, if I can type. And we're going to implement an interface. So the exact interface here, oh wait, AI is helping out, is that one. So this interface is used by PHP stand internally. It needs us to implement 2 methods. The first one, AI is just better. It's just doing my job for me. It's getNodeType. So as I said, we're traversing the AST, and for every node in the AST, PHP stand is going to check to see if there are any rules that apply to that node. So in our case, we want to check function calls, which is the func call node. So that's our first method. We're saying we want this rule to apply to all function calls. We also need to add a process node method. Now this is going to accept 2 parameters, the first being a node from the PHP parser package, and the other one is a scope. And we need to return an array. Here's an example of my editor not working properly because it's not auto-completing the import for scope. So I'm going to add in an empty array here because I want to make sure that we've got this configured properly with phpStan first before we start implementing our rule. So I'm going to head back over to phpStan.neon. Neon is kind of like YAML. I think there are some differences, but for the most part, it's the same. So I'm going to add a top-level key here called rules, and then using a hyphen, I'm going to put the fully qualified class name for our rule into here. So phpStan rules, and we called it unnecessary value call rule, just like that. OK, so I should be able to run vendor bin phpStan, and I'm going to set the memory limit here to -1 so that we don't run out of memory. Let's make this apparently not very big. Cool, so we don't get any errors, which hopefully means our rule is configured properly. If it wasn't, phpStan would tell us. So let's actually implement our rule. The first thing we need to do here is double check or triple check that what we've received is indeed a func call. So I'm going to do something really simple here and just say if node isn't an instance of func call, return an empty array. This is preventative. It shouldn't ever happen. But if something goes wrong in phpStan, it's better to be safe than sorry. Now, if we head back to the console file here, hopefully you can see that fine side by side. We're looking for function calls to the value function. Now, the func call node itself has a name property. That's part of the AST. So we can grab the name by getting the name property. And name could be a couple of things. We could be calling a variable like this. We don't care about those here. So we want to make sure that name is an instance of name. So that's a PHP node, if it's not an instance of name. Or if name to string is not equal to value. So let's close that window there. So if we're not calling a named function like value, or if the name of the function that we're calling isn't value, let's just return an empty array. We don't need to care about those ones. The next thing is the arguments. Since we're only interested in calls to value that aren't passing a closure, we're going to grab the arguments from the node. There's a getArgs method. If we're not passing through any args, so if it's an empty array, we'll return an empty array. We can't do anything with that. We don't have enough information. Otherwise, we should be able to grab the first argument. So that will be args0. Now, arg itself is actually an AST node. So to get the expression from that node, we need to access the value property. And if we hover here, you can see there's an expression. That's what we want. So if you remember back to the function signature, there's a scope parameter. Now, scope is a way for phpStan to keep track of contextual stuff. So where we are in a PHP file, the variables that are defined, the class that we're in, the function that we're in even. So we can use that to infer the type of certain expressions. So in this case, I can say type is scope, get type, value. Now, phpStan has an internal sort of type system. So what we could do here is say if type is not closure. But that doesn't really work well. If you think about it, you could have something that is closure or string. This is a union type. It is actually kind of compatible with closure. There are cases where it could be a closure or a string. So we can't just check if type is a closure or not. Instead, we actually need to see if it's compatible anywhere in that chain with closure. So what I'll say here is if type is super type of, it's a superhero type. I'm just going to refer back to my notes to make sure I don't get this wrong. Yeah, so if type is a super type of, and then we want to see if it's compatible with a closure. So we'll pass through closure type. I'm using fully qualified class names here just so that you can see things. And I'll break it across multiple lines if that works. There we go. So closure type itself is like a function. So we could pass arguments to it. For now, I'll pass an empty array of arguments. It also has a return type, because it's like a function. I don't really care what the return type is, so I'm going to just say mixed type, since that is compatible with all types. And then we can call a method on this result. So I'll go back to when I said that you could have union types, so a closure or a string. The reason that we can't just say yes or no to that is because there is a middle ground. You know, if it is a closure or a string, it might be a closure. So PHP Stan uses something called a trinary system. So yes, maybe, or no. Up until, I think it's level 6 in PHP Stan, it doesn't actually care whether it's yes or maybe. It treats them as the same thing. So I'm on level 5, I'm going to do the same thing. So if it's not compatible with a closure type, or no is false, we'll just return an empty array. So what we're saying here, it's not very readable, is it, like that? But if type is a supertype of closure, is it compatible with the closure type in some way, shape, or form? If the answer to that is no, then we'll return an empty array. Otherwise, we know for a fact that it's something like a string, in which case we can return an error message. So we could just return a string here, but PHP Stan has a nice API for building rules. So we'll do rule error builder. We call a static method on this, and I'm going to say unnecessary call to value helper. So that's our error message. That's what will show up in the terminal. We need to tell PHP Stan where that's happening. So we'll do line, and the AST node has a get start line method. That's where in the file it starts. PHP Stan also has error identifiers. So instead of ignoring every single error, you can ignore specific ones. So I'll give this an identifier of custom, and let's go with unnecessary value call. And then we call the build method. So from the top, very quickly, we should have a function call. If we don't, we return. We should be calling a named function where the name is value. That function call should have some arguments, and the type of that argument should be something that's not compatible with a closure. If it isn't, then we produce an error message. So moment of truth, let's run this again. So vendor, bin, PHP Stan, and the memory limit set to -1. I have a syntax error somewhere. I'm missing a left parenthesis. There. There, like that. So let's run again. You see it's analyzing the files. It found one error. PHP Stan types mixed type not found while analyzing file. Have I made a typo? I have. It should be type. Classic. I was really hoping this would go smoothly, like no issues, but there we go. Right, we've got an error message. So in root console.php, we have an unnecessary call to the value helper. So it's doing what we expect. And to triple check that, we can go back, and if we change this to a short closure, so a function that returns hello, and run that again, that error should go away, because PHP Stan knows that the thing that we're passing through to value is a closure. And that's basically it. This is a really simple case. You can obviously take this a lot further. And what I would actually recommend is, do I have to change my display back to stop mirroring? Yeah. There we go. What I would actually recommend is that you, A, check out Laracon. I discovered that Laracon actually has this rule built in. It's implemented slightly differently. It does a much better job at catching cases. But check out Laracon if you're using Laravel. I assume you are, you're here. It handles a lot of the nuances around like eloquent models and accessing model properties, your database casts, those sort of things. And if you're specifically interested in learning more about what you can do with PHP Stan's extension API, I would recommend you head over to the PHP Stan website. You'll find documentation on basically everything. It's very well written, very deep. So if you need something, you'll find it there. Hopefully you learned something new and can walk away from this talk with some cool ideas. If you want to come and chat with me over lunch, please feel free. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about this stuff. But yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you. What?
I have what?
Yeah.
Questions.
Go.
So, Niels is asking, do you install PHP 10 in every project?
Yeah, more or less. Unless it's like a proof of concept. Yeah, if it's a serious project, I would. I think it's one of those things where it's better to have it than not have it.
Makes sense.
It will help you in some way, shape, or form. Yeah.
But you live without it, for example?
Yeah, because there's other tools, right? But if it's just PHP stand specifically, you've got Psalm, which is implemented slightly differently, has different APIs. So yeah, you could live without it. You could rely on other things,
But better have it than
exactly.
not.
Yeah.
Okay. Our dear friend, anonymous user, is asking, why don't you like Marmite?
I wonder who the anonymous user is. Just not for me.
It's not for you?
Not for me. Simple as.
Have you tried to sprinkle with the sprinkles that we have here in Amsterdam? Could be good.
Yeah.
The sugar sprinkles. Tastes like rainbow. Still enough?
I'll stick to what I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for this talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So my slides should be on. Where are you going? Lunch break. See you soon. Let's get back at it. See you. your conversation. Don't mind me. Keep on talking. Hello, how are you? Are you good? Let's see who the heck just woke up. Let's see who are more awake, if it's you in the bottom or you on the top. So let's try it really quick. Scream, all the people on the bottom. It's gonna be hard for you, but let's hear the top level. How are you? Hey, good to hear you. Okay, let's moving on. Moving on, my slides. So, goedemiddag. It was awful, right? I keep on trying. So, quick set of reminders for you. So, on conference, just book a time, talk to Xander, give it a talk, share some ideas, go there. It was really fun, enjoy that moment. Telegram group. If you don't have Twitter, for example, to ask the questions, you can use the Telegram group. I will have my eye on it. Here's again, the quick link or the QR code. Selfies. How's your selfie number so far? Who has more than 20 selfies? Just the one. Okay, good. You're working very good. Keep that number. Take selfies. So, ask Laracon. This is the hashtag that you need to use it on Twitter. You can mention the speaker to help. And I was here. Let's try again. Okay. You can do it, D. That's embarrassing. Okay. Ta-da! So, thank you, D. So, just throw your questions on Twitter or on Telegram. If I pick your question, you get a Laracon exclusive hat. So this is one for grabs. This one is for D. This is how we do it. Okay, moving on. So yeah, that's for the afternoon. So we're going to have 2 sets of talks, then a break. Then going to have like another 2 sets of talks, a really short break, and the moment that you're waiting for. And without further ado, I'm going to call the next speaker. And the next speaker traveled around 800 kilometers from Germany. And he's never late, nor he is early. He arrives precisely when he means to. Please welcome Marcel Fossiat.
Wow. Hey. Hey, everyone. That's a lot of smoke. All right. So the screaming part was kind of good, but I guess we're all a bit full. So everyone get up. Come on. I'm not kidding. Get up. OK, so. All right, cool. So we're going to do 5 crunches. All right? Come on, do it with me. 1. OK, cool. 2. Yeah, very good. 3, you can do. 4, 1 more. OK, that's awesome. Cool. All right. So you can catch my Getting Fit with Laravel course on Laracast later this year. OK, cool. So my talk's called No More Slow Requests. I'm Marcel Fossiat. You can follow me on all kinds of social media, even though I'm most active on Twitter or X, and post about PHP, Laravel kind of stuff mostly. And I'm the CTO / co-founder / developer. It's all a funky way of titles for a 3-people company at Beyond Code, where we create software tools for developers, software tools for people like myself, people like you, hopefully. So we created Tinkerwell, which is sort of like PHP Artisan Tinker a GUI built around this. So if you use Tinker a lot, check it out. You can tinker with code and run code at your local projects or remote projects. And Dee also showed that in her talk. So be sure to check that out if you haven't already. Then we also created Expose. Expose is like a tunneling solution, pretty much like ngrok, that allows you to share your local sites with clients or colleagues or use it to test webhooks. It's entirely built in PHP, which was a fun challenge to do. It's entirely open source, so if you want to check that out, do that on GitHub. And we're currently very busy on working on the version 3, which will be out very soon as well. And last but not least, we are working on Laravel Herd, which has become the easiest way to get started with Laravel on your computer. So if you want to set up a new device or switch from brew dependency hell breaking randomly, check out Herd. All right. Cool. All right, so in preparation for this talk, I was asking on social media for reasons of other people's why their Laravel applications become slow. And I want to basically gather like the top 4 responses that I got overall. Any guesses what the number 1 is? Database. That's right. So it was anything between too many queries, not using proper indexes, N+1 issues, all sorts of stuff. So database was definitely the number 1. Number 2 was HTTP requests. So outgoing HTTP requests to third-party APIs. So for example, people using the GitHub APIs or something like that, and then those APIs just slow down the whole request response lifecycle. The last one was queued jobs, or, well, to be precise, queued jobs that were not queued, so things that should be pushed off to the queue but weren't. And last but not least, we got PHP itself, but there's a little disclaimer here. Well, first of all, this is running JavaScript, apparently. And PHP itself, it wasn't the language, but more like weird constructs where people had to serialize a lot of data, and then that became slow. So it wasn't really the language, just what people do with the language, I would say. And from more than 100 responses over all the social media accounts, what I found very interesting is that not a single one was Laravel. So nobody actually said the framework is the reason that my application is slow. Nobody, besides these weird edge cases, said it's the language I'm coding at that is slow. So I think we can all agree that PHP and Laravel, even with things like Octane, you can run your websites very fast. So that's not really an issue. And if there is an issue in the framework, it will be fixed very fast anyway. So let me go through a couple of basic things. And when I was preparing this talk, I thought this was very basic, and then I went through the list of things and noticed that we should do a bunch of these things as well. So the first one, PHP Artisan Optimize. I know what you might think. Everyone knows that. I thought PHP Artisan Optimize is in the default deployment script of Forge. It isn't. So chances are that if you're using Forge and you haven't modified your deployment script, it's not in there, so you should try and check that. What PHP Artisan Optimize does under the hood is it runs a couple of, well, optimization commands that cache things in your application. So things like the cache, the config, the views, the events, and the routes. Now, there's one catch. If you do this in production, then calls to the env helper will not work. So this means you have to use the config helper if you want to retrieve something from your environment file, which I think is the reason why this is not in the default Forge deployment script. But you should definitely do that. Because then the framework no longer has to parse through your routes file and stuff to find things. It's all cached and condensed. What I found really interesting is that you can also hook into this yourself. So if your application needs to warm up a cache, for example, after every deployment, or if your application needs to, I don't know, pre-generate some files, whatever, you can hook into this using the optimizes function call in a service provider. And then you provided basically two commands. The one command is that runs whenever you run PHP Artisan Optimize. And the other command that is the one that gets called, well, sort of to revert the optimization step. And what's really nice about this is that this also works for packages. So if you are a package maintainer and whatever your package does can make benefits of an optimization step, you can just add this to your package service provider. And then the next time the user of your package runs PHP Artisan Optimize, your commands will be in that list, which I think is really nice. OK, next up, use your queues. And again, it might be a simple thing, but what I mostly stumble upon in our applications is we send out mails. And we send out mails using mail::send. And by default, this is what you get when you run PHP Artisan make mail. And you can see that it uses the queuable trait, but by default, the mails are not being pushed to the queue. So to fix this, we just have to implement the should queue interface. And that ensures that it doesn't matter if you run mail::queue or mail::send. The mails will always be pushed to the queue. And I don't really think there's a good reason why you should send your mails in the request response lifecycle, because if something breaks, like if the API you're using, like Postmark or SendGrid or whatever, if they have an issue and give you a 500 back, your user will get the 500. Or if the email is a hard bounce, then you just throw the 500 error in the user's face. So I think mails should be queued by default. And it's a simple thing. I submitted a PR to Laravel to kind of add some logic so that mails can be queued by default. We still have to figure out if we want to do this, I guess, and if Taylor wants to do this. But I think this would be really nice. And the same applies to notifications. So if you have notifications, those should be on the queue as well all the time. Next one, opcache. The way opcache works, or the way PHP works in general, is we go to the browser, make a request to a server, and then the server basically checks for each file that we somehow require or includes in our request, like in our Laravel application, like the whole vendor folder, basically. It's going to check, is the PHP file cached? On the first request, or if opcache is not enabled, it's not. So PHP is going to parse the file, like the actual PHP code. Then it's going to compile the PHP code into bytecode. This bytecode with opcache would be stored. Then we execute the bytecode, and then we send the response back to the server. And depending on how many files you have, and given that PHP and Laravel includes a whole bunch of files in the vendor folder, this can become quite slow. So with opcache enabled, we basically skip all these 3 steps, because we hit the server, PHP knows that the, I don't know, index PHP file is in cache, and then it's just going to execute the bytecode loaded from cache, and then send it as a response. And the way this is so fast with opcache is that opcache stores it in a shared memory, so it doesn't even need to access files. There is a file storage sort of as a fallback, but it's all in memory, which makes it super fast. And again, I was under the impression I prepared all my sites, and I did that. And I'm not going to tell you which site it was, but there might be a site that I had which had an average response time of 300 milliseconds without opcache. Then I enabled opcache, and it went down to 90 milliseconds, which is quite a lot. And now you might think, well, how do I enable opcache? If you use Forge, just click that damn button. Like, if there's one thing you take away from that talk, click that button. There, like, besides some very weird edge cases, there aren't really any downsides. If you're not using Forge, add that to your PHP ini file, reload PHP, and you're using opcache. So yeah, I think you should do that because it speeds up and eats less resources and makes everything faster. All right, so now we're going to jump into some demo stuff. And I have prepared this little demo application. I'm a huge board game nerd. I like to play board games besides Monopoly and Uno that, I don't know, if a board game takes more than 2 hours, I'm in. I really like that kind of stuff. And I thought it would be nice to, because at Beyond Code, we're not all at the same place, so we kind of play board games online, which is a thing. It's pretty cool. It doesn't sound cool, but it is. So I thought it would be nice to have some sort of online meetup for developers to hang out, and then afterwards they can mingle and play some games. Anyway, that's kind of the app. So we have users. Each user has a favorite game. Then we have a list of games. Each game has just a rating, and then we have the amount of times that a game was played. And then we have a dashboard where we just show the overall count of our games, the overall count of our users, and then the top 100 users. So let's start with the users page. And the way this looks, if we jump into the code, is like this. So we just have the user controller. We paginate the users. We return the index blade for our users. And if we take a look at the view, we can see that we output the username, as well as the favorite game image and the favorite game name. Now, something should now be screaming in your head that this is not good, because this introduces n+1 queries. Because when we look at the debug bar and take a look at the queries we're executing, it's 17 queries, so one to get all the users, and then in the loop in our blade file, we basically fetch the favorite game of each user inside of the loop. So we have all these queries to get that favorite game. And we should try and avoid that. And there are multiple ways we can do this in Laravel. So if we go to the controller, one thing we can do is we can say, well, we want to get the users with the favorite game. And this tells just Eloquent to ego load the favorite game relationship and then paginate it. And now if we refresh, we only have 3 queries. So the count, which is used for the pagination, then we have the users, and then we have one single query for all the games to get the favorite ones. All right, that's pretty nice. That's what we wanted to achieve. The other way we can do this is by moving that logic into the model itself. So we can say that in our model, we want to have something like this, and we say we always want to load the favorite game relationship whenever we load a user from our database. And here in the UI, it's the same thing. So we execute the exact same queries. I would always highly advise you to not use this approach. I'm going to show you why in just a second. It works the same way, but I think this is kind of dangerous and can lead to a lot of performance issues down the line. One other thing, if we just quickly get rid of this again, you can do is in your application service provider, you can tell Laravel to actually prevent lazy loading. So we don't want the framework to even allow us to do this. And as the second argument, or as the first argument, you can pass a Boolean flag if this should be disabled and prevented or not. And this is like the default that you can copy out of the documentation, which I think is very sensible, because this prevents lazy loading if the application is not in production. So this means that if someone, of course not you, someone ships code that performs an n+1 query, then your site will still work. It will just be slow. So it's always just better to have a couple more queries instead of just showing 500 errors. And the way this works, if I refresh the site, we now get an exception, so a lazy loading violation exception that tells us we tried to lazy load the favorite game on the user model, but it's disabled. OK? So let's leave that in place, and now we add this back, and now it's good again. OK, so let's check out the games. And we already get the exception, which is good. That's what we wanted to show that. So it's telling us that the played games relationship is being lazy loaded. So let's go to the game controller. There we are. So we just query the games, sort them by rating, paginate them. And then in here, you can see to display the count of the played games, we're using, once again, lazy loading, which causes an n+1 issue. Now, one of your developers, not yourself, of course, might go in and do this. So they might say, OK, well, I'm just counting on the query builder of the relationship. And you might think that this is being caught by the lazy loading prevention as well, which it isn't, because technically it's not lazy loading. So Laravel, the framework, doesn't really know that we are doing something we're not supposed to do, because we're just running a ton of queries on the query builder instead of lazy loading something. So yeah, the right way to fix this would be in here, we basically just say we want to query the games with the count of our played games relationship. And then in our view, we can just say played games count. And now if we check the queries, we're down to 2. So we only have the count for the pagination, and then we have one single query for all the data we need. So just be sure that even though you have prevent lazy loading in your service provider, doesn't mean that you're completely safe from n+1 queries. OK, now go to the dashboard. The dashboard is kind of simple. So in the dashboard controller, all we do is we get the total count of users and the total count of games. And then for the top users, these are basically the users that played the most amount of games. So we use the played games relationships. So we want the count of this relationship. And then we sort our users by the played games count descending. And then we take 100. And if we take a look at it, it's quite good. So we have 4 queries. And we can see that we have the users. We have a count of the games. And we have a count of users. And, well, suddenly we have this huge query with all the games. And that's pretty much why I think you should never use the with property on your models. Because now, even though we don't care about the games, we are ego-loading the favorite game of all the 100 user models that we show on the dashboard, even though we don't care about it, because it's in our model. So I would advise you to always just explicitly ego-load whenever you need to, instead of doing it in the model itself. Because especially with more nested models, this is going to bite you in the end. So like this. All right, so now one other thing. Let's say that instead of showing the top 100 users, you want to show all of them, or like say the top 10,000 users. So let's go to the dashboard controller again. And in here, we're not showing the 100, but we're showing 10,000 users. So right now, we have 100 models. It takes about 2 megabytes of memory and 40 milliseconds. And if I refresh, with 10,000 users, there's now, of course, we have 10,000 models. Memory is now much higher because we have to store all these models in memory. And our request duration also spiked up to 100 milliseconds. But if we take a look at the view, all we really need is the name of the user. Like in this situation, or if you think of something like huge data exports, where you don't really need the entire model, it's better to just pluck the data that we want. So instead, what we can do is, instead of getting a collection of users, we can just say that we want to pluck the name. And now we have to modify our dashboard so that now we don't have a collection of user models, but this is now a collection of strings. So if we get rid of this, it should be the same result, but memory right now 20 megabytes and 108 milliseconds. And now it goes down to, something like 50, 60 milliseconds, 13 megabytes of memory, and we don't have any models hydrated. And this might not be an issue for you for like web requests, but especially for things that run like larger exports, it might be necessary to watch the memory usage and memory consumption. So it might be better to just plug the data that you need instead of pulling down all the models. All right, another one. We have an API as well. So we have an API for users. And as you can see, it's kind of slow. So it takes a couple seconds to reload. And if we take a look at the controller, there's nothing special going on, really. So we take all the users with the favorite game relationship, only the first 10, and then we just return them. And now you might wonder, why is this request slow? So you start maybe doing DDs in here, refresh, and that's instant, which is weird. So there must be something else going on. So you take a look in the model. There's nothing really here, so maybe it's in the game model. And then we have this appends attribute on our model. This basically tells Laravel whenever we have a model and we transform it into an array or into JSON, it's going to append an attribute. So this is not visible if we dump this out, if we pass it to a view. This will only be appended for the JSON or array representation. And in here, we're doing an HTTP request, which we shouldn't do. Like, we should, if we want to add something like that, it should be, I don't know, like populated every night through a query or something like that, or at least be cached. But we're doing it. And figuring this stuff out can be really tricky. Like in this situation where it's just 2 models, that's easy. But if you have a lot of nested models where you're doing some of the append stuff, this can become quite tricky. So the way we can do this is we can make use of a profiler extension. And there are a couple of extensions out there for PHPs, like Xdebug has a profiler included. But I'm a real fan of SPX, which is another great extension. Because Xdebug, even if I don't enable it, it still slows down my application, which I don't like. I want it to be as fast as possible. And with SPX, that's not the case. So SPX can be enabled all the time. It doesn't slow down anything, and only if I want to use it, I can add it. So the way you can install SPX is, if you're using herd, it's just a 1-line bash script. It downloads it for all the extensions that you have. If you're not using herd, you have to download the extension yourself and then enable it in your PHP ini file. And what's so cool about SPX is it gives you a web UI. So you can hit a route. With herd, again, we make it a little bit simpler. You can hit a herd profiler route, which redirects you to the web UI of SPX. And in here, I can basically start and say, we want to automatically start profiling requests. And that's all we need to do. So it's like available the entire time. I just toggle it on now. Let's get rid of the DD. Oh, we did. Cool. All right, let's refresh. And now if we go back, we have one entry. So we profiled this one request. And now if we click on this, we get more in-depth information about what happened in this one request. And I know it's a lot. It's a lot of red, especially. And these informations can be kind of tricky to read. But right here, it's a bit simpler. So we can see that the curl handler was invoked a ton of times, and the game is hot closure was called a bunch of times, which helps us. But this is not always the case, so it can be a bit tricky to figure out. I was just playing around because there's a cool React library that allows you to basically hook some sort of ChatGPT functionality into your apps. And I just played around with that, so I can do something like, why is my request slow? And then it's going to hopefully not come up with a bunch of garbage, but with the actual results. So we basically feed it the data from the profiler, and then you can, just like ChatGPT, chat with your profile data, which I think is really cool, because the amount of times I spend scrolling in here and trying to figure out what the hell is happening in all this data. So yeah, we haven't shipped this yet, but I think this is really cool and helps you speed up figuring out bottlenecks in your application. OK, now what if you want to profile a command line application? So we also have a command called profile me, where we do the same thing. It also pulls down the first 10 users and then turns it into an array. And as you can see, it's kind of slow. So how can we measure and see what's going on? Again, with herd, we make it a bit easier. If you're not using herd, you can also do this yourself. So with herd, you can run herd profiler, which is basically an alias for PHP. So I can run herd profiler artisan profile me. Profile, that's it. There we go. And now it's going to profile the profile me artisan command and gives me a CLI representation of what I just saw in the web UI. So I can see that the curl handler was causing a lot of downtime and a lot of seconds went into that. And if we run it again, yeah, now it also shows up as hot. It can be a bit flaky. And this is especially useful if you have long-running commands that you want to profile. So think of something like reverb, or if you have any kind of PHP daemon. This can be really tricky to profile if there are memory leaks in there. And with SPX, or her profile as well, you can just add --live. Then we get a real-time output as our command is running, and see in real time where we lose memory, where we take up a lot of time. And this really helps identify leaks or just memory-related issues in CLI applications. So yeah, that's basically how we can do with local applications. We use profilers. But if we want to profile our applications that run in production, then I guess we have to wait for Laravel Nightwatch, which Jess is going to talk more about tomorrow. And I can't wait to use this on our products as well. So I think this is going to give us a lot of great insights. That's all that I have. So I hope that you learned a bit, learned how to profile your apps. Again, click that button on Forge and then enable opcache, and maybe make sure that PHP Artisan Optimize is in your deployment script. Thank you very much.
You know what I'm here for.
Yeah, for the anonymous user.
Let's see if he has something for you. Before that amazing guy, Pavelas is asking, any examples when opcache should be enabled? And why it's disabled by default?
Well, I'm not sure why it's disabled by default. I guess you have to go to the Forge booth, get your stamp, and ask them a question. I'm not sure why. Like there might be some very rare edge cases why an opcache might bite you, but in my experience, this is mostly when you misconfigure it, which shouldn't happen on Forge. And the other question was if I have examples of
when opcache should be any examples when opcache should be enabled? Shouldn't be.
Oh, shouldn't be. Oh, no. Well, yeah, I think it's mostly if you can misconfigure it and give it too much memory to write into, then you might run into problems. But yeah, for the apps that we use, we just enable it, and it's good.
OK. Thank you. And Stefan is asking, how would you profile queue jobs with herd?
For queue jobs, it's kind of the same thing as I showed with the CLI profiler. You could just profile the job runner, basically, the queue worker, with the --live, and then see the output there, or use any of the local queue workers. Yeah,
that would work.
Anonymous.
The anonymous user.
Yeah.
He's asking, it's a tricky question. He's asking, when will herd go to Linux?
Oh, it's redacted.
It's not.
It's redacted.
It's redacted. Oh, good date. Oh, that's a good. That's a good date.
Yeah.
Big applause for Marcel. Thank you. That way. So I'm gonna call our next speaker. Where's my notes? My notes are here. Our next speaker. He traveled sort of 5,800 kilometers to be here. In miles, since he's from the USA, so it's around 3,600. Just for you to have a proper knowing of. a proper metric. He's a game creator, and last time that he was at Laracon, he had $1,500 around him. So I don't know if he's come up with any money, but let's see. Please welcome John Drexler.
Wow. Thank you so much. I feel like a professional wrestler or something. That was very exciting. And I'm sorry that I have $0 or euros with me today. I hate to disappoint. But it's a huge honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I'm here to talk about product management. So hi, I'm John. I'm a product manager. I'm also a Laravel developer. And I think a lot about how being a product manager made me a smarter developer and vice versa. Being a product manager made me a smarter developer, and being a developer made me a smarter product manager. And that's what we're here to talk about today. You can find all my links and stuff up there. You may recognize Daniel Colborn. Daniel is my business partner, and we go back a really long ways, all the way back to freshman year of college. You may recognize him because he just completed the Laracon Grand Slam. He went all the way around the globe in 1 year, being the Johnny Appleseed of event sourcing, talking about this package Verbs that he and Chris Morrell built together. Daniel and I started this company, Thunk. So we're a software development agency, and we make Laravel apps with a lot of Livewire as well. We prefer these kind of big, gnarly projects that require a lot of product management, where we understand complex real-world problems and map them onto sometimes pretty complicated software solutions. And we also do a lot of kind of product management as a service, where we join part-time with companies to work with them on this. We work with a lot of awesome clients, just a few that you may know from this conference. Internachi, Chris Morrell is speaking tomorrow. Try Hard Studios with Aaron Francis, who's talking tomorrow. Flux with Caleb Porzio. We use Flux every day. And most recently with Laravel, which we're really excited to be working with them as well. So the whole point of this talk is that developers can benefit a lot from thinking like product managers, from solving problems like product managers, from asking hard, kind of probing questions like product managers. In fact, we think it's best case scenario if everyone in the company is thinking like this. And as we started sort of testing this hypothesis and thinking more about this, we sort of came to the conclusion that actually you're already doing it. If you are making a product, you are making a bunch of small and large product management decisions. If you're putting pixels on a screen, you are making a bunch of decisions, either explicitly or implicitly. And so in this, since you are already doing it, we want to help you to do it a lot better. I want to illustrate what I mean by this, by you're already doing product management, even if you don't recognize that you are. One of the big things that product managers do is they think about roadmap. So they think about what is the sequence of features that we're going to build? What do we build next and why? What's the justification for this? How do we make projects smaller and put them in an order that makes sense for customers and for the developers, and that we do this in a sane way? So if you do a good job and you do your homework on this, you can make a nice, orderly, roadmap like this. But what's interesting is that even if you don't have a good process for doing this, you are still doing it. You're just maybe doing it without naming it. You're doing it implicitly. You're making maybe a series of haphazard decisions that lead you to a roadmap. You start in the right place, but then you jump into feature F too early, and you didn't realize it was actually blocked by these 3 other things, and everyone's frustrated, and it's taking forever, and you end up doing 4 projects at once, and it all gets done. And the point is, even if you didn't have a plan, even if you said, well, we don't really do road mapping here, it's like, well, you are shipping your features in some order, right? And so why not do a better kind of orderly job with that? Another way of looking at this is one of the main things that I look at a lot as a product manager is the scope of a project, right? You're gonna make a feature, what goes in and what goes out? What do we leave on the sidelines? What do we cut? And if you do your homework well, you might find categories like this. This is approximately the proportion I often see, where you've got your core requirements that are really critical for actually getting this project done. You've got some maybe quick wins that are worth doing even though they're not strictly required, and Maybe you have this big blob, this big ugly blob up here of these ambiguous ideas that you're not so sure about. Maybe they're cuttable, maybe we don't need them yet, and if we end up building them, it's going to be a lot of code we have to maintain, and just not so sure about it. So if you do a really good job with this, and you've done your homework, you can make a nice surgical, precise cut, right? And you can make a feature that is exactly what it's supposed to be with none of the junk that you don't need. But again, even if you don't have a good process for doing this, these ideas still exist. It's just you don't know what bucket any of these ideas goes into, right? And so you lack good information, but you still ship a feature, right? So you've still made a cut line somewhere. Someone, either you or your boss or somebody else, made a decision, maybe it was explicit, maybe it was implicit, about what goes in this feature. And you made a cut line. Maybe you included a bunch of stuff that you didn't actually need, and you missed out on some stuff that you did need. But the point is, just like the roadmap, you did implicitly make a cut line somewhere. So I'm here to give you a better tool to do this. Developers love getting new tools. You have your giant toolkit of Laravel, which helps you with all sorts of stuff. Maybe you're a bit of a designer and a Tailwind expert, and you've picked up a lot of Livewire skills over the years, and so a lot of the developer experience is acquiring new tools and showing them off to your friends. So I'm here to give you a new tool. Product management, I don't mean this to be so threatening as a knife, but product management, this is the best kind of metaphor that I can come up with, is like the best pocket knife you've ever had. You use it primarily for cutting through ambiguity, cutting projects down, making them smaller, cutting scope from things. It's also portable and multi-use, right? It's really helpful for making software, but actually it's a toolkit that'll help you with quite a few other things as well. And so it's just this very, very powerful, small, simple device. And I want to skip the jargon while I describe this to you. A lot of people get paid a lot of money to make this sound a lot more complicated than it is. And although I don't think it's easy, I do think a lot of its ideas are simple. And so I don't want to get bogged down with talking about agile and waterfall and all these different things. What I want to do instead is paint for you a picture of what it looks like when it's working really, really well, right? So I just want to show you the goal of where you can be headed if things are working really, really well. And then we can work backwards from there of some practical tips of how to do it. So if you are doing product management well, this sentence is true for you every day. You wake up and you efficiently solve an ordered list of meaningful problems. You efficiently solve an ordered list of meaningful problems. Each word in this sentence is chosen pretty carefully. We're going to take it word by word, but if this is true of you, I'd argue you're probably in the top 5% of development teams. You're killing it. I don't really care how you're doing it. You could be using a totally different process from me, and that might be perfectly appropriate. If this is true, you're doing great. I'm guessing if you are like every team that I've ever been a part of, some part of this is maybe not so true. Maybe the whole thing is not true for you. So let's go through word by word, and we're actually going to start at the end and move backwards. And we're going to start with problems. You should not be a chihuahua. This is a dynamic that I see with a lot of development teams where either people bring them problems and they are scared of them and they shy away, they recoil, they're running away, they're afraid of problems, or people bring them problems and they are a bit feisty and defensive, right? They bite back, and we don't want to do this. We want to embrace problems. So might I suggest instead the humble truffle pig. Consider the truffle pig, curious, industrious, fine taste in mushrooms. So these pigs are trained to root around in the dirt to find truffles, which are very valuable. And you do have to get a bit dirty looking for them, but they're very, very valuable. And I think that this is how you should pursue problems. Remain curious about them, be open to them, search out. You might have to get a bit dirty to do it, but this is really a picture of what you should be day to day. Yes, this means that you're going to have to talk to lots of people. You should be talking to your coworkers, your sales team, your executives. You should be talking to customers. You should be empathizing and listening carefully, seeking out problems with curiosity, because problems are the currency that we use to make the feature good. They're the currency we use to know what users really need. You'll notice that I'm not talking so much about building features. Feature requests are things that you get pelted with on all sides every day of the week by all these different teams. Some of them are maybe good ideas, many of them are terrible ideas, and they're often malformed and not worth doing. And so I don't like to think so much in feature requests. I like to think in terms of problem statements, because problem statements are specific and they're solvable. I want to get into a quick illustration of why this matters. So imagine that a big customer comes up and says, we need this huge new report. You got to add this report into the product right now. This kind of thing comes up all the time, especially if you're doing B2B software. So let's just naively take this at face value, and we're going to start writing a ticket, right? So we got to make this big new report for Acme Corp. Let's just get into it. Let's just start building. We're actually in the middle of developing this new component library, and we got to pick which one we're going to use, and it's going to be kind of a mess. So maybe it's actually blocked by that. In fact, let's just pull it into that project. And by the way, the queries that we use on this page are similar to other pages that have been timing out because they're so slow. We need to optimize some things. Maybe we need some help from Marcel. And also the filters on this. How exactly do we design those? We know what the data is, but there's a lot of different ways you could filter that. How do we do that? And by the way, how do these filters work with pagination? Because we're going to need to write tests to make sure that it plays nicely. Filters and pagination can get kind of weird. And honestly, this is 5 different tickets. Maybe it's a whole project. Hold on, slow down, right? So what happened here? We took a feature request at face value, and we just started building. What happens when you do that is there's no definition of when this is done. There's no definition of why this matters, why we're doing it. And so as a result, it was just able to balloon outward, and we could spend weeks, we could waste a lot of time, light a lot of money on fire, building stuff that was unnecessary. So instead, I suggest that you use this question all day, every day for yourself and everyone around you, which is, what problem does this solve, right? Why are we doing this? Why does this matter? So in this case, we might go back to our customer success manager and they say, oh, well, there's this one really important customer and they use this data on a monthly financial report. We have the data, they don't have access to it. Okay, that makes sense, but when we do custom one-off stuff for customers like this, don't we usually just ask them to download the CSV and kind of build their own report in Excel? Oh, well, they tried that, but the data's not in the CSV. Okay, it's not always this simple, but it is this simple an alarming amount of the time, right? By just interrogating a little bit to understand what the underlying need was behind this request, we've actually found something far simpler. So one suggestion I have for you is whatever ticketing system you're using, or even if it's a plain text document, I don't really care. At the top of everything, write a problem statement. This is so clarifying for you and all the people around you about why this thing matters and when it is done, right? The data is in the product, but it's not available to the CFO, and that is frustrating because they can't write this report that they need. That's solvable, right? There's a lot of ways to solve it. In fact, the simplest way might be, let's just put it in the CSV. This is a pretty good ticket now. This is way smaller and way more focused and precise than what we had before. So if you run around and do this all day, now instead of a big list of feature requests, we have a big list of problem statements. And that's a lot better. We're in a way, way stronger place than we were before. But let's start cutting, right? This is too many problems. It's overwhelming, it's unpleasant. There's a lot of things in there that don't really matter that much. Let's get our knife out and let's cut further, right? We cut through the ambiguity. Now let's just try to cut our list in half. We don't just want a list of problems, we want a list of meaningful problems, right? We don't just want to work on every problem that comes across our plate. So this is you. I'm mixing up my animal metaphors a bit, but this is you. You are a moth to the flame because you are helpful, you are curious, you are a problem solver. These are good things. I applaud you. The trap is you can start working on the wrong problems. You need to be extremely discerning about which problems you solve because many of them don't matter very much and they won't actually help you achieve your goals or to actually help users. So you need to be extremely discerning about which ones you choose. Ben Orenstein got on stage at Laracon a couple years ago and said this: developers value their time at approximately negative $100 an hour. And I have seen this to be true even for myself. The problem is you're expensive, right? It's very likely that you are the single most expensive resource at your company right now. And so it's very critical that you only work on problems that really matter, right? Don't work on meaningless problems. What that means specifically in the context of your company and your goals, I obviously can't say because I'm not familiar with your company and your goals, but I do have some common heuristics here of the kinds of what I call non-problems that show up a lot that you can cut straight off of your list because they seem like they matter, but in fact they don't. I'm going to walk through a few of those. Okay, so a really smart and well-intentioned developer, maybe it could be you, maybe it could be your friend, comes up to you and says, hey, I just came up with this cool new abstraction. We're going to just refactor everything. Let's just start from the ground up. I have this awesome idea. It's so cool. So in this moment, again, you are a moth to the flame. You are tempted to ascend into the ivory tower with this developer and discuss the merits of their idea and to debate with them, to go be architecture astronauts and figure out everything about this and hash it out in some big debate. But you're smarter than that. You don't want to do that because you don't know whether or not this matters yet. And so you ask them, what problem would this solve? They say, well, I think it would just future-proof us, right? Like imagine if we had totally different customers who had totally different requirements from all of our existing customers. Wouldn't that be pretty cool if we could future-proof it against that? They have hit you with a classic hypothetical problem. Hypothetical problems are not real problems for real users. Smart people say them, and so they sound like they matter a lot. But because they are not real, we do not attempt to solve them. This is me with my dear mother many years ago. I used to ask lots of hypothetical questions, and she would always say, the world has way too many real problems. We're not working on any of the fake ones. Thanks, Mom. Okay, so we've just crossed a bunch of hypothetical problems off our list. Let's see what's next. Your account manager comes up and says, hey, we have this internal report in our app, and it's grouped by month, but wouldn't it be nice if it was grouped by quarter? Again, you could use a quick dopamine hit. You could just say yes. This wouldn't even take you a whole afternoon, right? It's pretty easy. You know how to do this. But you want to know what problem it solves. What's the underlying thing here? What's going on? And they say, well, once per quarter, I need to aggregate this for something I do internally, and I spend about 4 minutes compiling the stuff myself and adding it together, and I don't know, I'm just kind of annoyed. It'd be nice if you did it for me. This is a trivial problem. I don't recommend that you tell them that it's a trivial problem. That is kind of Chihuahua behavior, and we don't like that. But you can think it in your head. This is trivial. It causes a really small amount of pain for a very small amount of people, right? That is sort of the definition of trivial. You can do these things from time to time to boost morale, to throw somebody a bone. It's a nice thing to do. But in general, I'm guessing that your product, your team, your company, your users have real problems that are really worth solving. Don't spend your time on this stuff. Okay, we caught a lot more problems out of our list. Let's try another one. Your community manager, they've been running the forum. They got some bright ideas, right? They come in hot. They say, we have some really great new features we want to add to the forum. We're going to do a real name policy. I want to start collecting e-signatures for our code of conduct. You should allow me to shadow ban people. I got a big list of stuff. I got a big vision for where we're going with this forum. Again, let's pause for a second here. We have some pretty normal, good moderation tools in the forum. What are you getting at here? What's the problem? What's the thing behind the thing? Why does this matter to you today? And they say, well, look, people are just really mean on the internet, right? And I can't argue with it. I've been on twitter.com. I've seen the tweets of one Elon Musk. I agree, it's terrible. The internet's terrible. The problem is, this is a gravity problem, right? This is not actually solvable. People being on the internet, you're about as likely to solve that as you are to solve gravity itself. Since it doesn't have an obvious solution, it's not really a problem that we're going to put on our list to solve, because why would we work on something that we can't solve? It sounds like a really good way to burn time and energy and money. I'm stealing this directly from this awesome guy, Dave Evans, who wrote this book that changed my life, Designing Your Life. You should check it out. Okay, last one. This one is tricky. It comes up all the time. It's very sneaky. Your CEO comes up and says, we want to build a bunch of custom features for this new customer. This new customer came in. They've got a bunch of, they mostly like our product, but they just wish it would change in the following ways. So we're going to build a bunch of custom stuff for them. But at the same time, let's keep things totally universal and simple for everybody. This needs to be a one-size-fits-all solution, right? Make it totally customizable for some people, simple and universal for other people. I'm guessing you've heard this one before. This sounds kind of like two separate problems, right? This one customer has all these specific problems over here, but keeping things simple and universal and with a nice UX is a whole separate set of issues, and it kind of seems like these two things are competing with each other. This is a trade-off, and these come up all the time. And it seems like it's two separate problems that you should be solving, but in fact, since the two sets of problems are opposing each other, this is like a zero-sum game. It's like a tug of war, and so you can really like decide where you want to be on that spectrum of like customizability versus universality, but you don't really get to solve them. And I've seen this time and again where teams basically get pitted against themselves or pitted against each other to try to solve both at once. It's not really possible, and it's a good way to light money on fire and not solve things and be exhausted at the end. Okay, these were some non-problems that you should avoid. You might be saying to yourself, but John, I'm not a decision maker at my company. I don't get to decide what we work on. Someone else decides for me and I get to decide. Okay, I hear that, but also I don't think that this advice is just for decision makers, right? I actually think that the process works best when everybody, including junior developers, including non-developers, are all weighing in on this and asking these kind of hard, rigorous questions. I started to put in slides about how to do this well, and I ended up accidentally writing an entire other talk. So if you want to talk to me about that, meet me in the lobby or email me. I'd love to talk more. Okay, so we had this list of problems. Now we have a list of meaningful problems, right? We cut half of them out. This is good. We're making great progress. We're in a way better place than we were. But we can do better, right? We don't just want a list of meaningful problems. We want an ordered list of meaningful problems. And this one matters a lot. And even some of the best dev teams I know don't do this. I have been on teams, even really productive, good teams, who have 7,000 medium priority tickets sitting in their backlog. They also use Jira, which don't even get me started. But 7,000 medium priority tickets that are in no particular order. This is not a backlog. This is like a graveyard of broken dreams, right? Like, this is hell on earth. This is bad. Everyone feels bad here. The developers are totally overwhelmed. They see this endless list that they'll never get to. The product managers have no intuition of what matters, right? It could be that issue number 5,241 matters a lot. I have no idea, right? I don't have time to read all this stuff. And the customers and internal teams who have taken the time to report this stuff feel like none of the things they report are getting worked on. Not if this is familiar? Yeah, okay. So pretty much everyone here. So this matters, again, just to go back to the beginning of this talk, this matters because you do have an order. Even if you haven't said so explicitly and haven't written it down, look back at everything you've shipped up to date and everything you will ship in the future. It will necessarily have an order, right? Like even if you don't have a roadmap, you have a roadmap. So it matters to take the time to get it right. So what are the goals? Again, keeping things really simple. The goals with having an order are, one, there is an ordered list. And two, people can know what the order of problems you're going to solve is, right? So if there's like a sales team who always wants to kind of bother you about these sorts of things, there's a link that you've given them that is like, here's our list of priorities that are in order. And thirdly, the criteria that you use to make this order are explicit. What this does is this allows you to put urgent requests into context, right? So on that Tuesday morning when this customer shows up and says, we desperately need you to make this new report, you are able to point at this thing, which was agreed upon by the company and hopefully executives and other people, to say, okay, well, let's talk about where it goes, right? Because if you're telling me that it's truly number one, if you're telling me that we need to disrupt everything we're doing right now to go work on this thing, you need to visibly see that everything else in the whole list got pushed down one row. Are we okay with that? If we're okay with that, then all right, let's move on. If we're not okay with that, then maybe it's like number 7. It's still pretty high, but it's not at the very top of the list. But now we have a justification to say, we're actually not working on this week because it's number 7, and we kind of all agree on that together, right? If you have a list, it's in order, and the criteria is explicit, it allows you to do things like that, which is really helpful and will make your life a lot better. How do you do this? How do you make an order? There's a lot of ways up the mountain, right? I've seen a lot of different things work here. If you're at an early stage company and the answer is like, well, our founder has a pretty good intuition and they've been right a lot more than they've been wrong, and they just made a list. I actually think that's totally valid. I don't think it has to be more complicated than that, because that meets the goals of, like, the criteria is explicit, it's what the founder wants, and there's a list and you have access to it, right? At a bigger company, this is again gonna be quite a bit more complicated. If you want to see how I do this, again, I started writing it into slides and ended up writing another talk. So I have a spreadsheet that shows exactly how I do this, and you can email me for it, and I will send it to you, and you are able to steal that and use it as you see fit. I'll put my email up again at the end. Okay, finally, this last point, again, I won't be terribly prescriptive about how you do it, but you've got this beautiful list now. You have agreement with all the teams around you about what the order of problems is. You've broken things into problem statements. You've said no to non-problems. You're doing great. Now, you need to sit down and efficiently solve it. I will not give you extremely strong opinions about how you write your code or how you write your tickets or whether you're using sprints or estimations or whatever. I honestly don't really care about that. I care about these three things that I think are pretty universal. First, when you've solved the problem, move on. Don't solve the problem and then apply coats of paint to it for 2 weeks. Don't solve the problem and then solve a bunch of related hypothetical problems that you think maybe will come up in the future. That is a good way to create lots and lots of legacy code that you're now responsible for. It's a really good way to waste a lot of time and money. The thing that gives your work meaning is to solve a large number of meaningful problems. And so solve a problem, move on. Solve a problem, move on. Keep on working your way through the list. Stick to the list. You spend all this time building trust with other teams and your own team about saying, here's what we're gonna go do next and why. Do it. Oftentimes what happens when you make this list, if you do it the right way, almost every team I've worked on, if you do it correctly and like the most important things rise to the top, the projects at the top of the list will be the things that you've been avoiding, and that's why they're at the top of the list, is because you've been avoiding them, and they're usually not that fun, or they're really hard, or they're unsexy. Do them. This is like what fosters trust and actually gets you through solving a large list of meaningful problems, and you'll get to the fun stuff once this important stuff is knocked out. Finally, just keep on cutting. Remember that this is a knife. The more you cut, the more you get to do. You get to solve a larger number of meaningful problems if you keep on cutting. Cut scope. Imagine if every project you worked on was 20% smaller, how much farther you'd get to go. Imagine if some of those projects that are ambiguous and poorly defined, and maybe we don't actually need to do them yet, what if you shelved them completely for now? Think about how much more you could do. You can do more, you can solve more problems, your work will have more meaning. That's what I got for you today. Thank you so much for having me.
Great talk.
Thanks.
I got questions.
You got questions?
Yeah, a couple of them. So, Fasna is asking, what was the biggest problem you avoided just by asking the question?
Just by asking the question. Oh, that's an interesting one. There was a company that I worked at for a long time where we had implicitly assumed that if we had perfect data that was all dependent on these other APIs, that we could build all these really cool features. And we started asking hard questions about how we actually pull that off and why it matters. And it helped us to identify this set of assumptions that we had, which was that all of these features would be really useful if we had perfect data. And by interrogating it in a rigorous way, we figured out that we would never have perfect data and that we should basically stop building that entire feature set because it was predicated on something that wasn't real.
Just by one question?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Props to that.
I've been asking it about 100 times to a lot of different people, but yeah.
Are you there yet? Are you there yet?
What's that?
Shoot.
Sorry.
No worry.
It's the echo.
Oh, the echo, okay. So like the question, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
That's right.
Keep on asking.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So the Mr. Anonymous user is asking, when are you going to build a Laravel board game?
Well, good question. I've made several games using Laravel. That's why I learned to write code in the first place. And none of them have been board games. They've all been games designed to be played over the web. So that is an interesting question, and I've thought a lot about it. And I'm learning a lot about the difference between like things that can happen asynchronously versus things that are like really client heavy, where you need the client to be really smart. So perhaps coming this year, but we'll see. Who knows?
Okay,
Thank you.
Eager for that. So big applause for John Drexel.
Thank you.
So we're all about to do a quick break. See you all in 30 minutes.
Hello! And we are back online. Thank you, man. It means the world. Thank you. So we are back. Got 2 more talks, then you have a big talk for you. So our next speaker, she traveled 330 kilometers, more or less, from the United Kingdom. She's the founder of Laravel. And one day she said, I'm gonna start running. And so she did. So please welcome Zuzana Konkova.
Wow, okay. Hello, everybody. So I need to take a breath because that's a lot. I love being at Laracon. Laracon, or all the Laracons, are really special to me because they are not just another tech conference. They are the place where I go to meet friends, place where I get to spend time with people I actually like. So being here, standing in front of you, and getting to talk to you about PHP functions of all the topics, it's really special to me. So thank you for being here, and thank you for listening. Right. Yeah. So before I get started, let me introduce myself. My name is Zuzana Kunskova. I am a PHP and Laravel developer, course creator, and content creator. I'm also the Laravel's founder. I'm going to talk about Laravel's in just a moment. You can follow me on all these links there, which is first is Blue Sky, then Twitter, my website, and then Laravel's. If I were a little bit cool, I would have made a nice QR code, but I'm not cool, and I don't know how to do it, so that's what you've got. And Laravel's, I mentioned Laravel's. So Laravel's is a community for PHP and Laravel developers who are underrepresented due to their gender. Now, if you look around yourself, you'll notice that most of you are men. And it's not just this audience, it's every tech conference, every tech audience I've ever been to or ever seen. That's because tech is a male-dominated industry. So I made Laravel's for the rest of us, for those that are not as represented as you are. And what we do, we are a support network, which means we are there for people who need us. We send people to conferences, do giveaways. And as a support network, we're trying to make sure that nobody's ever alone. If you go to a conference or to a meetup, that you never feel alone. So that if there are people in the same country, we kind of tell them, did you know that you there, so connect people across the world. And yeah, we've got our Discord channel, we've got our website, and even if you don't think that Laravel is for you, one thing I would like to ask of you today is to talk about Laravel, to talk to your colleagues, to your friends, to your family, to people who will listen, and those who maybe don't want to listen, because you never know, maybe you will spark something in them, and they will realize, you know what, I want to check them out. I want to check out Laravel, I want to check out Laravel, and it will benefit us all. So please talk about us. And not only that, during this conference, we are running a giveaway. So the amazing Chris, oh my God, the surname, sorry Chris Morrell, he decided to donate a Laravel hoodie and a hat to somebody. So this is a QR code that he made, by the way, because he's cool, I'm not cool. So he knows how to do it. If you click on that, or if you point your phone at that, it will take you to Laravel's PayPal Me website, where you can donate any amount you feel you can donate. And this will run until tomorrow, when Chris will give his talk about your first PR. He's doing his talk at 10 o'clock. So by the end of his talk, we will stop it, and then we will draw a random person from whoever donates it, and we announce the winner later. So please donate if you can. And as I said, share it. Why? I mean, really, only people here can, I mean, I'd like everyone to donate, but only people here can get the hoodie and the hat. So please do. Right, so let's talk about PHP functions.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sheldon Cooper, and welcome to the premiere episode of Sheldon Cooper Presents Fun with PHP Functions.
So thank you, Sheldon. I've always been a little bit worried. Again, this is Kaneko's work. I'm not at school, I don't know how to do this. I asked Kaneko, can you do your magic? And he did, he delivered. So I was a little bit worried that maybe people haven't watched Big Bang Theory. If you didn't, I encourage you to do so. It's like Friends for nerds. I find it funny, and check them out. I think you might enjoy it too. This talk, I hope, is not going to be your average talk about PHP functions, about, what is array merge, or what's the difference between echo and print R, and whether it's needle first and then haystack, or haystack first and then needle. What I did is I pulled out functions that I find interesting and weird, and I'd like to share them with you. Maybe you will find them interesting and weird as well. So this is what I'm going to try to do. And in a way, I'm going to take you through a journey of the hidden and amazing world of PHP functions. Right, let's start with Levenstein. First disclaimer, I keep calling it Liechtenstein. I don't know why. So if I say it wrong, I do apologize. This is what I mean. And the other thing is, for years as a PHP developer, I didn't know this existed. I had no idea this function existed. And the first time I read the name, I was like, that doesn't even sound right. Like, why would there be a function with this name? And then today, in one day, you would have heard about it twice. What are the chances? And I promise, we didn't talk with Diana. This is the second time we both give a talk, the ones we did today. And again, I come after her the second time. And I'm like, at least next time I could do it first, and then she talks about it later. But anyway, so Levenstein is a function that measures the distance between two words. And a funny story, I once did an interview for a job, and I was asked about this function during that interview. I was asked, how would you measure distance between two words? And I was, what? Like, what? What do you mean, like, on the line? How many characters are? Like, I did not understand. But this is exactly what the function does. It measures the distance between words, but not on a line, but how many single line or single character edits you have to do to get from one word to another. So for example, if you've got two words, kitten and smitten, how many edits do we have to do? And by edits, I mean insertions or deletions or substitutions. Do you have to do to get from one word to another? So what do you think is the answer to this? What's the Levenstein distance? Anyway, anyone? 2, very good, well done. It's because we have to go from K to S and I to M, and we got smitten out of kitten. Now let's a little bit more complex. What is the Levenstein distance between Symfony and Laravel? Anyone? Yeah. Have you heard of this function before? Because you're spoiling my fun a little bit. Yes, it's 7, because you have to replace every single character, basically. So this is Levenstein. The next function I want to talk about is soundx, which is a function that is also related to comparing strings, similar to Levenstein, but what it does, it calculates the soundx key of a string based on how the word sounds. So this can be used in database searches when you, for example, searching for a word you don't know how it's spelled, but you know how it sounds, or when there are two words that sound the same but are spelled differently. Let's have a look at an example. We've got two words, by as in this book was written by somebody, and bye as in goodbye. If we pass this into soundx, it will return a soundx key, which is a 4-character string, beginning with the initial letter. So it will begin with B and then some number. So if we run this through PHP, the answer will be B000 for both of these words. So to soundx, these two words are the same because they sound the same, therefore they are the same. If it looks like a duck or looks like a duck, it's a duck. Now, who knows, hold on, no, spoiler, who knows what might happen if you pass in an empty string to the soundx function? Anyone? Please don't tell me you managed to read it, because that would... OK. So, prior to PHP version 8.0, what did I do? OK. Calling this function with an empty string returned false for no particular reason. And what I love is that whoever writes, this is on php.net, OK? This is not some random website. That's the official PHP documentation. Whoever wrote this, they could have just said nothing. They could have just said, prior to this version, calling this function with an empty string returns false. Full stop. Or they could have made something up. They could have said, you know, some elaborate reason why it's happening. But no, they just said, no reason whatsoever. This is just what it does. And I love it because, and also they could have removed it from documentation. No, 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 stays there. So this is amazing. If you call it with an empty string for any later PHP versions, the newer ones, it will return 4 zeros, as you would expect. So another function which is similar to soundx is the metaphone function, which does basically the same thing. It returns the metaphone key, but it's a little bit more clever than soundx because it knows the rules, the basic rules of English pronunciation. So if we use the same example, it will now return two different keys, B and BY, because according to metaphone, it does know the difference between these two words. And when I first learned about it, I was like, how does it know? Like, what is this magic? And it's not really that magical. What it does, it goes through a section of steps, like I think 7 steps or 8 steps, where it first converts removes all the non-character, non-letter characters. Then it converts everything to uppercase. And then, for example, you've got 2 examples. It will get rid of the silent E at the end of example, or if there are 2 words that have like a phonetic equivalent, such as PH, that will turn into F. So these are then the metaphone codes. When you try really hard, I mean, example, kind of, it sounds like example, and pharmacy, kind of like pharmacy. So it makes sense, kind of. And so the reason I know that is because I looked at the PHP implementation. So PHP is written in C. And I went and looked up the source code. And I would like to encourage everyone to have a look. Because if you're learning about some function or you don't quite understand what it does, and PHP docs are not that helpful, go and check it out. Because even though it's written in C, you don't need to know C to understand what's going on. And when I read the very long function, well, implement the metaphone function, it turns out that it's just a really long switch statement, which is very well documented. So they do say, when you do run this, this is what happens. And when you do this, this is what happens. And some for loops and if statements. So really, it's not that magical at all. It's just really cleverly done. But it's not magical. So as I said, if you are learning something and you're struggling with understanding, just check out the source code, because even though if it's written in C, it doesn't matter, you can understand it. And there is an interesting comment on the php.net website from about 20 years ago, as they are. And there was somebody using the Levenstein function to measure this distance between 2 metaphone keys. And I wish I knew what came out of that, because it seems like a really good idea. Right, last function that compares strings is similar text. So while soundx and metaphone, they both compare text based on a phonetic similarity, similar text doesn't care about any of that. It compares strings based on matching characters. Again, something that Diana mentioned earlier today. Again, if we look at our good old example, by and by, How many matching characters are between these two words? 2, easy peasy. Yes, because if you could buy, and the E is extra. Now, the fun part is when you pass in a third argument, %, and this will give you the percentage of how similar these two words are. So how many % do you think these two words are similar? Shout out loud. You're all wrong. It is 80, because the way they calculate it, they take the number of matching characters, which is 2, divided by the average number of words, or the average number of characters, which is 2.5, and then multiply it by 100, and that's 80. And again, until you look it up, this looks like, yeah, it makes sense. When I first saw the 80, I was like, where did you get 80? I thought it was 66 something. But yeah, this is how they calculate it. So this is similar text. And yeah, I think it's enough about comparing text or strings, and let's look at something more cryptic, which is str.13. I'm not quite sure how to say it out loud. I don't know how you have the same problem when you write the functions, but you never actually say them out loud, and when you then ask to say them out loud, you're like, this sounds wrong. So str.13 stands for rotate 13, or rotate by 13 characters. And this function performs a simple Caesar cipher. What it does, it will take a letter and it will replace it by 13 letters down the line. Why 13? Because there are 26 letters in the English alphabet, and 13 is alphabet, so when you run a string through this function twice, you will first encrypt it and then decrypt it again. So here we've got it's in Amsterdam, which, because it is, it's lovely, I love it. So if you pass it into it first time and the second time, what you will get is, first you'll get the encrypted string, and then you'll get it back the original way. Now you can have a lot of fun with this function. You can use it to build games or some sort of quiz. You can hide semi-sensitive text, like I wouldn't use it for something really sensitive, like maybe a movie review or spoilers, but please don't use it to encrypt your passwords, because that would not be a good idea. Don't do that. Take it from me. Not that I did it, but Right, now since we've established that it's been sun in Amsterdam, there's another function that PHP comes with, and which is the dateSunInfo function. This function returns an array of, well, you will pass in the date, latitude, and longitude of a place, of a location. It will return information about the sunrise, sunset, the sun's zenith, when the sun is at its highest, and all the twilights, which is amazing. Again, it's a native PHP function. Now, before I show you what it does, I want to talk about twilights, because did you know there are 3 different twilights? There is the civil twilight that begins between, the sun is between 0 and 6 degrees below horizon. Then there is the nautical twilight, which is between 6 and 12 under the horizon, and then the astronomical 12 to 18 degrees, and then it's just pure night. And the reason I'm telling you this is because PHP gives you all this information. So this is latitude and longitude of Amsterdam, today's date, and this is how we pass it into the dateSunInfo, and this is the array we get back. I mean, admittedly, I don't understand, because it returns Unix timestamp, and I don't know about you. You might look at it and know, I don't know, it's just a bunch of numbers to me. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull out the sunrise information, and I'm going to wrap it in the date method to get it like a human-readable format. And today, the sun rose at 7:15:38 here in Amsterdam. And as I said, we can also get the zenith, which is when the sun was at its highest, which was at 11:54:09. So I think this is a lovely, again, PHP function that you may not have known it existed. Don't quite know how you would use it. I mean, I'm sure there are use cases. But yeah, interesting to me. Well, talking about sunrises and sunset, who knows when Easter will be in any given year? Again, it's a very important thing to know if you are doing like PTA quizzes or pub quizzes, because PHP has a function for that, Easter date. Now, if you don't pass anything in, it will return the date of the current year. So again, I'm going to format a little bit, because otherwise it would be Unix timestamp. So this year, it will be on the 20th of April. But you can pass in any year in the future, and it will give you the date. And I did check on Google, and it was accurate, so I would like to think that it's right. Now, talking about dates, check date. Who knew about check date? So this function, again, this is all based on my experience, and maybe I'm just going to, you will think I'm dumb, but I don't know Which one has got 30 days, which one has 31? I just don't know. And I know there are these things you can count your knuckles, or there are sayings. I don't get it, I don't know. But I don't need to know, because there is a function for that. When you pass in month, day, and year, it will, and then you do some sort of, say if it's valid, if it's true, say real, otherwise it's not real, it will tell you whether the date is real. Now, be careful. You have to pass in month, then date, then year. It's the American way, not the sensible way. So just be careful. If you got to do it the other way around, you won't get what you expect. So the 31st of February, was it real? Was it not real? It was not real. So again, a very useful function, in my opinion, because that's what I do. Instead of checking Google, I just go into some, REPL and or Tinkerwell and just use PHP, because that's what we do as developers. Now we looked at the dates. Let's look at calendars, because you might think, why am I talking about calendars? It's a PHP functions talk. What has it got to do with calendars? Well, quite a lot, because I don't know if you knew, but there are over 40 calendars in use today, different calendars. So we are probably using, all of us, the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use here in Europe, UK, US. But there are so many others. So there's the Islamic Hijri, there is Hebrew, there is Coptic. There are so many different calendars. And they all come with their own ways of doing things, their own ways of calculating stuff. And like the Gregorian has got the leap year, which I still don't know where it is. So there are different calendars in use today, over 40. And PHP, of course, has a different calendar functions, because why not? But before we get to calendars, who knows what Julian day count is? Did I hear yes? Well, Julian day count is a day in the past where somebody decided there was a date from which they will start counting days in continuous fashion, like no-stop, like day after day after day after day. It's a way to count number of days from a specific time in history. And the time in history was the 1st of January, 4713 BCE, before Common Era. Very specific dates for some reason, and not only that, it's from noon on that day. And from what I understand, it has some historical reasons and something historical, like ancient chronology and astronomy. It was a really special day, that day. So they decided from today we're going to be counting. And you might wonder why don't we just use all our calendar? And that's the thing. We can use our calendar, and we do. But all those 40 different calendars have their own quirks. And sometimes you just need to know the number of days from a certain time. And the Julian day count is actually used in science a lot, in astronomy, in paleontology, even in other scientific fields, including computer science. And the thing is, because normal calendars, they are cyclical, they have repeating units, days, weeks, months, and years, and they keep doing, well, this one is just day after day after day. And why am I talking about it? Because PHP has a function for that. We can take a Unix timestamp and convert it to Julian day count. If you don't pass anything in, it will again take today's date. So today's date is 2,460,710 days since the day 4,700 years ago, which to me seems like it should be a bigger number for some reason. I thought it was more than 2 million days passed, but this is what it is. And you can convert to Julian day from all the others. So this was for Unix timestamp, but you can use Gregorian date, and then you can do the vice versa. Again, be careful, because you will, hold on, too fast. You have to pass in the month, day, and year. Again, the weird American way. Please, if somebody understands why, explain it to me, because it doesn't make sense to me. Why would you start with month and then go like a smaller unit, then go to bigger unit, and go, no, anyway. So find me and explain it to me later. So be careful the way you pass information into these functions. And another thing about calendars is something to do with the French Republican, well, it's called the French Republican calendar, and it's a calendar that was used during the French Revolution, during the 1793 to 1805, only 12 years. Okay, this calendar was used for 12 years, long time ago. And it has a function in PHP. Like, I don't know why. Like, I would love to know who implemented it and why. What was the use case that it got a function in PHP? Like, now when you see all those proposals for the new PHPs, people have to vote about things that go in. Did anyone vote for this? Like, I mean, again, please educate me, tell me, because I don't know. I would love to know. So again, you can convert it back and forth. And there are more functions that I didn't mention. Yeah. So that's calendars. So now we've talked about string comparisons, sunrise, sunset, Easter, checking dates, calendars. So let's end on a high note, which is time zones, because who doesn't love time zones? Oh, I forgot to say, actually, let me go back to the story I mentioned about Levenstein, how I interviewed, and I didn't know what the function was. I didn't get the job for some reason. I don't know if it was because of the function that I didn't know what Levenstein was. Deep down, I think it was, because, you know. But it's not going to happen again, because I know what it is, and now you all know what it is. So if anyone asks you what Levenstein is, just now you'll know it's, you know, Levenstein distance algorithm, blah, blah, blah. But talking about time zones, the reason I mention this is because, again, I once booked a call, which was either with a client or job interview again. And instead of booking it for 2 p.m. my time, I accidentally booked it for 2 a.m. my time. So imagine my surprise when I woke up in the morning and there was like a bunch of emails saying, we are ready whenever you are. And 10 minutes later, we're still waiting. And then about half an hour later, oh, we've just checked what time it is where you are. We don't think you were meant to book it for this time. Never mind, let's rebook. I didn't get that job or client. It must seem that I am totally unemployable. I do have a job now, you know. They didn't ask me about time zones, luckily, and so, but I can get a job, I promise you. But I'm sure I'm not the only one struggling with time zones, because time zones are bloody complicated, and they don't make any sense. And you will understand, because if I ask you, okay, yes, how many time zones do you think are recognized by PHP? Or how many time zones do you think there are in general? Anyone knows? Basically, too many. The problem is, like, it's really difficult to establish official time zones because they depend on so many different factors. Historical factors, political factors, they are all this. It's a big mess we don't want to get into. But there is, somebody says 28, somebody says like 32. There is no official number or number of official time zones. But then we've got a method in PHP, which is an alias for the date time zone list identifier method. And what this method will return is the list of time zones that are recognized by PHP. So try again. So what do you think, how many time zones PHP recognizes? Let's be really like, try. Be inclusive. Give it your best. Say again? 280. Try again. 100 plus. Well, it is 100 plus. It is, hold on, so this is how I get it. Sorry, print art, let's get a nice array. 418 time zones in PHP. And the reason there are so many is because PHP is really super inclusive, which is why I like it, because it recognizes all the current time zones, alternative time zones, deprecated time zones, historical. It just, anything goes. It's a time zone, we like it. So now I don't feel as bad about messing up my call or not really knowing, keep checking, like, what time is it in US now, and West Coast, East Coast, and the Middle Coast. Like, I don't feel as bad anymore, you know. It's just too many time zones. Who could, you know, who can be surprised? So I think that was most of the functions I wanted to mention. There are a few more, well, there are many more that I should have mentioned that I didn't, but there are just a few that are kind of cute. So pi, it's quite obvious what it does. It returns the value of pi, but who knows what chop does? Anyone? It's a really nice one. Chop is an alias for rtrim. So instead of, you know, rtrim removes the white spaces at the end of the sentence or line. So instead of trimming them next time, just chop them right off, because it's so much cooler. So that's all from me. I would like to thank you for listening, and I hope, you know, PHP, people say bad things about PHP all the time. And we all complain about the 20-year-old comments because, you know, it's kind of weird. But at the end of the day, PHP has such a long and rich history. And I think including the 20-year-old comments, it's really good to see how people were involved in it, how people worked towards making it better. And it's lovely to see that we actually see the progression, that it's not like from today PHP sees this and whatever happened before doesn't exist. No, I actually appreciate that we can see the progression of the language and its community and ecosystem, including all the lovely frameworks that came out, like Laravel. So next time we all code PHP and there is a function that maybe doesn't make much sense to us, maybe let's be a little bit, you know, thankful that we have it, and be thankful and grateful for the developers that came before us, that work on the language so it's the way it is right now. thank you very much. And like I said, please donate. I'm scared.
Yeah, it's working. Don't be. You know what's going to happen, right?
Anonymous
Someone
user.
is going to try to find on Laravel the rtrim function, and they will PR the chop.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. Thank you for that.
Anytime.
Good talk.
Thank you.
Do you have fun?
I did. I mean, I was a little bit worried that maybe you will not find these functions as interesting / weird, funny as I did. And maybe you use them all the time. Most of you, some of you, I don't know. But these were the functions that spoke to me. So I hope you had fun.
Great job. So I got a couple of questions.
Yes.
So Jeff, he's asking, is there a native PHP function to get a romantic date?
Oh, do you know what? I bet there is something if you look through the documentation. I don't know.
Should we talk to the PHP Foundation?
We should. Yeah, let's do the RTF. Is it what it's called, RTF? Like when they vote about new...
They're around the place.
Yeah, whatever.
We need to get the hang of it.
Let's get that in. I mean, come on. We've got the Julian Day calendar. We've got the French Revolution, French calendar in there.
Screw the French Revolution.
This would be actually useful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next question.
Yes.
If you could poll yourself a fun PHP function, would you do it?
Oh, I don't know.
And which one? This question is from Fer.
So my...
Funny PHP function that you can add it to PHP.
I don't know. Do you know, now that I've gone through the documentation many times, I kind of think a lot of them are already there. I don't know. I'm
Something to solve the time zones? Just chop?
I don't think that's solvable. Honestly, I think time zones, it's just let's forget about it. Because that's too much.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe the romantic relationship would be nice, like to find love. We all want to find love.
The answer is 14th of February. It's coming up. Set a date.
This was not planned, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you again, Susanna.
Thank you.
Big applause for Susanna. No. No, that's not mine.
Sorry, where's mine?
Michi, you almost lost your computer. No worry, he's safe. So, our next speaker, he traveled 940 kilometers all the way from Germany. He's a pro fingerboarder. You should ask him what's about it. And is a big potato fan. Yeah, that's a cool question for him. Please welcome Michi Hoffman.
Goedemiddag, Amsterdam. Thank you very much for once again having me. Today we will dive down into the mythical world of PHP extensions. Before we get started, we will do a small giveaway. So we will handing out 3 century-themed PHP elephants. To win, you need to be present at the at the conference. And when you ask a question on Twitter, please tag @getcentury, and whichever questions Kaneko chooses, each person will win 1 elephant. All right, so yeah, PHP extensions. I will try to give you a rough overview about anything you will need to get started. It's quite a complex topic, so let's see how this goes. My name is Michi. I'm a software engineer working at Sentry in our Vienna office. When I'm not coding, I mostly spend my time walking around various cities, taking photos. And yeah, I'm generally also super into everything, aviation, flight simulation, you name it, I probably play it or simulate it. I also pretty much into fingerboarding, so like tiny skateboards, you do tricks with your fingers. And I also like to combine my hobbies. So I really enjoy taking photos of people fingerboarding. So that are a few of my photos from a few friends from Vienna. And I also like to take videos of people fingerboarding. So please enjoy this 20-second clip, which I always wanted to play on the big stage or on the big screen. And if you want to see this in person, find me at the after-show party. All right. Thank you. As engineers, we tend to use the word magic quite often, right? Like if something works in a way we don't fully understand, it's magic. And when I first started using PHP, everything was magic. Like I started to use a framework and I had no clue what it was doing, so it was magic. But at one point I was like, maybe I could just look at the source code of the framework, because, surprise, it's actually written in PHP. And that helped me really understand how things work, and it became less magical. And another thing I always considered, or still do, magic is the send engine, so the compiler and the runtime environment PHP is running on. But for quite a while, I always had like the desire to dive a little bit deeper into it. Like, how does PHP actually work internally? But how do you approach such a topic? When we develop software, we sometimes use an approach called test-driven development. So we write some tests, and then we brute force our implementation to the point where our tests pass. And then hopefully it's correct. Test-driven development wouldn't have really worked to get a close understanding of how PHP extensions work. So we needed a new technique, and it's called CDD. So what does CDD stand for? It's called conference-driven development. So it works like this. You find a topic you are super interested in, but you either lack the motivation, the time, or any other reason to actually do it. And ideally, it's also like a topic your company could benefit from. Then you apply at a conference with a talk about the topic you want to invest time in. And if they accept the talk, congratulations, you just created an enormous amount of pressure on yourself to actually make this thing happen you want to talk about. And that's exactly what I did. Hi. I always wanted to create a PHP extension. And fortunately enough, Sentry also has some sort of interest to have a PHP extension. We actually already use one today for our profiling offering. It's not written by us, it's written by Wikipedia, called Xzymer. It's a sampling profiler. And my manager was on board with that, so I started hacking. It's quite hard to get started at this topic because there's very little documentation out there. Oftentimes it's really old, like from the PHP 5, PHP 7 days. But fortunately enough, most PHP extensions that are also used in the core, they're open source. So you can at least look at the source code. And of course, PHP itself, the source code is open source. So that really helps. So what are PHP extensions? I think that gives us a rough overview of what to expect. But there are actually different types of extensions. There are so-called Zend extensions, and there are so-called modules. So for example, in your PHP INI, if you use something like opcache, you would load it or enable it with Zend extension. And then there is also the other extension, like curl. So what's the difference? Well, the send extensions, they hook much, much deeper into the virtual machine itself. You can do all sorts of crazy things, but that's not today's topic. So today we will focus on PHP modules, and I will continue using the term PHP extensions. The reason why I also mentioned modules is that in the send API, like in the send engine, let's say, these extensions like curl are referenced as modules. But for the sake of simplicity, we will stay with extensions for today. Good, so PHP extensions. I think there are like 3-ish different types of why you would actually care to create an extension. You want to make something fast, you want to make something reusable, or you actually want to make something possible. So what does this mean? Well, to make something fast, C is surprisingly a lot faster than PHP. So anytime you have some critical business logic that needs to run really, really fast, it's a good idea to maybe put this into an extension. Examples are the JSON extension or the YAML extension. Though keep in mind, creating a complex extension is complex. So you should really have a good understanding if this is like the best spend of your time, because sometimes throwing a little bit more resources onto a problem also fixes it. The next type is to make something reusable. Write it once, use it often, right? So for example, curl. Curl is already in existence, it's written in C. So how cool would it be that you just take your C code, expose it as userland functions you actually can call in PHP, and then you're done. And that's exactly what the curl extension does, right? At a former company of mine, we had a shared C++ code base, and we used this inside our iOS and Android apps. And because some functionality we also wanted to have on the web, we created a PHP extension, so we could call this code also on the web. And the last type is to actually make something possible, right? Like there are definitely a few things you can't do in PHP. One of them is like create like a profiler. And for that, it's like the only way to actually enable certain functionality. So you kind of forced to use a PHP extension. Or you do some hacky stuff, right? Like you can literally modify the abstract syntax tree of PHP at runtime. So this opens another can of worms. So how do we get started to actually create a PHP extension? If we want to use someone else's extension, we can install it. For example, via PECL, which is the PHP Extension Community Library. Maybe you've used it in the past. PECL install, extension name, gets downloaded, installed. You have to activate it, you're good to go. Similar spirit, but the new kid on the block is something called Pi, which is the PHP installer for extensions. So that's actually pretty new. So I think the first release came out in October last year. That's, I think, mainly driven by the PHP Foundation. And it kind of integrates with packages, which I think is a really good thing because now we have extensions and libraries at the same place. If you have more questions about this, I think Roman or Sebastian will be really happy to talk about this. And the third option is you can build an extension from source. So you download the source code, build it, and then you run it. And that's what we want to focus today. What do we need? Well, we need a C compiler. I mostly do development work on macOS, so when you have Xcode installed, you already get a compiler called Clang. You need a bunch of other libraries. I actually don't know what most of them do very precisely, but you need them. You can just brute force, you run the script as long as it stops complaining and just brew install anything that might be missing. And lastly, preferably, you should have a debug build of PHP. So not like a production version of PHP you normally run in the servers, or for example, when you use herd locally, you kind of want to have a debug build. A nice side effect of extensions is that, hey, you're a PHP developer, normally you just press F5 in your browser and everything works, but now you're introducing compile time. So that's really cool because you will have some more downtime to slack around. Yeah, so we need to build PHP. Just go on the source code, check out a release branch you're interested in. Normally you would choose something like a little bit older, let's say maybe 8.2, 8.1, depending on which versions your extension should support. Then you run buildconf. And buildconf creates the configure script and also moves around some header files. We don't worry about this too much because once we build PHP once, we don't care anymore. Next, you configure your PHP build. In my case, I'm setting like which directories my ini files are located and where the final binaries should end up. And then you compile it. So computer goes room. That might take a while. And once you call make install, the binaries end up on your hard drive. Amazing. So now you kind of probably want to use the PHP version you just compiled. So a good idea is to add it to your path. Once again, if you use herd, you sadly have to uncomment all the binaries herd injected, but you can bring them back later. Yeah, and then when we run PHP version, we now have our dev build of PHP running on our system. Next, we need to generate our extension. When you cloned the PHP repository, there's a handy script that will help you scaffold or bootstrap your extension skeleton. So you run it, and then it will tell you like how to actually build the extension later, and thank you for using PHP. So let's look what is generated when you bootstrap your extension skeleton. So that's the files you will end up with. You will have a header file, which by convention is called PHP underscore the name of your extension. And here we will later add our function definitions. There's also like a version in there you could add a name. Then you have a C file, and that's basically where you write most of your business logic in. I mean, you can, of course, later on, if your code grows, you can add more, but that's basically the main point where you will write all your business logic. Then we have the so-called stub files. So this is basically what your extensions will expose to your users or like to the user land of PHP, so something that people then later on can actually call. If you do it like this, it's actually pretty handy because there's a small make script included that will then later on generate you the arc info headers you will need. We will look into this in a bit more detail later on. And then you also got some tests. Once again, we will also look at them. It's probably not something you're super familiar with by the looks of it, but it's actually pretty cool. Next, we need to know a few things about the PHP lifecycle in order to write an extension. Once your PHP process starts, certain hooks are called. A PHP process either starts, for example, if you call a script on the CLI, that starts a PHP process. If you spawn an FPM a worker, this spawns a PHP process. And when this happens, there are certain hooks called, and one of them is minit. And in minit, you would basically do anything you need for the entire runtime of your application. So for example, in minit, you could define certain PHP ini settings, right? Like if the extension you're building exposes some options to the user, you would define them in there. You don't really know how long minit, like what you do there, will live because like FPM reuses its workers, right? So you get like 1 to n requests there. That's something to keep in mind. Yeah, and the next hook that's quite interesting is the one called rinit, and this is called every time a new request comes in. And then we also have all the shutdown functions, and we use them to clean up behind ourselves, right? It's quite easy to leak memory in there, and if you do this for long enough, everything will crash, and then everyone is sad. Next, we need to know about Zend values or Z-vals. PHP is a dynamic programming language. C is not. C is statically compiled or statically typed. So we need some way to take some random PHP variable that could change its types in a blink of an eye and put this into something that actually compiles in C. And for that, we use so-called cvals. And most types in PHP have a corresponding cval, and that's what you will use internally to handle whatever arguments your user passes into your extension or when you return it from there. I will quickly talk about memory management. This is probably a topic you can talk for hours. Just be careful. If you leak 1 byte every time on each request, this will crash every server in a matter of minutes when you have enough traffic, or even quicker. There are some tools like Valgrind, which is like a memory profiler, and it has some built-in leak detection. So all of these things, just use all of them. It's really hard to get this right. The Zen engine has some safety guards built into it. So if you just follow what others do, then it should be good. Cool. Good. And lastly, of course, you have to build your extension. I mean, again, this is pretty similar to how we just built our PHP build. We run PHP eyes, or however this is pronounced, I sadly don't know. We run the configure script, we compile it, and then we install it. Cool. Let's look at some code. All right. There we are. Cool. So we ran our generation script to bootstrap or scaffold our extension, and that's the files we get. Maybe we should quickly talk about what we're actually building. So as I'm really into everything aviation, I thought, let's build a small helper method, right? An aircraft always needs to know how high it is, and that, of course, changes depending on the air pressure. And different countries use different systems. So in the US, it's quite common to use altimeter, and that's measured in inches of mercury. And in the EU and other parts of the world, we use something we call the QNH, and this is measured in hectopascal. So let's write an extension that exposes 2 methods to the userland, one to convert an altimeter to QNH, and vice versa. So first, let's take a look at the step file. What would we do here? Well, we have our QNH to altimeter function, and we have our altimeter to QNH function. This one accepts an integer, returns a float. The other one accepts a float and returns an integer. When you write an extension, you generate a module entry. In there, you have a name, and you have a function vector. And then you have like all the hooks we previously discussed. You can define them here, and then they would be called. All right, so now we have the PHP code. And now if we run a certain make script, we can actually generate an arc-info header file. Good. So let's look at this a little bit. So again, we have a dynamic language, and we somehow need to make it work statically compiled. So the Zen engine exposes a lot of macros to help us achieve this. So when we look at the first one, we basically tell, hey, this function will return a double, so a float. And the first argument is an integer. We do the reverse for the other function. So we will return an integer, but expect a float. Then we create our function vector. And all of that is generated just by us writing this few lines of PHP. And then we can use the function vector in here. Cool. So now let's actually write our first function. So again, let's start with QNH to altimeter. So the way you would do this is like this. So you use the PHP function macro, and then you pass in the function name. In here, we create a variable, and now we need to parse the parameter. So once again, we're using a macro. And this will then convert our, like the value that the user passed in will be then converted to a long. And then we use, once again, another macro to return the result. And now we're actually calling some C code. Yeah, I call it PHP underscore. I saw this somewhere else. I'm not sure why people do this, but why not? Yeah, and here's actually our logic. So we take the QNH, divide it by some number, round it to get the output. And for our other function, we do the reverse. Cool, good. So the code is written. Let's look at the tests. And the way you test such functions is actually pretty straightforward. So you create a PHP T and it has various sections. The first one is the name of the test, and then actually some PHP code. So here we call my function, pass in our integer, and then we expect some certain output because we're calling var dump. And then we have to test in reverse for the other function. Cool. So let's take a look if this actually works. So first of all, we call PHP files, then configure. It will do some things. And now when we take a look in our code base, you see like a lot of new stuff has appeared. Also a makefile, which is quite handy. So let's first see if our extension actually compiles. We can just call make. Build complete. Cool. So let's run the tests I just showed you. Was it just make test? Yes. And we can see they pass. Awesome. Good. OK. But now it would actually be cool to be able to call this in our PHP code. To do that, we call make install. And this now puts the shared object file, like the extension SO file, in my configured path. And now it's running there. So let's try to call automated QNH. So we pass in 2992, and we expect it to return 1013. Yay. And now we can also try the reverse, of course, the other function we added. And it returns 29991. And with that, thank you. Okay. Someone should now enter the stage, I thought. Oh, God. He disappeared.
Hello, sorry. Backstage stuff, sorry. What did I miss?
That was amazing.
Oh, a big applause. So, I got questions.
Oh, God.
So, Eurodev is asking, would it be possible to write PHP extensions in other languages than C?
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
example,
oh, sorry.
For example, Rust or Go?
Yes. Now you can do this. Basically, every function that can create bindings towards C you can use. So you can write C code with Go, you can write with Rust. But yeah, that's definitely a way. It's possible, yeah.
Is it a good idea?
I mean, absolutely, at one point, sure. I would not recommend starting with it. Like, I wouldn't add abstractions before you kind of master the basics kind of dish. But later on, sure. I mean, there are some companies where I saw like they have a profile written in Rust, and they expose it in their PHP extension, so yeah.
OK, sounds cool. And where's the other one? Tiago is asking, have you considered building a package based on your learnings that could be used to create an extension in an easier way?
So there are already some projects that do that. So there is some C++ library, I forgot the name sadly, that kind of abstracts this whole thing away. I haven't used it. Right now, I don't think I'm at the point yet where I can create extensions to create extensions or so. I think this will require some more deep dives at night.
Interesting. And finally, for the third one, Abinadi, hopefully I don't mess up his name, is asking, what is the best resource to use when you want to learn how to build PHP extensions?
Yeah, so the one resource I use the most, which I think is actually quite good, is something called the PHP internals book. You can just Google it, it's like a website. There's tons of stuff in there. There's also a lot of stuff missing. Yeah, as I mentioned before, give this a read and then just dive into other extensions to learn how it works.
So there's no extension cast for...
Sadly not, no. There's no Udemy 20 hours from zero to hero extension course.
Maybe not yet.
Maybe not yet.
Not yet. Okay, but thank you all. Thank you again for the amazing talk. Please applause for Miki.
Thank you very much.
Again, sorry for that. So, the moment that we all waiting for. So apparently someone parked. No, that's actually not it. So a quick intermission just before Taylor. I got someone to talk to you about something. I want to call Vishal to have a quick word with you. Switch it, switch it, switch it, switch it. Stop. So
Hello. Okay, but I think it's unfair if I do it alone, right? So like, where is Kaneko? Kaneko, you there? Come on, my buddy. So how about we do it together? I'll teach you a little, or maybe you know already.
I let him read the best.
Yeah. And what we'll do with you guys. So if you want to do, you can stand. If you want to sit, you can do whatever you want. But in order to join us, you guys have to clap your hands like this, okay? Now, you know how to do Garba?
I've learned it back in India.
Yeah, because Laracon India is happening at a place where Garba is one of the dance form, which is the tradition. All right, so come here with me.
In there.
Yeah?
Okay.
So you have to do like this. And then like this, okay? And you guys will clap like this, okay? For 30 seconds. When we'll do it?
30 seconds.
No. For 30 seconds, we have to dance. Just for 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yes, so I'll play again.
I need to do my cardio, so...
Yeah, okay. All right? On count of 5,
Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
So, let's talk about it. Thank you. So long, Vishal.
Yeah, thank you. Was unplanned. Sometimes unplanned things are better, right? Okay. So just give me a moment. Please click. Perfect. Can I have my slides, please? Okay. So welcome to Laracon India 2025. My name is Vishal Rajpurohit. I'm the organizer of Laracon India. And my first Laracon started in Amsterdam 8 years before. And I love community because everyone in Laracon, Laravel community, are amazing. Why am I here today? A good question. So we spent 4 days in last Laracon, and we did few magical things. So the time we spent for 4 days, we'll show you just in 4 minutes. So here is the magic of last Laracon in front of you guys. What happens at Laracon only happens at Laracon. Yeah. So this year, we have another theme, which is like the local theme. So in our logo, there are 3 different elements. First element is flowers. There are 3 flowers which represents people, community, and technology. Second is a character. It's more like an artisan. And third is the elephant, which represents our community as well. So combination of 3 together becomes the logo of Laracon India. Now, about Laracon India, this is the 3rd version of Laracon India. First had 1,300 plus attendees, which is the biggest Laracon so far. This year, we are already 1,000. We are planning how to deal with more than 1,000 people. A lot of people are already in queue as well. This year, we have attendees coming from more than 20 plus countries. We have good line of speakers. We have 2 speakers remaining spot, and we have a lot of RFPs as well. So in case if you want to be part of it, do it as soon as possible. On top of that, we have good line of sponsors as well. Again, in sponsors, we have only 2 or 3 spots left. So in case if you want to promote your product with Indian community or maybe anything about your open source contributions, those are always welcome. This year's city is Ahmedabad. It is India's first UNESCO World Heritage City. It is a beautiful city where you can be. And the event is more into Science City, which is also one of the amusement park as well. So you guys will really have a good time. What's new this year? So, you know, in India, it's all about food, it's about energy, it's about entertainment. So the place where we have Laracon is known for different type of cuisines. So like if you go to dinner at one place, you have more than 150 items to eat just for the dinner. So apart from amazing food, you'll have a lot of different places as well, and we'll do some cultural programs as well. So this is gonna be more like a fun and adventurous activity as well. In case if you need any support for the visa, any support for the itinerary, we are here to help. I have my colleagues Abbas and Ruchit. You can raise your hand. They are along with us here for next 2 days. So in case if you have any questions, you're most welcome. Thank you very much. I hope to see you guys in Laracon India this year. What happens at Laracon only happens at Laracon. Thank you.
This is on. Be right back. Okay. All good. We're ready. So, the moment is now, the moment is here, the moment is right this time. So, our final speaker for the day, he traveled 7,500 kilometers. That's 4,600 miles, if you wanted to make the other metric system weird one. All the way from Arkansas, USA. Is currently being powered by Coke Zero. The man, the myth, and the legend. I give you Taylor Otwell.
All right, how's everybody doing? Let me get situated here and we'll get rocking and rolling. I don't think I've ever been so nervous for a talk before, actually. It's a big talk. Let's see. Am I hooked up? Okay, I guess. All right, looks good. All right, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming out to Laracon EU. It's good to be back. It's good to be here. I think this is like it might be my 10th, maybe 9th or 10th Laracon EU. So thanks for having me back. It's always a lot of fun. We've done some big reveals here at Laracon EU. Back in 2019, we unveiled Laravel Vapor, which is a big moment in Laravel's history. And hopefully we have some cool stuff to show you today. So thanks for coming out. Laravel. It's been about 15 years since I wrote the first lines of what would become Laravel. And when I first started writing Laravel, I didn't actually set out to like create an open source thing, you know, or an open source community or a framework that I was going to share with the world or any of that. I really just had business ideas, side project ideas, startup ideas that I wanted to build, and I wanted to build them quickly and ship them quickly. And so, of course, I needed to create my own framework to do that, like every good programmer does. But as the months went by, the framework kind of became my passion project. It kind of became the goal in itself. And I got so carried away with just making it as incredible to use as possible, as easy to use as possible, to making it fast, making it feel really great. And after about 6 months of building it, I thought, maybe there's actually something to this Laravel thing. And decided to put it out on GitHub in the summer of 2011. And it was definitely not an overnight sensation. I think the first day I got 4 stars on GitHub, but I was actually super pumped about that, that anyone out there in the world would actually care about something I had built. And it became a journey that would change my life and change a lot of people's lives around the world. If you're here today, you're using Laravel. It's something I never expected to happen. It's a position I never expected to find myself in. But of course, it's been a totally awesome journey with all of you building this framework. And after all of these years, we're still seeing incredible growth. So as of just this week, we're seeing 300,000 daily Composer installs of the Laravel framework, which is actually a 30% increase from this time last year at Laracon EU. So Laravel just keeps growing. And what is keeping Laravel relevant all these years later? And I think it's this right here. Laravel is really an ecosystem that's built for productivity. And when you enable people to ship super fast and super quickly, that is something that sticks with developers. That's something developers love. Developers love to just ship code and to build amazing applications. Things like authentication, queuing, scheduling, validation, all of these things are built into the framework, and you have one comprehensive and cohesive ecosystem. So you're able to build awesome full-stack experiences without patching together a Frankenstein of third-party libraries and code. And I think this is what has kept Laravel so relevant all the way to 2025, is just a laser focus on productivity. And as I look back on 2024, in a lot of ways it feels like the closing of a chapter for one era of Laravel and the beginning of another one. And even though the framework is approaching Laravel framework version 12.0, in some ways it feels like the last 10 years were kind of Laravel 1.0 as a company and as a community and as an ecosystem. And it feels like we're kind of entering a new era. And what does that mean? That sounds kind of scary when I say it that way. But what I think it means for me is that we're setting out on an ambitious new journey to hold ourselves to incredibly high standards for everything we do. We want to build absolutely world-class products, tools, and libraries for developers and companies to build with. And that goes from indie hackers all the way up to Fortune 500 enterprises. The Laravel development story needs to be really phenomenal, from local development all the way to production. It's what this community deserves. I think it's what the framework deserves. And I think it's what all of us want out of this community. And when any new web developer decides they want to build a new web application, I want Laravel to be the obvious choice for building that application. PHP's been around a long time, I think over 25 years. And many of us got into programming through PHP, but many of the people starting today, the younger generation, they often don't come into programming through PHP. And I think they're actually missing out on a lot of what Laravel has to offer because they simply don't know of how productive it can be to build with Laravel. So I'm trying to reposition Laravel and refocus on making Laravel the default choice for building new full-stack web applications. And I think we can do that. So we started working on this in 2024, this goal of thinking incredibly, or thinking really big, thinking really ambitious. What if we could make Laravel the default choice for all new web development? That's a crazy, lofty goal, right? But we started moving the pieces around on the chessboard to try to make that happen. So let's do a quick recap of some of the things we did in 2024 to kind of start getting these pieces into place. It started at the very beginning. Thanks to some help from the team at Beyond Code, we made it easier than ever to get started with PHP. So a single command on the php.new domain will get you started with PHP, with Composer, with the Laravel CLI in 1 minute. It's not really good enough for developers these days if it takes 30 minutes to configure your laptop for development. Developer expectations have changed. Standards have risen. And I'm incredibly thankful we have this new way to get PHP running on Mac, Windows, or Linux in 1 minute or less, thanks to the team at Beyond Code. We shipped Inertia 2.0. Any Inertia fans in the house? Yeah. Inertia is an awesome library that lets you build great full-stack applications using React or Vue on the front end, but pairing it with a Laravel backend, all in one monolithic application. It feels really great to use. It feels incredibly productive. Inertia 2.0 is now totally stable, out for everyone to use. It has awesome features like deferred props, async requests, prefetching to make your apps feel really fast. It really lets you build world-class experiences with Laravel while enjoying the power of React or Vue on the front end. Inertia actually began as an open source project created by Jonathan Rennig, who is now a partner at Tailwind Labs, creator of the popular Tailwind CSS framework. And we've been contributing to Inertia for a long time. Joe Tannenbaum led the charge here at Laravel on developing Inertia 2.0. But I'm super excited to announce that last week we actually officially acquired Inertia into the Laravel company, and we can take the full control of pushing this awesome project forward as we move into the rest of 2025. And I'm super excited to officially bring this library in-house. And I just want to thank Jonathan for the years he spent shepherding the project, and we'll continue to push it forward with the full power of the Laravel team. At Laracon US, Caleb Porzio introduced Flux, an awesome new UI component library for Livewire applications with all the components you need to build Laravel apps, including buttons, modals, drop-downs, cards, and even layouts. In many ways, building with Livewire feels like a cheat code. It's so productive when you're just editing the code and it live updates on the screen, and there's no build steps, and there's no complicated, scary JavaScript to write for those of you who prefer to write PHP. It lets you build really modern reactive applications just in your full-stack Laravel application. And now with Flux, it's easier than ever to get started building great front-end experiences with Laravel and Livewire. And we'll talk more about Flux in a little bit. We shipped a beta of our VS Code extension. So PHP Storm and JetBrains have done such an awesome job of building a really robust, pro-grade editor for PHP. Many newcomers to PHP are coming from VS Code, the most popular free editor in the world. So we felt like it was really important to have a really great experience for this editor. And Joe Tannenbaum on our open source team here at Laravel developed this VS Code extension, which is now in beta, and has really great features like IntelliSense on eloquent queries, clicking through to config definitions or to your environment variables, and view auto-completion, and a host of other really convenient features. And I think this helps bring Laravel to a new generation of developers, many of which are already using VS Code. Our VS Code extension will go stable later this month, and I hope you give it a shot. I think it's just such a productivity boost to have one comprehensive extension that new Laravel developers can use, and instead of trying to piece together dozens of other extensions to build a good experience. This lets you get it all in one comprehensive package. So that's a quick recap of some of the big things that launched in the last half of 2024. But we've really been cooking so much more that I'm excited to share with you. And in the next few weeks, you'll begin to see the full picture of the future of Laravel taking shape for the first time. And I really couldn't be more excited about it. And I feel like everything we build has to work together to create an amazing full stack experience. It has to feel really cohesive, incredibly well designed. So we've really been sweating the details with everything we've built over the last year. So what have we been cooking? First, we've been cooking up a brand new Laravel.com, which is going to look absolutely incredible. The design is just really blown me away. I think it's pretty fitting if we're moving into a new era of Laravel that, of course, it should come with a new marketing website at Laravel.com. And I think it captures the power and productivity that Laravel offers. And David Hill, our head of design, he's actually going to be speaking tomorrow. He's going to give you more of a sneak peek into the new Laravel.com. So I don't want to totally spoil his fun, but it looks really great, and we can't wait to ship it to you soon. We've also been working on Laravel 12. My goal with Laravel 12 was to ship a major update to the framework that doesn't have any breaking changes. So I want every Laravel application to simply be able to compose or update, get the latest framework edition, and not have to change your code at all. And I think we're going to achieve that goal with Laravel 12 later this month. Laravel 12 is a more relatively minor release of the framework compared to years past, potentially, mainly because we've been working on so many other big projects. But we are going to sneak in a few goodies for Laravel 12, of course, and it will ship later this month. We've also been working on Laravel Nightwatch, which, after speaking to a lot of you today, seems to be very highly anticipated. If you didn't see this, we unveiled this at Laracon Australia back in November. It is the future of monitoring Laravel applications. It gives you so much data and so much insights into what's going on in your application. Jess Archer, the Nightwatch team lead, is here, and she's going to be giving you a full demo tomorrow. So again, I don't want to spoil her fun, but it's really an incredible application. I remember the first time I started to see it come together, I was just blown away, and I think many others at Laravel were as well. So I'll let Jess tell you more about that tomorrow. We've also been working on new starter kits. So for the past 5 or 6 years, Laravel has had 2 starter kits. We've had Laravel Breeze, which is kind of our basic starter kit that gets you registration, login, password reset, and some setting screens. And we have Laravel Jetstream, which has all of that and like a couple extra features. It has 2-factor authentication and team support. To simplify the process of getting started with Laravel, we're consolidating that down into 1 starter kit per stack. So new developers into the ecosystem don't have to choose between multiple stacks, multiple starter kits, and sort of enter this decision paralysis that we don't really want them to have. And so when you create a new Laravel app using the new starter kits, you can choose, of course, to have an empty skeleton application like you can now, or you can simply pick your stack, React, Vue, or Livewire. And our previous generation of starter kits didn't use any of the modern component UI libraries that are so popular today, things like ShadCN or like Flux. So we're changing that in our new starter kits to make it incredibly fast to build great front ends and full stack applications. But rather than talk about them, let's just give the new starter kits a test drive. All right, so I'm going to jump out of my slides. Let's see here. Let's go to, we're in our code directory. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger for you. All right, so let's create Laravel new React app. I'm going to pick the new React starter kit, and we'll let that install. This new React starter kit is built with React 19, Inertia 2, TypeScript, and the popular ShadCN component library to make it super, super fast to build amazing front ends on Laravel. All right, so we'll let that install. All right, so our app is ready. We can just go into here and run composer dev. All right, and here's our application. So we can go to the registration screen. Of course, we have all of the authentication screens like login, register, forgot password. This is using ShadCN components built on React and TypeScript. Something I want to show you before I move on is, in our previous starter kits, you were really locked into one kind of layout for your authentication cards or even for your application itself. And we've changed this in the new starter kits. So let me hop into the code. I'm going to throw this over here on the right. Let's open up my code on the left. We'll hide this. All right, so if I go into my auth layout file, you can see here at the top right now I'm on the simple layout. I can actually change that to the card layout. And now you can see we've kind of got this Breeze-style card for authentication layouts. But this is kind of cool. You can actually also switch to the split layout. And if I make this bigger, now you've kind of got this 2-column split design for your authentication card. So we're shipping a few different layout styles out of the box for you to customize. And all of this code lives in your application. There's nothing hidden or magical. So if you want to customize anything about this, you can just pop open the front-end code in your app, change the Tailwind classes, and customize it exactly how you want. All right, so let's bring this side by side again. Let's go ahead and sign up. All right, so here I am on my dashboard. It looks really great. It's totally responsive. You can see I've got this sidebar over here that collapses really nice. We can go into our settings, make this a little bit bigger. And we've got kind of the Breeze style settings. We can update our profile, we can delete our account, we can update our password, and we can even change the appearance from light to dark mode or follow system settings. So it looks really great, and it's really crisp and fast to use with Inertia 2.0 and prefetching. So let me go back to the dashboard and actually show you some of the application layouts. So again, when you were using Laravel Breeze or Laravel Jetstream, you were totally locked into the layout without a lot of customization. There was no way to kind of have different options of layouts in regards to where you start your application. So we've changed that. So let's go back to our code and open up app layout. And you can see right here at the top we're using app sidebar layout right now. I can actually change that to app header layout. And now you've kind of got this header style layout with a top navigation bar and all of the content down below. I'll change this back to sidebar for now. All right, and then even within the sidebar style layout, if I come in here to app sidebar, here we can have, you can see our nav items and our breadcrumbs and things like that. But down here on variant sidebar, I can actually switch between different sidebar layouts. So I'll change this to sidebar variant inset. And now I'm not sure if it's coming through very well on the screen, but you can actually see the sidebar area wraps around this content area and is inset. It looks really great. And when you collapse it, everything looks good. So we've got the inset variant, or you can have the floating sidebar variant, which makes the sidebar float over here on the left and your content is over here on the right. Everything's responsive. Everything has light mode and dark mode support, and it just feels really smooth and really great. All right, and when you come into this code for the new starter kits, everything is incredibly well organized, and everything belongs to your application, just like Breeze. This was really important to me when building the new starter kits. I hate when code is hidden or feels magical and you can't customize things. With the new starter kits, you can dig through all of the front-end code. It's incredibly well organized and broken out into the proper components, and you can customize it to be exactly how you want it to be. All right, so that's a quick preview of our new React starter kit, which will ship later this month. All right, before we move past starter kits, I want to show you one more thing. First, our Vue starter kit also uses the ShadCN Vue port of ShadCN. So it really looks and feels, honestly, totally identical to the React starter kit on the front end. I literally could not spot a pixel of difference between the two starter kits. But what about the Livewire starter kit? Let's create one. Laravel new, we'll call this Livewire app. Let's pick Livewire starter kit. All right, we'll let this build. All right, almost wrapped up here. We can hop into the app. All right, Livewire app. Should just be able to compose or dev. Let's open this up. I will go to register. See, it looks pretty good so far, pretty similar. All right, and we're into the Livewire starter kit. Now, you can see we've got pretty much the same functionality here. It looks pretty much the same as our React starter kit, some subtle differences. Still got the light, dark mode, system mode, dashboard. Everything's really well organized. But this is using the Flux UI component library under the hood. And you might be asking yourselves, but Taylor, how can it use Flux UI if I have to pay for Flux UI? And that's the good news. You don't. Caleb has graciously agreed to make a base set of Flux components available for free. Everything we need for these starter kits. That includes buttons, cards, even the layouts, even modals is going to be totally free at the end of this month. This will give you all the basic building blocks you need for building Livewire and Flux-powered apps, while Flux Pro will be reserved for really intensive components like charts, editors, things like that. But all of the basic building blocks of applications will be totally free in Flux later this month. And I'm super excited. I think this is going to really supercharge the Livewire community. And being able to spin up a new Livewire starter kit and have these great well-designed building blocks for your application is just going to be an incredible productivity boost for Livewire developers. So I'm super excited about that and super thankful to Caleb for making this possible. All right, so that's a preview of our new starter kits. Go ahead and close this stuff out. All right, back in my slides. What else have we been cooking? Well, that's a big one. It's one as you probably guessed, we have spent some additional time working on Laravel Cloud since we unveiled it at Laracon US in Dallas last year. With Laravel Cloud, we really set out to build the best deployment platform and infrastructure platform, for that matter, that's ever been created for Laravel. And not just for Laravel, but for PHP in general. Building an experience that was far beyond anything that has existed before. And like I said earlier, developer expectations have changed. It's no longer good enough to wait 15 or 20 minutes while your server builds to get your application live. Developers just want to ship. I just want to ship. And I think most of you do too. In 2014, Forge made it super easy to ship and manage Laravel applications. And we're actually excited to continue evolving Laravel Forge as well. We have a lot of really awesome new ideas and new features in the pipeline for Forge. And we at Laravel actually remain fully committed to the idea that a developer should have the freedom to choose to self-host their application on a VPS provider of their choice using Laravel Forge, or have a fully managed platform, a fully managed infrastructure on Laravel Cloud. So Forge isn't done yet, not by a long shot, and we hope to unveil a substantial update to Forge later this summer. But a year ago, we set out to do something pretty ambitious. We set out to become the first open source framework to offer both of these types of platforms. And we challenged ourselves. We said you should be able to go from local development to production in 1 minute or less. That was the first conversation we ever had at Laravel about Laravel Cloud. And as we saw in our first preview of Laravel Cloud at Laracon US, we hit that goal, and I'm incredibly proud of that. But cloud has evolved a lot since Laracon US, a whole lot. And I'm excited to show you what cloud looks like today. So let's go ahead and dive in to Laravel Cloud. All right. Oh, I need a new Chrome window. All right. Let's go to Laravel Cloud. Here we are on the Laravel Cloud sign-in page. Go ahead and log in. If I can type my password correctly. All right, and here we are on the Cloud dashboard. This is where I can see an overview of my applications my recent deployments, my recent commits, and all of these projects live within my cloud demo organization up here at the top left. So I can organize my projects by organization. So I could have a side projects organization, or my Laravel organization, or here my cloud demo organization. And it's really great. I can jump into any of these applications, see their environments and their recent commits, and get an overview of what's happening with them. I can even jump between applications using our new command palette. So if I want to jump into Beep, I can just go to Beep in the command palette. Or if I want to jump over to the other application, I can just pick that in the command palette. It's super fast to navigate. We tried to make cloud incredibly productive. All right, so again, we're in the cloud demo project, or demo organization, but let's start totally from scratch. Let's jump into an empty organization and see what it's like to deploy a fresh Laravel application out to cloud. So we're going to use the ship PHP organization. All right, so let's pick new application. And I want to show you just how easy it is to get started on Laravel Cloud. It's unlike anything that's been built before for PHP. I've already linked my GitHub account to cloud, so I'm just going to pick the Laracon EU demo. Why don't I just call this Laracon EU demo like that? We'll put it in US East, but we actually have 4 regions right now with more to come, probably before launch. Right now we're in Ohio, Frankfurt, London, and Singapore. All right, so I'm going to pick US East and hit Create Application. Once that application is created, it will create an environment for that main branch, and here I can get an overview of my entire stack and customize it and build it how I want. So you can see I've been allocated a small compute cluster for my app. I've got my edge network and domains out here, which we'll dive into later. But really, all I need to do is hit deploy. All right? And Laravel Cloud will start packaging my application and deploying it to our managed infrastructure. I don't need to do anything else if I don't want to. Laravel Cloud is fine-tuned for Laravel apps, so it knows exactly how to build, deploy, run, scale, and secure Laravel apps in a way that's never been built before. All right, so we come through here, you can see that it's installing my composer dependencies. I'm sure many of us have seen this output many times. All right, it's getting all that done. Looks like my build is finished, so now it's about to move on to the deployment phase, where it's actually rolling this app out onto our infrastructure. Laravel Cloud runs on AWS. It's fully managed. The infrastructure team has spent so much time perfecting this platform to make it robust and secure and scalable for your applications. All right, so it looks like our app is deployed. So I'm going to go back to my environment, and you can see right here we've been assigned a Laravel Cloud domain. Every application on Laravel Cloud gets its own Laravel Cloud domain that you can share with your teammates or use to collaborate. And boom, here's our new Laravel application. It's already out and running on Laravel Cloud. All right, so that was really fast. That felt really easy. What else can we do? Okay, so let's close this out. Now, most Laravel applications, they're full stack. They have a database, maybe they have a cache, maybe they have storage. Let's go ahead and start adding these pieces to our application. So this demo app I have out here is actually using that new Livewire starter kit we saw just a few minutes ago. So I'm going to need a database and a cache, and we'll look at storage later. So to add a database, I just go right here to this canvas view of my infrastructure, and I hit Add Database. I don't have any databases in this organization yet, so I can just go ahead and create one right from here. I'm going to choose Laravel Serverless Postgres. This will auto-scale based on the needs of my application, so I don't really need to worry about thinking too hard up front about how much scale I need. The database will scale up as much as I need so that I can just focus on building my app. All right, I can name this cluster if I want to. That default name sounds fine. And then within the cluster, you can create multiple databases for each app that's using this overall database cluster. We'll just call this main. That's also fine for now. We could customize some additional things about the database, the region, or how long it will hibernate, or the amount of time that can pass with no activity before the database will hibernate. What this means is, you can see I've got 300 seconds here. If our database doesn't receive any queries for 5 minutes, it will actually go to sleep. And the next time it's queried, it will wake up. And these databases wake up in a couple hundred milliseconds. It doesn't take long for them to wake up. But what's awesome is while they're sleeping, you don't pay for compute. That makes Laravel Cloud and serverless Postgres no-brainer for side projects, staging environments, where you can be really cost efficient. While your application's not being used, you're not paying for the compute time. It's really awesome. All right, I'm going to crank this up to, let's do 1800, which I think is like 30 minutes. And we can also customize the auto-scaling range. I'm going to bump this up just a little bit to give it a bigger range to scale between. All right, so I'll save this, and now we'll just hit Create Database Cluster. And that database is being created now. And now it's already created. That's how quick it is to make a new serverless Postgres database on cloud. Let's go ahead and add a cache while we're in here. New cache. Laravel Cloud Key Value Store is compatible with the Redis API. So that's great. We can pick what size we want. 250 megs is fine, but we could scale it up if we want. And we can, again, pick our region. And I'll just hit Create Cache. All right, I've added a database and a cache. So you can see here I've got unsaved changes to my infrastructure. I'm just going to hit Save and Deploy. All right, and Cloud is going to start rolling out a new deployment with our new infrastructure in place, our new database and our new cache. And you notice I never had to mess with environment variables. I never had to mess with config variables. Laravel Cloud is really built and fine-tuned for Laravel. And all the environment variables we need to connect to this database and this cache are just automatically injected into the application. All right, so let's let this deployment roll out. All deployments on cloud are rolled out with 0 downtime by default, of course. So as this is going out, even building an entirely new infrastructure, none of our customers are going to experience downtime. All right, looks like we've made it through the build phase. Let's go ahead and go down here to the deployment phase. Looks like it's wrapping up. You can see it ran my migrations because we attached that database. And now it's rolling out to our new cluster. All right, looks like that is done. Great, so let's just hit visit. And now we should be able to register with the application since we have a database. All right. All right, so we've got our database. You can see over here on the, let me make this a little bit bigger. You can see over here on the left, I've got a few tabs where we can try some of the other new features. Let's click the cache tab. And you can see we've got this loading thing while it pulled something from the cache. And now if we hit this route again, it doesn't have to do that until the cache expires, which it will in a few seconds. Our cache is busted. So we're able to interact with our cache. 0 configuration, 0 environment variable changing. Everything just works. Our database and our cache is in place. Now, let's go back to our Laravel Cloud dashboard. And here we have that overview again, that canvas view of our infrastructure. And let me show you a few cool things about these resources we've added. All right, so if I go here to database, I can hit view credentials. I can do a few other things like replace or detach the database. For example, if I click detach here, you know, it's prompting me to save and deploy that. Of course, we don't want to do that. I'm just going to reset that. It pops right back in. We can also go to view credentials. All right, so this is where it shows me the credentials for my database in, you know, this kind of list view, or I can get them as environment variables. Or let me show you this, which is really cool, a deep link, where I think if I click open here, it will actually open this database in Table Plus. So you can see there's our 2 users out there, Taylor at Laravel.com, which someone stole from me, and Taylor Otwell at gmail.com. All right, so it's really great. And the same for cache, right? I can view credentials, I can replace, or I can detach the cache. All right? And again, with a deep link, that will just pop open Table Plus directly to that Redis compatible database. It's really easy to use. All right, so we've got a database and cache. Let's go ahead and finish out this kind of resource story by adding some object storage. All right, so I'm going to hit Add Bucket. I can just create a bucket right here in Laravel Cloud. I never have to leave Cloud for any of this. For creating a database, for creating a cache, for adding a bucket, it's all right here in the platform, all in one cohesive infrastructure deployment pipeline. All right, so I'm going to pick the bucket type, which is Laravel Object Storage. I can give the bucket a name, as well as pick the visibility for this bucket. Laravel Object Storage buckets are S3 compatible through a partnership with Cloudflare R2 behind the scenes. So this is a really robust platform for your object storage. Once I hit Create Bucket, let that create. All right, and this is really cool. This shows how Laravel Cloud is very fine-tuned for Laravel. So once I create the bucket, it's asking me what name do I want to assign to the disk that my Laravel application will access this bucket by. So you may know if you build Laravel applications in your config file systems file, there is an array of disks where you give them a name and it has all of the kind of config for that disk, how to access it on S3 and so on. And this lets you actually do that right here. And so when I specify this disk name, that's what Cloud is going to inject into my Laravel app. So I can just do storage put or storage get using this disk name. Private is fine for now. So I'll hit add bucket. And this looks good. You can see that it's my default bucket in my Laravel application. And I'm just going to hit save and deploy. And again, it's going to roll out a new deployment of my application with 0 downtime. All right, while this is deploying, let me jump around to maybe some of these settings we've skipped over so far. So these are my environment settings. An application can have multiple environments, which we'll see later. So I can rename the environment. I can even give it a new color. For example, if this is production, maybe I want that to be red. So I'm going to change that to red. I can change the Git branch. I can change my PHP version, my Node version, my HTTP timeout, my graceful shutdown timeout, which is how long Laravel Cloud will keep your old deployment around while your queued jobs finish up or while any incoming requests that haven't been completed yet are processed. I can customize my environment variables. I can see all of the environment variables that Cloud is injecting for me, which I'm not going to reveal live here on stage. And of course, I can delete the environment. But let me show you something cool about environment variables while I'm in here. If I hit reveal secrets and jump into this, let's say I try to override a variable that Cloud was injecting. So like app debug, for example. You can see that it warns me live that I'm overriding an injected variable. It's sort of just a hint for like, hey, I hope you know what you're doing here because you're overriding something we think your application needs. It's really great. All right, so that's some of the settings. Let's go into our application settings. So here I can actually set a photo for the application as well as change a few other things about it. I think I've got a little Amsterdam logo here. All right, we'll save that. I can also change my default environment and just even delete the entire application if I want. All right, so let's go to my environments and go back to my main environment. Looks like our deployment is done. Yep, it looks like it is. So let's go ahead and visit our app again. We'll go to the dashboard. And I've got this storage route. And let me pull up the code for this so you can see what it does. Laracon EU demo. We'll go into the routes. And if we look at storage, you can see that all I'm doing is doing storage disk put with this image, which I've got stored in the application, and then I'm just going to return a temporary URL. Remember, this is a private bucket, so I need to create a pre-signed URL to allow access to that image. But what I want you to see here is that I'm just calling storage disk. And because Cloud knows about Laravel and it knows this is my default disk, this is just available to me. I don't have to have any different configuration or any knowledge that this is even running on Cloud at all, right? This is exactly what it would look like during local development, which is really great and really convenient. All right, so let's hit the storage route. That's going to put the file on our disk, on our bucket. Then we're going to hit view photo. And here we've got that photo, which was signed with a temporary URL, which we should see expiring. And there it goes. So it's just that easy to attach a storage bucket. So just this easily, we've had an application deployed, a database, a cache, a bucket, all with 0 configuration, with 0 environment variables we had to tinker with 0 servers we had to think about, rolling out deployments with 0 downtime. It's incredibly productive. All right, so what else can we do with this environment? Let's jump through some of these other tabs. Let's check out the commands tab. So here we can actually just issue arbitrary commands to an available replica of our application. So for example, I could do PHP artisan list. It's going to fire that off to an available replica, and I'm going to get the output. Okay, really simple, really easy to use, really convenient for when you just need to run a one-off artisan command against your application that's running on cloud. We can also view our application's logs. So I can come in here, I can view my recent application logs, I can search my logs, I can even look at my access logs to see the activity that's happening in my application. And of course, Nightwatch will give you an even deeper insight and overview of what's happening in your application. All right, we've already looked at settings. Let's go back to our environment. Okay, so we deployed our application, but what if we want to scale it? You know, I just deployed it to the default instance compute size, which is small. What if our application has a lot of traffic? All we need to do to adjust our scaling settings is click on the app. And we get this nice flyout window where I can customize everything about the scale of my application. All right, so right now I'm running on a small instance. Let's go ahead and bump that up to medium. That gives me more CPU, more RAM. Then let's tinker with these auto-scaling settings. So let me walk through these. So by default, my auto-scaling setting is set to none. That means my application is essentially running on a single replica, or you could think of it as like a single server if you were thinking in terms of Laravel Forge. But I can actually pick custom auto-scaling and choose a range of replicas that I want Laravel Cloud to auto-scale my application between as demand increases. This is really convenient because it allows for predictable billing. I know how much compute I'm willing to allocate at a maximum and at a minimum, which lets me have predictable performance, but also predictable billing. Or for the most demanding applications, I can go full unlimited auto-scaling, which will scale all the way up as much as needed to handle the demands of my application. All right, for now, let's use custom, and yeah, we'll keep it between 2 and 4. And down here, since Cloud is fine-tuned for Laravel, I can even do really nice things like enable the scheduler or enable Laravel Octane. It's super easy, and all I need to do is just deploy, and everything just works. All right, I'm going to turn that off. I could also configure hibernation here. So hibernation, similar to what we saw on the database side, can also be applied at the application side. So if my application is not receiving traffic, Laravel Cloud will put it to sleep, and I don't pay for any compute time while the application is sleeping. This makes it absolutely a no-brainer to throw every side project, every staging environment on Laravel Cloud. When it's not needed, it'll hibernate, and when a request comes in, Cloud will wake the application up and serve the request. All right, I'm going to leave that off for now. So once we've picked a new auto-scaling strategy, all we need to do is save and deploy. And Cloud is going to roll that out to our increased replicas, total new infrastructure cluster, all with 0 downtime, in roughly 1 minute. While this is deploying, I want to show you an app that is hibernating. All right, so let's jump into a different organization. Let's jump into Cloud Demo, and let's go to the Swipple organization. And you can see right here, this application, see how it's got that hibernating symbol in the top right of its main environment? And watch what happens if I come into this environment. Up here at the top, you get this really nice hibernating bar that shows you the status of the application. And if I hover over this, I can see for how long my application has been hibernating, and it just woke up. So I can go ahead and visit that application, and boom, it's online. And when the application goes back to sleep, we'll know that it's hibernating. So you get a quick overview of what's hibernating and what's not. All right, let's jump back into our Laracon EU application and into our main environment. Has our deployment finished? Yep, looks like our deployment's totally done. So our application is now running on between 2 to 4 replicas on Laravel Cloud, and we increased the maximum CPU and RAM allocated to our application. All right, what else can we do with Cloud? Queued jobs, yes, important part of Laravel. So if you use Laravel, how many of you use queued jobs in your application? It's probably one of the most popular features of Laravel. So if we go back into our application, let's go to the dashboard. And you can see here I've got this queue tab, and I've kind of got these pending transactions out here. And they're staying pending because we don't have any queue workers. And what's happening behind the scenes here is when I hit process transactions, it creates 50 transactions in the database and dispatches a queued job for each transaction that just marks the transaction as processed. But you can see all of these are staying pending because we don't have any queue workers. So let's go ahead and fix that. So when it comes to queue workers on cloud, you have two options. You can run the queue workers on the same replicas that are serving your app. So this is really convenient. You don't need to spin up dedicated worker clusters just to process a few queued jobs. I can just pop open my app, go down to the background processes section, hit new background process. I get this really nicely designed overview of all of the available Laravel queue options. I don't need to customize any of this because I'm just using the database queue. And I can pick how many instances of that process I want. Let's do 3. And I'll hit create background process and then save and deploy it out to my infrastructure. It's super easy. All right, so we're going to let that build. Once this rolls out, we should see those pending transactions change to processed. All right, it's building our application. And it looks like it's about to roll out the infrastructure. All right, so we should see these start changing to processed really, really soon. And then once we get our queue workers rolled out on this app instance, I'll show you a way for the applications with the most demanding queue needs to spin up dedicated worker clusters to handle your queued jobs on separate instances. All right, boom, they're processed. So we've got our queue worker running, the application's deployed, I can make more transactions, and we should see them process live as the queue workers work the jobs. Okay, super simple. So that's option 1 for running queue workers on cloud. Like I said, we can actually add a worker cluster right here on our infrastructure. This lets you build custom worker replicas with their own scaling settings, their own CPU and RAM settings that are totally separate from the replicas that are serving your web traffic. All right, so this would be like the equivalent on Forge to standing up a web server and then maybe a worker server that processes all your queued jobs. All right, so let's make this a medium instance. We'll do, let's say, between 3 and 5 replicas, and it will auto-scale these queue replicas based on how much CPU and RAM our machines are using. And of course, we want to add a background process, and we'll put, let's say, 3 queue work processes on each replica. Then all we need to do is hit save and deploy. Did I hit it? Oh no. Oh, I didn't name it. So you give each worker a name. I'll just call this one queues. You can have multiple worker clusters, as many as you want. So giving them a name kind of helps you differentiate what your different worker clusters are doing. All right, so there's that new cluster, and that's going to start rolling out. Again, with 0 downtime. And now we're going to have workers running on our app cluster and on our dedicated worker cluster. So we should have quite a few queue workers running now. All right, so while this is deploying, let's look at one more tab we haven't seen yet, which is metrics. This particular app is pretty new, so we don't have a lot of metrics. So again, I'm going to jump into another application where we already have some data. Let's jump into Latterly. All right, so this has been receiving traffic. I'll jump into the main environment and hit this metrics tab. And you can see here we've got a few different metrics charts. We can see our edge network responses. This is sort of like the 400s, 500s, and successful responses we're seeing coming into our application. You can see this application looks totally healthy. We just have a few 400s, but mainly all successful. Here we can see our CPU usage over time. Okay, we're using not much CPU, roughly 15%, and our RAM usage over time. So Laravel Cloud runs Laravel apps really efficiently. You can see this Laravel app is just using 65 megs of memory on average. Okay, so it's really efficient, really fast. All right, so that's the metrics tab. Let's jump back into our Laracon EU application. All right, and it looks like our new worker cluster has actually rolled out and everything should be running. Let's go to Visit, Dashboard, Queue. I should be able to make some more transactions. All right, that looks good. Workers are still running. All right, so we've got a dedicated worker cluster. So let me show you one thing that's really cool. You can see how we've got quite a sophisticated application going here now. We've got our edge network, we've got our app, we've got a worker cluster, we've got our database, our cache, our bucket. I really haven't configured anything in the Laravel app. It all just works. But since this is getting kind of crowded, I can actually switch from detailed view to compact view and just get a quick overview of my entire infrastructure on cloud really quickly and really easily. And I can still come in here and edit the database, edit the cache, but it gives me a quick overview of my entire topology of my infrastructure. All right, I'll pop it back open to detailed view. So that's a lot. There's a little bit more. Bear with me for a few more minutes. We've got our application. What if we want to add a new feature to the application? We want to start something on a new branch. How can we deploy that to cloud? Let's go to our terminal, go to our demo app, and let's just check out a new branch called new feature. Pop this open in good old trusty Sublime Text, and we'll add a route up here. Let's call it new feature. We'll just return h1, hi, Laracon. All right, so that looks good. We'll commit that. New feature, and push it to GitHub. Now, what if we want to try out this new feature on Laravel Cloud? So our teammates can play with it. We can see if it works really great before we ship it to production. How can we do that? It's super easy. So each application can have as many environments as you want. And each environment is totally separate from the others in terms of infrastructure and compute. So let's create a new environment. I just pick my branch, new feature. It's already been live synced into cloud. I can give it a name and a color, but I'll just go ahead and hit create environment. And here we are with a brand new infrastructure canvas. And I'm just going to hit deploy to get this new feature live as quickly as possible. I can easily swap between environments up here in the nav bar, just like I can swap between applications and organizations. It's really easy to navigate. All right, so now I'm back here on my new feature environment. Again, I can customize all of the settings for the app, the compute, the auto scaling. I can add a database, but I can also add an existing database within the organization. So we previously created the Laracon EU demo cluster. I can just attach that to this environment if I want to reuse it to play with maybe staging data or data that's already seeded. It's super easy. And the same with cache and object storage. Looks like this new environment is in the deployment phase. So we should be getting our own cloud domain for this environment right now, and there it is. So each environment gets its own unique cloud domain that lets you access it separately from all other environments. And we should be able to hit this domain. And then we should be able to go to new feature. Hi Laracon, which of course doesn't exist over on the other environment. So it's super easy to just spin up new environments. It just takes a few minutes to throw one out on Laravel Cloud, let your team play with a new feature, and see how it feels before you ship to production. The last thing I want to demo for you on cloud before we wrap up is actually going to production. So let's go back to our main branch, and let's put a custom domain on this app. That makes it real, right? So let's go ahead and hit add domain under our network. And I can just do laravel-cloud-demo.com, which I've already bought, and hit add. It's going to ask me a couple things. It's going to ask if I want wildcard subdomains. So Laravel Cloud supports that. Or it asks me if I want to redirect from www to the Apex domain. Both these defaults make sense for my app, so I'm just going to hit add domain. All right, and then it gives me a couple of DNS records that I need to go and add to my domain registrar. And this will actually bring our custom domain up live on cloud. I've actually already added these IP addresses to my DNS, so they should be verifying relatively quickly. While that's verifying, I'll go into the org and show you a couple settings. So of course we can have our general settings, but you can also add members to your organization. And we'll talk more about how many members you can have soon. But you can collaborate on cloud really easily. We want your whole team to be able to use cloud, to be able to see your infrastructure, to be able to review your deployments, and to be able to create environments. All right, and just how we saw it was super easy to create new environments, you can imagine what we could do with this in the near future. Already on our roadmap, and I'm sure you're already thinking about it, the ability to have automatic preview deployments is something we can't wait to explore later this year. All right, so I'm going to go back to my main environment. It looks like my domain is already verified. You can see we've got laravelclouddemo.com, and we're actually live with a custom domain, just that easily. All right. That is a really full walkthrough of Laravel Cloud, and I could not be prouder of the Laravel team for the amount of polish and consideration and thoughtfulness that has gone into this platform. Every time I use it, I'm honestly just blown away by how magical it feels. Even on the plane ride over here, I threw an application on Laravel Cloud, and it took under a minute to get it out live with my own Laravel Cloud domain. I believe this is absolutely game-changing for Laravel, and I hope game-changing for PHP as a whole, and heck, even game-changing for web development as a whole. Laravel is the most productive way to build full-stack web applications. I genuinely believe that, and I feel like this makes it so accessible to build your Laravel app and get it live to the world. All right. When can you have it? I'm about to answer his question. This is the question I'm sure many of you have been asking, and I'm super pumped to announce that in just 3 weeks, we are going live with Laravel Cloud. On February 24th, that's exactly 3 weeks from today, we are launching the new Laravel.com, we are launching Laravel Cloud, we are launching Laravel starter kits, and we're launching Laravel 12. It's the biggest day in Laravel history, and we couldn't be more excited to ship it to you. I know another question you're probably asking is, how much is it going to cost? Let's go over that. So let's start with our sandbox plan. Our sandbox plan has no monthly fixed fee. It's $0 per month fixed. You just pay for what you're using. But what's great is because of hibernation, Laravel Cloud is super accessible. So you can hop on the platform, play with it, create a demo project, throw all of your side projects out there. Let them hibernate while they're not being used. You only pay for what you actually use. 3 users can be included in your organization on the sandbox plan. Flex compute usage pricing starts at just a little over a half penny per hour, which comes out to approximately about $5 a month. Serverless Postgres starts at 4 cents an hour. Caches start at just about a penny an hour. And object storage starts at 2 cents per gigabyte. This is our usage-based pricing for the sandbox plan. Our production plan is just $20 a month, plus usage discounts. It comes with custom domains, auto-scaling, access to larger replica sizes, increased log retention, and additional organization users. And for the first time, we'll be focusing on business and enterprise plans with unlimited auto-scaling, dedicated compute clusters, advanced networking, cross-product discounts with things like Nightwatch, SOC 2, and support SLAs, which we feel like I'm super happy with how Laravel Cloud is both extremely accessible, the most accessible product we've ever built, pricing-wise, for our indie hackers, for our dreamers, for our tinkerers, but also scales to enterprise grade for the businesses that depend on it the most. I feel like this is a new beginning for Laravel. And in 3 weeks, you know, the painting we started painting a year ago starts to really come together. A complete web development ecosystem that this community deserves, that I've always wanted to ship on myself all those years ago. We have an incredible backend stack with the framework We have an incredible front-end stack with Livewire and Inertia, and I can't wait to get it in your hands. There's going to be more work to do. This is just the beginning for a new era of Laravel, for Laravel Cloud, for Laravel Nightwatch. We're going to iterate on these things, but I'm incredibly proud of where they are today. And it begins in 3 weeks. But I want to leave you with a challenge. We must ship. And that goes for all of us. This year, we're embarking on a new journey together. And 2025 will be a historic year for PHP. It'll be a historic year for Laravel. And I hope it'll be a historic year for you. And I challenge you to create something, to create anything, just to dream big. And we want to give you the tools to ship it. You can ship a package, you can ship a video, you can ship a blog post. It doesn't have to be big. I think the most popular function in Laravel has to be the DD function. It gets used more than any other function, and it's tiny. But it's try to ship something. What can you ship this year? I believe that giving people the most powerful and productive web framework is an incredible privilege, right? Enabling someone to create web applications quickly and to ship them to the production, to ship them to their friends, to ship them to their customers, is life-changing in many ways. The ability to create something out of nothing, seemingly, out of your own mind and ship it to production. It's incredibly inspiring to me, and Laravel Cloud and where we're going with Laravel, I feel like, is the culmination of that vision that I've had for Laravel for so many years. And, you know, I want to tell you a quick story from Laracon US before I wrap. After I first unveiled Laravel Cloud, I was kind of in the crowd mingling, and this guy comes up to me with a journal, and you know, he has a pen, and he's like, "Hey, I want you to write me a message." And I'm like, "Okay, this is a little awkward, you know, but I'll just roll with it." And he says, "I was recently laid off, and you know, what would you write to someone that was recently laid off?" And my mind was just like blank for a second, right? It's like a deer in headlights. But then I took his journal, and I wrote, "I believe in you," in the journal. And that's really the message I want to leave with all of you as we ship this new platform is, I believe in you, and I believe in us as a community to build really amazing things. And we've been working super hard on making that possible for you. There is one last thing. I don't want to keep you too much longer. If you're enjoying Laracon and you want to go to more Laracons, we actually have a date for Laracon US. We have a city for Laracon US. On July 29th and 30th, we'll be in Denver, Colorado. You can go to laracon.us right now, which is running live on Laravel Cloud, and tickets are on sale today. So I hope to see each and every one of you there. Thank you, everybody. I'll be at the after party. See you there.
Hello again.
How long have I been up here? Oh, just an hour, I guess.
Hey, you're cool. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're cool. I have questions. So, first of all, thank you for Laravel. Thank you for Laravel Cloud. It's a game changer. And also, thank you for ship Laravel Cloud, not on Valentine's Day. Because we're about to ruin a lot of
You're welcome.
a lot of relations. So thank you. At least have the 10 days period. Okay. So 3 quick questions. No, 4. So Lucas is asking, what about, wait a second, what about custom PHP extensions if you need to install on the server?
Yeah, that's something I didn't get into today. So we tried to bundle, of course, every common PHP extension you could use, including some image manipulation libraries. And then our thinking is we'll probably have toggles, kind of like I had the scheduler and Octane toggle. Toggles for other kind of less common PHP extensions. And we'll depend on you to give us some feedback on what extensions people are using. We think we kind of know from running Laravel, Forge, and Vapor, but we'll add more as there's community demand.
So like have a preset for the most used?
Yeah, basically. That's how it works, yeah.
Cool. Thank you. So Mario is asking, she's asking, do the new starter kits use Fortify or have support for the two-factor authentication?
Yeah, the new starter kits are more like Breeze in the sense that all the code lives right there in the starter kit. So the starter kits are actually not packages, they're just GitHub repos, like Laravel/React starter kit, Laravel/Livewire starter kit. That makes it really easy to just see the commit history of the starter kit, to send PRs to the starter kit. But they don't use Fortify under the hood. You just have a register controller, a logging controller. You can edit the code right there. We are going to be adding two-factor authentication support, as well as exploring the Teams functionality that was in Jetstream into the starter kits as well.
Great news. Zakaria is asking, does it turn op cache by default?
Yeah. PHP op cache is enabled by default on Laravel Cloud. Yeah.
Woohoo! Thank you for that as well. And the anonymous user, he's asking, does Laravel Cloud has a toggle for please don't bankrupt me?
Yeah, that's kind of what our auto-scaling strategies were about. So when you have no auto-scaling and you have a single compute, you know how much it costs at maximum per month. Or you have a custom range of a minimum and maximum, so you still have a predictable bill. And then on unlimited auto-scaling, we'll be looking into billing alerts and thresholds where you can customize how much you want to spend. But if you're budget conscious and you want a maximum amount of spend, probably best to use a custom replica range.
Okay. Thank you. That'll be all. Big applause. Thank you, Taylor. So, before we wrap everything up, one thing. Do you have a badge, right? Just hold them up tight. So you're holding your badge. Keep it. You're going to need it for tomorrow. Or else it might be a little bit tricky for you to get in the conference. So hold tight for your badges. So another information, you're going to have the After Dark party. You have 2 hours more or less to grab some food, eat something. At the After Dark will be drinks and snacks, but make sure you eat something because drinking stuff, nothing crazy, okay? Okay, make proper decisions. More stuff. So there's going to be a social mingling in here, so take 30 minutes, be around, take those selfies, and I'll see every one of you tomorrow at 8:30 sharp. So I'm just trying to make a kick. So there's a sleep break, take some rest, see you tomorrow. Thank you.